be here. We got to cover today, so thanks again. So this is RAC number 10.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so this is RAC number 10. So we're working our way through it. Like I said, we got a lot to cover. So let's get into it. Let's go ahead and start with some introductions before we get going. I'm Brian Keithley, facilitator from the London group. We'll start Kelly and we'll go around here and then we'll come back online and see who we have online.
Kelly Mines, Water Policy Analyst, Rule Coordinator. Great to see you. Thank you all for coming so early in the morning. Coffee and muffins out back. Mark Breed, breakfast burritos next time. Thanks, Mark.
I'm Tim Seymour, I'm the Assistant Manager for the Groundwater Section, the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm based out of the Pendleton office.
Karen Hughes of the Watershed Council.
John Short, water rate guy.
Brianna O'Connor, SWCD. Barbara Howard, irrigator. Laura Singhurst, irrigator.
Louis Mold, RAC member and irrigator.
Andy Root, irrigator. Mark Owens.
And that's Travis Singles, irrigator, RAC member.
Just winning, refuge, RAC.
Kristen Shellman, Hardin County Commission. RAC member.
Jason Street, East Region Manager for Water Resources.
All right, thanks, Jason. Kelly, if you can help me, maybe let's go through the.
Yeah. Ben, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure thing. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ben Scandello with the Water Resources Department. I'm the Senior Groundwater Data Developer, and I'll be running some of the simulations of the Harney model to understand the impacts of pumpage.
Here we go.
Give me 1 second here.
There we go. There's,
Okay.
no worry. Derek, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dark Boschman. I'm a hydrogeologist for the Water Resources Department based in our Salem office.
Hey, Laura, go ahead, please.
Hi, Laura Hart, Water Policy Analyst with the department. Thanks.
Thank you. Brenda.
Good morning, everyone. Brenda Smith here. RAC member. I'm hoping to get down there, but just had to join online right now, so hope to be there soon.
Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. Lisa Brown with Water Watch of Oregon and a RAC member.
Zach, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Zach Freed, hydrologist with the Nature Conservancy.
Great. Did I miss anyone else? Any other RAC member?
Okay, thank you. Volume in the back, I was gonna ask, you guys, okay. Can we turn this volume up, Kelly, on our owls? I think in the past, maybe we've had to lay the microphone next to it. We can work on that if we need to. We'll crank it up as loud as we can on here. If we need to, we'll get microphones and try and patch it into the owls. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so just some ground rules. We talk about these at every meeting, but it's always beneficial to review them one more time. You're all here to express your viewpoints. So that's the value of this committee is we have different opinions, we have different perspectives, different interests. So we want to be able to hear those, understand those, and move forward. So just treat each other respectfully, appreciate those different opinions and perspectives. If you're online, please remain muted when you're not speaking. That just helps cut down some of the interference that might occur. use the raise hand feature online if you'd like to provide a comment. Kelly, others who have their computers on, will try to track when people have questions or comments that are online, but we may not see it because we're looking at the presentation, so, or I may not see it. So just bear with us if we're a little late in grabbing your comment or question. If you're in person, feel free to raise your hand as well. I can track who has questions or comments and make sure we get those out in order. So I'll always be scanning. If you have something to say, just put your hand up. RAC members should all be here up in the front. This is who participates in the RAC conversations and in our agenda items. Seats in the back, for the members of the public, we really appreciate everybody being there. We have 2 public comment times set aside during this meeting, so we appreciate if you reserve your comments or your questions for those public comment times and allow the agenda items to be focused on the RAC discussion. Okay. So just some operating guidelines. The RAC's role: attend and participate in meetings at the Horseshoe, the Rectangle now, or online, provide input, advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The public's role: listen only during the presentation and RAC discussions from the audience or online, provide input and advice during the designated comment time. Again, we'll do 2 of those, 1 before lunch and 1 at the conclusion. The department's role: foster meaningful dialogue and conversation, consider the RAC and public feedback, and then ultimately draft the final rules. And my role: foster meaningful dialogue and conversation by all RAC participants, ensure all parties have a safe space to express their viewpoints in a respectful environment. So my role here is process focused to help try and ensure you're all participating at the level that you would like to, and we have respectful dialogue. All right, any questions? Rules and guidelines? Okay, moving on. Okay, so here's our agenda today. Like I said, we got a lot we're gonna try and cover today. In a moment here, we'll recap what's happened in August and September, both from the RAC meeting and some of the discussion groups. We will get into a measuring success, so providing some overview on what ultimate real world success can look like. We need your feedback on that. Overview of management scenario conversation. So this is an overview of developing those management scenarios and what the current iteration looks like for the department's scenario that they've run, so you can see how that all works. We'll do our public comment period. We'll take a 1-hour lunch break. So feel free to leave, grab something to eat. You can probably hang out here too if you brought your lunch with you, but we're gonna take a good break in the middle for people to conduct other businesses, grab something to eat. And then developing the management scenario. So that's a big need of our afternoon. It is developing the management scenarios that get carried forward to put in the model. We'll have another public comment period and then we'll wrap up. So one prevailing theme that we'll probably remind everyone of over the course of this, but something just to keep in mind for this agenda is, this isn't creating the rules. This is creating the workspace that's gonna help get us there ultimately. So just keeping that in mind, that we really need input. We need you to be able to look at this information, ideally say that, okay, I can see my interests represented here somewhere in some of the options that we'll ultimately be looking at. So that we can then carry those forward and put them in the machine. So again, not creating rules today. We don't need to reach any kind of consensus. This is just an important step in the process for us to get your feedback. So you all have a pretty robust RAC packet sitting in front of you. So maybe we'll take a minute just so you can orient yourself to all that information and where it pertains in the agenda. Kelly, do you want to walk us through that?
Sure. All right, I'm just gonna walk it through the order that it was stacked on your table. So top is the agenda, but we just covered that. The next document is our meeting summary for RAC number 9. And for members of the public, we have all these documents on the table over here. I recommend grabbing them because we're going to be using them extensively in the meeting today, so you can follow along. Okay, correct. The next document is the discussion group. Discussion group summary, that is for the management scenario conversation. We're gonna be using this document during our afternoon meeting. Afternoon session for the management discussion. We have a map packet of all the different boundaries that we have talked about thus far, so classification, WAPA boundary, critical groundwater area boundary, all the general boundaries that we talked about. We have our updated groundwater level trends and, for a groundwater trends analysis that was sent out. We won't be explicitly talking about that today, but we wanted to get that in front of you. We have a set of slides, and this is kind of, I don't know, ruining the plot for the movie, but a set of slides on, the initial model results for our 15 management scenario, model run. And so Kim's gonna be going through that later. And so we want to get the slides in front of you so you can have the figures directly in front of you. And lastly, we have our developing management scenarios. I think you guys have all seen this. This is using discussion groups. This is basically the steps that we want to follow to kind of fleshing out these management scenarios. We'll be using this in the afternoon. So don't worry about, we'll tell you what document you need to look at when we get to that item. Do yourself. Okay, we're ready. Run them.
All right, next slide. So just looking ahead, for your calendar, we have 3 RAC meetings currently on our schedule. November 13th being the next one, as you'll see. We're kind of moving into this phase where we're covering a lot of material. We're working through a lot of steps that ultimately get us to the end of this process. So your participation is appreciated. Again, these are full day meetings, but definitely this is where we kind of hit the rubber hits the road. So it's really helpful and important if you're able to attend. And we'll be building agendas for these. So the goal is for the results, what comes out of this meeting, we'll take those scenarios forward and ideally we're able to look at the results of that. Okay. So the goals of today's meeting, gather feedback on how to evaluate success around stabilizing groundwater levels, looking at kind of the real world and what does success look like. Getting your feedback on this. We want to just hear from you. We're not making decisions, but we need to know what you all think. Iterate on the first results with an OWRD management scenario. So the department with their 15 sub-area model was able to run that through the 15 sub-area scenario, was able to run that through the model. So we'll be able to take a look at that and get a feel for how this is going to work when we run these additional scenarios through. And then we need to come away this afternoon with 3 management scenarios. So it's been discussed a few times, but there's capacity within the department to run 5 scenarios through the model, 3 of which will be kind of come out of this RAC meeting. So we need to land on those. Some of the discussion groups that so many of you may have participated in helped us get going in that direction, but it's the role of this RAC to determine what scenario we're moving forward. Okay, any questions? All right. So just a quick recap, where we've been, we haven't been in person since June. So we had a short meeting in August. The summer here was obviously very challenging for you all, so we wanted to respect that, not put more on your plate. So we did, if you recall, we had a brief meeting online in August, but a lot of work was done with the discussion groups. So just quick recap here. So the main topics covered at the last RAC were the goals. I'll just leave this up here for a second. This is a summary of some of the comments that were received. These are still being considered and worked on by the department. So not any significant updates from these, but some of the key takeaways that are still alive in the process. Mark.
Thank you, Brian. So the department is still evaluating and working on it. What does that mean for us?
But anybody in the department wanna take that? Sure.
I mean, 2 RAC meetings left.
Right.
3. Yeah. November, December, January. I think from our perspective, right, Jason, when we say we're still considering this, number 2, and number 1 are specifically comments and input on the goal of the target water level trend in the decline. And we don't believe we're gonna adjust from that goal, but we're still considering that, and we wanna see what model results show to help inform that overall goal decision around what is possible within the basin. So I don't think we wanna.
So I think that's a little disingenuous, just to be straightforward, from listening to the Water Resource Commission meetings and what the department has presented to the commission. They have clearly stated what their goal is.
The commission has,
No, you guys have to the commission.
we have presented a recommendation, like what we are recommending.
And what is that recommendation?
Target water level trend with no decline.
Okay, so that's why I say it's a little disingenuous, that you still say you're considering 1 and 2, because what you presented to the commission differs from that.
I think, like Tim said, that's the direction we're going, and that's, you know, why we presented that to the commission. That doesn't mean that, you know, based on model runs, that we couldn't change that direction. So, yeah, I mean, I understand your point. I think, you know, right now, if we were to write up the rules and move forward today, that's where we would be. But I think that we're not to the point where, you know, we're putting the nail in that particular position and we're going with it. You know, we're still open to changes based on what we see in the model of this year.
Would you prefer us to say just outright that the goal is the goal and we're not gonna change no matter what?
I'm just relaying what I've seen and what I've heard in my impression that you know, if you were to give me a % chance that you're gonna change your goal, it'd probably be really, really small. Let's just put that out there and move on.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if that's we might not agree, but that's fine, that's part of this process, we know that, but let's not keep showing people that maybe we're gonna reevaluate this if the odds are 95% we're not.
Okay. Yeah, good point.
I mean,
That's fair feedback.
Anybody have any thoughts or need any clarification on what we're talking about here?
So restate what the department's goal is so that it's really clear for my small mind.
Target water level trend with no decline.
With no decline,
Right.
okay? So in the years that in the management scenario that's happening now with the water levels, if they come up for your measurements for next year, how's that gonna fit into the scenario?
So if water.
In areas, if there's areas we know it's still gonna decline.
Right, so
In other areas, we're seeing static levels that are going up.
right, and so that conversation is when we talk, is measuring success, and that's what we're gonna get into next, right? Is
Okay.
how we measure and evaluate whether or not we're achieving the goal is a conversation we're yet to have. And that's next. Today.
And you're basing all your decisions on 15 sub-areas, is that right?
No,
No, we're gonna be looking at a number of different.
we have evaluated water level trends based on 15 sub-areas currently. But we are looking today to develop other management scenarios that you all are going to propose. We're gonna run those through the model and see how things differ. And it may be the case that 15 sub-areas is the wrong approach and we wanna go with something different, right? So that's where the model is gonna help inform
I
our
was
decision.
just asking if that was if you guys had already made your mind up.
No, the goal today, the main goal is to come to settle on the range of different scenarios. To give us a broad spectrum of options to run through the model. Travis, it's on your hand up.
I was just gonna say, what are like two factors and reasons for that decision? Can you guys give us that?
For the goal,
Yeah, for the goal of zero decline.
so as we talked about in August, there's historic precedent, there's statutory requirement. Then there's the impacts of ongoing groundwater level declines that we're considering in the setback. But we talked through that in August as part of that, right?
So I keep bringing up the notion that there are more appropriate ways to manage these situations. And using a model that is wrong, and then picking something that you like best is the worst you could do. The best you could do is manage under uncertainty, which is to take some steps towards alleviating the pressure and slowly over time adjust it based upon your monitoring situation. So the idea that you're gonna create the best one and you're gonna say that's it, that's the worst type of management. Managing under uncertainty requires continuous adaptability based upon what the weather conditions and we just lost all the uplands, vegetation, so that's gonna have an impact. And you need to develop a management system that allows you to be able to be flexible enough to not devastate the community, but ease your way towards an effective, your goal. And I worry about your entire approach here if you're gonna depend on these models. These models are wrong. And I'll tell you what happens with them is that each cell has an error associated with it. And when you come up with your answer, you multiply that cell by that cell by that cell by that cell, and you multiply the error every time. So the error gets repeated in those models over and over again. That model is not trustworthy. And so there are better ways of managing under uncertainty like this, especially since we know water is a variable commodity. And that we've been going through a drought and that we lost the vegetation up on the uplands. We need to develop a flexible system, not this model told us something. That model's trash. I don't care what anybody says, and I know these models.
Let's, we got one more here. I saw your hand up, Mark. Okay, just kind of a pause. We're gonna talk about the scenarios here in a little bit in the model. There's gonna be a lot of discussion on that. So that's good feedback. I think there is some, iterative nature in these models and opportunity to adjust, and we can talk a little bit more about that when we get into it.
I think in response to Roger, it's like, I think we need to remember that, yes, we're setting rules for right now, but it's not the end forever. Because there are requirements in the critical groundwater designation that it needs to be reviewed every so many years. But I don't remember how many years. So there is adaptability
How do you
there.
bring back the guys you lost? How do you kick people out? So what do? Say, come on back, really joking?
So do you just want me to pack up and move because my well's gonna go dry because it's
No, I want to help you dig again.
from 327 feet?
Whatever. All I'm saying is there are more appropriate ways of managing under uncertainty.
And we're gonna look at them.
But the model is not that way.
The model is a place to start.
It's a place to start. That's a great way to put it. And I think let's talk about that here a little bit. So again, just to recap from our last couple months, some of the items that are still there, just ensuring that, these are out there. Again, there's some discussion around that, but, still items that are moving forward and being looked at. Let's, go to the next one. Okay, so the other main, work that occurred in the last couple of months was the discussion groups. Some of you probably participated in that. It's okay if you didn't. These were, voluntary for RAC members, for the public, opportunities to crunch on some of these big issues and start building some, get the ball rolling towards having something that we can bring to the RAC, so we're not necessarily starting from scratch. But again, the RAC is the place where decisions will be made on what moves forward, and so not an issue if you weren't part of those. The main topic areas that these discussion groups focused on were management scenarios and fiscal impacts. And again, I guess I'll back up, those are facilitated by Oregon consensus, so this did have a neutral process. This wasn't something developed internally by the community. But again, digging into these big subject areas so we can get the information rolling of what's gonna ultimately feed into this decision in the RAC. In those discussion groups, key questions surfaced by people that participated that we wanted to just address out front so that it's clear that we're not, you know, these are important and they will get discussed. First one, what annual pumpage will reduction occur? I think we'll do that in just 1 second here. Number 2, how will the department allocate water? That is part of our agenda today. So that's the main discussion point here. The third one, question that came up from people who participated in the discussion group was, how will unused water rights be canceled? Important question, probably on a lot of people's mind if you weren't part of those discussion groups. Not necessarily part of this RAC process, and what we're gonna do is put a pin in that. At the conclusion of the RAC meeting, some members of the department will stick around and can maybe answer some questions on that topic. And that will be outside of the RAC, so therefore, members of the public that are curious about that, there'd be an opportunity to answer some questions about how that process works. But just want to acknowledge that came up and it's important, but we're gonna kind of put that at the end of the meeting. Yes.
One thing that you're missing on this slide though is the key questions that came up from that. From number 2, from fiscal impact, one of the key questions that was gone over in great detail in those meetings was, how will the significant economic impact to small businesses be accounted for through policy in this process? That is a huge part of what the RAC does have to address. And it was discussed at length in those stakeholder meetings. There is a lot that has to be delved into, because just because the department in RACs previous to this have never taken that into account and had any policy change due to it, we know from the level of fiscal impact that will occur in this community that there has to be consideration given to the significant fiscal impact. It was requested that economists be engaged to truly be able to delve into what that significant impact is and the importance of it in this process, because how we get to the reduction matters, because that's how the significant impact will play out.
Thanks. No, that's a good point, and absolutely. Kelly, can you help me, remind me of when we have time, when we're gonna dig into these issues on our future RAC schedule?
Fiscal impact is gonna be start in November, December, and January. Is when we're gonna start talking about fiscal impact. We're gonna get some better idea of management scenarios. The plan is though, is to have some sort of analysis around as is pumping, as we just continue pumping, what fiscal impact is there. And then we will start evaluating the physical impacts based off management scenarios from that point.
But the impacts to this community at large, from the power bills to everything else, if electricity can't be afforded due to the reduction happening at a very quick rate, you will shut this whole community down. And there is in your statute the ability to be able to consider that. And that has to play into this. This community cannot go without power as much as it cannot go without water.
Absolutely. No, this it's a huge part of what's part of our future agendas. And I guess it's helpful maybe to look big picture as to why we're zeroing in on these scenarios for this meeting. And then we're gonna zero in on some of that in the future meetings. It's a 6-week-ish process to run this model with these scenarios. So getting that nailed down so the department can get that rolling is why the focus isn't on fiscal impacts at this meeting. But the reason why fiscal impacts was we started that conversation discussion because it is so important. We need to get that conversation moving towards where we're able to put the time towards it. Yeah, not downplay, but it should be on there. It's a key question.
That's where, you know, it comes back to what Roger was stating. There has to be adaptive management occur that is in consideration that the state is the one that allocated the water. The people in this community made the investment due to the state allowing that allocation to occur. The state also has to own their part in what that's going to do to this community. And the state has to step up. I know the Water Resources Department is one agency, but other agencies need to be engaged because the state is the responsible party for how we got here. It was lack of monitoring over time, and there's still concern in this community that whatever decisions come out of this RAC will also, over time, have a dwindle of support for that continued monitoring and other things that need to occur. Because if things do improve in the system, that needs to be acknowledged also. If things don't improve, then we need to acknowledge it. But there is a very large concern from this community due to the history of how OWRD got us here, that that could occur again.
Okay. Yes, Jeff. Yeah.
So what is the window when an economist could be utilized for this? Because I'm afraid if we talk about it and then we get to January, is that past the point when that could actually be tapped, that kind of a resource? I mean, it's one thing to say we're gonna talk fiscal impact more in the next 3 meetings and not today, but I guess it'd be good to understand how that would fit in, so we don't realize it's too late now, before we actually start diving into it.
That's a great question. I don't know. You have, go ahead, Tom.
Well, so I hear you guys that the economists should be hired. And the department does not have the resources for hiring economists. However, if anyone is brought and hired by outside and we bring that information in, we could take that. So the question, the answer to you, Jess, is this would be a good time to start. If that is a wish, this would be a good time to start doing it. Mark, I saw you raise your hand.
I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Kelly,
Oh, okay, all right.
but I do have a comment on this after you're done.
Sure, yeah. So that's the answer to your question. Now would be the good time. And once we get into, well, actually, okay, now I'm thinking more broadly. You can, if we get into public comment, you could certainly submit fiscal impact analysis to the public comment and say, hey, we're challenging the fiscal impact analysis. This is what our analysis says. And we have to take that into consideration. Back to small business compliance, the cost of compliance statutes that Christine was referring to. We have to take that into consideration. And then, like I discussed in our September 17th meeting, we have to, within the extent of public health and safety, take steps to address the significant economic impact to the small businesses and to the extent of health and safety. Does that answer your question?
I guess it does. It sounds to me like the state wants fiscal impact, but they want it qualitative, and any meaningful fiscal impact pursuit is an economic burden to the community that's concerned about being economically burdened. So I think that's kind of an unfair scenario that's set up.
Yeah, you didn't expect us to hire USGS or scientists to go measure our wells. Why should we have to hire an economist to go measure our economy?
Yeah, sure. I hear that.
Mark? Maybe more for Jason, the relay back up to Ivan and others. What I was told is the department doesn't have enough money, like Kelly said, because they're $2 million over budget because of litigation again. The litigation typically has been the #1 driving factor for the department having issues. The $50,000 to $70,000 that would be needed to complement the economic study per year will save you $50,000 to $70,000 plus multiple multipliers because of litigation that will occur if you don't.
Because the county will litigate on this issue if it's not addressed properly in their act. I guarantee that.
And I'll talk to again, I mean, it just shouldn't do it. Setting ourselves up for a train wreck that we don't want. And I know you guys don't want it either in here. I mean, I don't know any of this part wants, but we gotta be looking a little bit broader.
I just want to make sure I understood on the model runs. You said we're allowed to do like 5 runs total and 3, we choose 3 and they take like 6 weeks.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I mean, that's an important question. I don't want to derail us yet, but that isn't all about what we're talking about this afternoon.
I guess my question is simply, I mean, if we were to choose 3 scenarios today, we wouldn't have the model runs by the November 13th meeting, since it's only 4 weeks away or whatever. And if we learn something from that, it's then another 6 weeks before, we'd have another model run, and if we're allowed 5, gosh.
Well, I'll put it very, I guess in the simple terms that I understand it, and part of it can clarify, but it's the initial run, and then once that's what's the time consuming piece, and then you can tweak and turn the dials and adjust as, to refine. And that's not a 6-week process. Would that be accurate?
That's fair. Yep. The intent is to provide results in the November meeting, and then to be able to iterate from there further, and hopefully have narrowed down the management scenario we want to actually move forward with between November and December, and then we'll look at how we would implement that in the rules. And we look at results in December as well, so.
Yeah.
With final rule language coming in January.
So I guess a key question here that, thank you for bringing up, Kristen, and that we need to carry forward is the question about the economist and how that gets implemented and how that gets funded. So that's important, and we'll be moving that forward ideally with some answers soon. Okay, so again, the first 1 year from what annual pumpage will reductions occur, we can probably address that now. Tim?
Yep, so on the next slide, this was discussed in the discussion group, and we just want to make it really clear that the model was calibrated. The last year of water use estimates that we have that went into the model is 2018 pumpage. So when we're using the model to test management scenarios, we want to start from 2018 pumpage as the baseline, because that is what is actually set up in the model. And so we want to curtail from that and not from some other number that doesn't actually exist within the model. And so we're really trying to focus on that 2018 number, because that is what the actual measured values were, and that's what was used in the model for actual pumpage. So how we distribute that, whatnot, we will talk about in the management scenario, but we're using that as the baseline. So just want to make that really clear and answer that question. And then wanted to note that we're still waiting on a new data set to be published that will allow us to estimate water use between 2019 and 2023. So the Desert Research Institute and WRD have been in partnership on that for multiple years now, and it's supposedly very close, but as with all scientific things, it takes time, and we want to make sure the numbers are right before we publish it, before we post anything, because we don't want to have to retract. So.
Sorry, during the comment period, please do ask questions for members of the public. Okay, questions here? You're right. Okay, done. All right, so first, agenda item here, measuring success. Is this Dark? Okay, yeah, so. Dark, well, go ahead and go to the first slide. I can probably start us off here. So the goal of this conversation is to discuss the different methods of consideration for measuring success in the model and in the real world. So we'll kind of go over that distinction of the difference between success in the model and success in reality. explore challenges and pros and cons of the methods, and receive input on the RAC's preferred approach. So in that kind of real world, scenario, identifying what success looks like and when. That's something that we're not looking to reach a conclusion on from the RAC today, but we need to hear from you or what you think. And so we can maybe build a range. Level of participation, just a reminder from the IEP spectrum, we want to involve and consult. We need input on this.
Okay, Doug, you wanna go ahead and share your screen or?
Yeah. Okay, are we seeing the presentation?
We are, yes.
Let me jump ahead. So just to hit on that last line there, again, we're really looking for feedback from the RAC today. So if there are any questions, comments, ideas, suggestions at any point, please feel free to raise your hand and chime in. And then there's going to be a number of key points in the presentation where we'll stop and directly ask the RAC for that input. So we appreciate that. So to think about success, we first have to circle back to what our goal is. And we've seen this slide before. This is the department's position on our goal of a target water level trend of no decline. So the type of success we're talking about in this presentation is specifically around this goal. There's many other kinds of what we might consider success. But really for this presentation and for this conversation, this is what we're talking about. How do we measure whether or not we've achieved this goal? And so we're going to really get into the nuts and bolts of how we do this, what data we're going to use, and the types of evaluations that we have to look at. So like Bryant mentioned, we really have to make this distinction between how we measure success in the model versus how we measure success in the real world moving forward in the basin. So the model gives us a lot more information that we just don't have access to in the real world. So in the modeled environment, we've got groundwater levels that are modeled at every location within the model extent. The model is a simple. Hello?
1 second.
Yeah, 1 second, give me a second.
Sorry, Dark, can we go back a slide? It's Mark, Dark. Didn't mean to interrupt you when you started. Might need to work through this one. I mean, water levels do not show long-term decline. Water levels exist in a dynamically stable range. So, I mean, what we've had a conversation in the past is, are we taking the medium, mean, or are we looking at an individual well and an individual sub-area to meet those criteria? That's very important for all the conversations.
Absolutely, Mark. And that's exactly what this presentation is going to dive into, is how do we do that? So you're absolutely right. There's a lot kind of buried in each of these bullets, and we need to decide how we think about those challenges and what data and evaluations we use to make a determination of, can this be considered stable? Can this be considered success? And so I've got a series of slides here that are going to spur that conversation, get us thinking about it, and hopefully get us moving in the direction of an answer to some of those questions. So sticking with the modeled world for just a minute, it's a very simplified system compared to the real world. There's much less variability. There's a number of variables that aren't in the model that exist in the real world. The wet and dry cycles that we see in the basin, seasonal changes in pumping that aren't captured in the model. So it's very much a simplified system. The groundwater levels in the model they're calculated as mathematical solutions, dependent on just what inputs we put into the model, and both the timing, the temporal resolution, and the spatial resolution of the model. And the model allows us to get things like impacts to springs and GDEs that are much more challenging to measure in the real world. So we'll have access in the model to to different information than we will in the real world. Now, back in the real world, of course, we only know groundwater levels at those wells that we go to and physically measure the water levels in those wells. So we don't have the resolution of information in the real world, of course, compared to the model. There's much more variability in the real world that can be captured in the model. And the groundwater levels in the real world, again, are dependent on variables that the simplified model scenario just doesn't capture. And again, just to comment that while it is possible to measure discharge at springs, and to some extent the impacts to GDEs, it's much more challenging in the real world to capture that information. So as we're stepping through these slides, we need to always be thinking about, okay, in our model scenarios, what tools do we have available to us to evaluate success versus moving forward in the real world, what realistically can we look at to measure whether or not we've achieved our goal?
Dark, pause real quick. We may switch the way we're presenting this only because your slides are smaller. So I think Kelly's gonna toggle through the slides on his end because so we can all see it larger. So just might need to just let him know when to change.
Okay, should I stop sharing?
No,
I'm sure it goes online, but Kelly will just toggle through the slides at the same time you do.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, well, moving on to the next one. So sticking with this, considering the modeled world versus the real world, again, looking back to our goal, we're talking about water level trends. So again, in the model, it's a simplified system, much less variability from year to year and from time step to time step. And so given that, we can look at trends and evaluate from one year to the next and not concern ourselves much with the types of variability that we'll see in the real world. So we can evaluate a trend, say from 2026 to 2027, and that's really representing the trend that's occurring in the model at that location. Now, in the real world, there's much more variability. We've all seen hydrographs. They're typically not going to look like a nice smooth curve like we would get out of the model. There's just a lot more going on in the real world that the model doesn't capture. And so what we've presented to you in the past, and you've got the water level trends analysis there in your RAC packet in front of you. Our approach to calculating trends using real world data is to use what's called the SENS slope calculation. And the way we've been approaching it up to this point is with a minimum of 4 data points. Again, these are annual spring high data points. So while in the model, we can look from year to year, in the real world, given the variability that we know exists, it might not be representative to use just 1 year's change to represent what the actual trend at that location in the aquifer system is. So we're looking at a minimum of 4 data points, and we also have to think about the maximum data set we want to look at to capture what is the trend now. So we don't want to be calculating the trend, say, from 1990 to now. We want to look at the recent set of data to understand what the trend in that water level record is kind of today. I'll pause there to see if there's any comments, questions in the room. And if not, we will move into more of the nuts and bolts.
And just a reminder really quick, the groundwater level trends analysis is in your packet there. Take a look at it. For the members of the public, there's copies over here. You can look at it. The methods and the specific information about how many data points, what years, etc., is all in this packet, including all of the wells that were evaluated and the total number of wells evaluated.
Definitions.
That's in the packet. Yeah.
Does everybody have, so we're gonna be talking about like sense slope and all that, does everybody have the definitions documented in your packet? No?
Model terms. Are you
Groundwater model terms. Okay. That's that now. There's 1 second, sir.
That's fine.
We have it?
Yeah.
You guys. Yeah, I'll give you an extra line. I got it. You have one. $5 for talk about. Well, why would you would- Listen. So this one right here. This is the- Yeah, I'll give you an extra time. And then.
Okay, Derek, we're all good.
Okay, thanks.
All right, start back up.
Okay, so one major consideration we need to ask ourselves when thinking about what success looks like is the timing to achieve that success. And we've seen some of these bullet points before. We know that longer timelines to achieving stability are going to result in more negative impacts to the groundwater system, more dry wells, decreased natural discharge to evapotranspiration to native plants and spring discharge. We're going to see, again, the loss of groundwater storage, which is lower groundwater levels, increased pumping costs, and a couple of things that we don't see yet in the Harney Basin, but we know do occur in arid areas across the West are you can get a possible decrease in the quality of your groundwater and land subsidence, which is a sinking of the physical ground structure. So the big question for this slide is, what is an acceptable timeline to reaching stable water levels? And there's a few ways you can think about this. Should it depend on what the current rate of decline is? Does this timeline need to be the same everywhere in the basin? Or can it vary depending on what our current rate of decline is today? Or should it depend on what the existing magnitude of decline that has already occurred is? So how much decline has already occurred in a given area, and should that inform our goal for timing of reaching stability? So I'm going to pause here, kick it over to Brian to facilitate some conversation in the room there, and just get what do folks think? Is 10 years reasonable? 30? What are the thoughts in the room?
Anybody need clarification on the question?
Yeah.
The question is, what is an appropriate timeline to achieve our goal of a target water level trend of 0 decline? Over what timeline should we achieve that goal? Is it, I mean, we can probably put some end members on it, so it's probably not realistic to say we're going to do it next year. And I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think any of us would say 200 years is an appropriate amount of time to reach there. So in the room, what are the thoughts around this question? Or online for RAC members?
I mean, one approach is to take a look at how long it's been going on this way and using a similar amount of time as we think we know the time frame in which this occurred, and then use the same time frame to stop it. I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Okay, Zach has his hand up online too.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that I tend to think on decadal scales. I like a 10-year timeline that gives time for a transition from pumping that's not necessarily an immediate next year approach. But I think there's, we have to be considerate of two timelines here. One is a timeline for reduction in pumping, which is what we can directly control. The other is a timeline for reaching reasonably stable water levels, which is dependent upon both reductions in pumping and aquifer characteristics. And so I know, Darek, you posed the question as what's an acceptable timeline for achieving reasonably stable or stable water levels, but wanted to call out that, that varies by where you are in the aquifer, right?
Yeah, got that. So that captured that distinction. So I got Roger's comment. You know, a timeline should be however long it took to occur should be what we should look at as the appropriate target. Zach, just the distinction between reaching pumping reductions and stabilizing water levels. You said 10 years. I guess I just wanted to confirm where that fits into that.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the clarification. I like thinking about a timeline for achieving pumping reductions within 10 years. And that might not translate to reaching reasonably stable water levels in 10 years in some parts of the basin.
So I mean, I agree with Zach on that we need timeframes to figure out how, when we start to reduce water usage. I mean, if we're gonna take a volunteer agreement approach, water usage could probably start in the next couple of years. If we take a strong-handed regulatory approach, the contested case, we all know it's a minimum of 5 years, maybe longer. So having, you know, water reductions in the next 5 years, 10 years would be a good goal. Hopefully we have the sideboards wide enough on a volunteer agreement that we can start in the next year or two. What does success look like in getting to zero rate of decline in time? Very tough question, Art. As from earlier conversations we had today, what is the impact, not just to ourselves, what is the impact to the community? Social, economic, and ecological, we don't know. But I mean, I've been saying for as long as I've known most of you, agree with Roger. Taking a generation to get here. We probably need a generation to get out of here. Because this is gonna be tough socially for the domestic owners, socially for the farmers, tough for the community. If you try to do this on a more accelerated time place than this, I'll go back to my statement. When they stopped logging in our community, we had one of the highest average household incomes. We're now one of the poorest average household incomes. Groundwater extraction at an unsustainable rate in some areas has pumped up this economy. When we take that away, where do we go? This community needs a generational glide path to get out of this. We want to work with you, but we gotta have the flexibility to get there.
Mark, what would, not to oversimplify, but just by generation, how?
So Ivan and I had this conversation across this table on rack number 3. I said generation, Ivan says, you mean the generation of an alfalfa stand? 30, 40 years.
Okay. No, that's what.
I mean, but that's without any understanding of what that does to this economy, is we don't have the modeling, we don't have the economics. I don't know if that reasonably stable, I mean, we're getting more of an information, but the first time you ask that question, we don't know if that's a 90% reduction or 30% reduction. And the first time you asked that question, the department hadn't taken a stance on what reasonably stable was. Now we do. We don't know what the outcome of the reduction is to that yet.
Okay. Yeah.
So just to be clear, when you say a generation to get out of it, you were focusing on stability, not on the timeline for reductions, correct?
So, like I said, my timeline for reduction, you know, the next, hopefully in a volunteer agreement, I am hopeful that we can start reducing water use in the next couple of years. If we go through a contested case process, realistically, it's 5 to 10 years.
Okay.
Then to reach the stability of the generation, not a generation to stop using the water. I understand. I mean, I stopped using as much water in 2017 because I put on Lisa systems. Now I'm gonna be penalized for that, but I'm not gonna go there right now.
Thank you for clarifying.
That's helpful. Where's the year? Thought I saw it.
No, I was debating whether I want to comment or not. I'm still like, go back to the zero decline. Because even if our goal is zero decline, and yeah, say we say, oh, we're gonna take 20 years to get there, 30 years to get there. I still go to the fact that zero decline, I don't think zero decline is gonna be acceptable ever. Because I mean, someone can correct me on the numbers, but it seems like going back over like all the studies and all that at zero decline, we would cut, our community would have to go back, if we go by the numbers, we would go back to what, 5,000 acres or something irrigated? I mean, it's a huge, I mean, that's just the number I keep thinking, like, if you go back to zero decline, that's what we were told the numbers would be. Eventually, it may take 20, you know, we may do it slowly over 20, 30 years. But I still like, how do you keep only 5,000, 10,000 acres irrigated and say we're still gonna be viable in 20, 30 years? I think zero decline isn't just something that affects us as Harney County. The state is going for that throughout the whole state, which means we're not the only ones gonna be shut down if we let them go to a zero decline. The rest of the state, a lot of places, not everywhere, there's some places that have really good in the valley water. But the eastern side, we're gonna end up shutting all the agricultural down. And we're just the start. And so I always have a problem with this zero decline because I don't think that's reasonable. I think that you can take an aquifer and have a slight decline, and now we have to slow it in places. I think you can have a slight decline and still keep your economy viable, keep your springs, your other water dependent and your domestic wells viable. I don't think zero decline is something that over the long term that is a goal. I just keep coming back to that because I just think that's gonna destroy.
I just think on top of that, these large scale cyclic weather patterns that occur that replenish the water, like the 80s flood we had here. I mean, these things may be on 100-year cycles, so we may be able to we may in fact, like what happened in California, they pulled all the water out and then they got flooded and they can't do anything with, they don't know what to do with the water. And so what I think is that these 100-year cycles that occur with water play a role here when you're sort of looking for this zero movement. I'm not sure that that's the way it really works in the real world, is that I think you would have decline and then you would have, 2 or 5 years out of 100 that would replenish it quickly. So I guess I worry about us hoping that we can generate the zero decline when I'm not sure that Mother Nature is as nearly as careful with how she approaches this stuff with water. So it's just a comment, but it's one that worries me.
Yeah, so I appreciate both those comments, and what I will say is the model is gonna help us understand what the timelines are and what the cuts would look like to get there, right? So that's what we're gonna use, Larissa, and I think it's gonna be really interesting as we start to look at model results, seeing what is possible and what that does mean from an impact statement, like standpoint, right? From an impact standpoint, right? How much cut is enough to achieve this goal? And then we can start to put that in perspective of, here's what was being used in 2018, or hopefully we'll have the 2023 numbers. Here's what was being used in 2023. Here's what we have to cut down to. What does that mean in terms of total acreage, right? And we can start to understand, is that we're left with 5,000 acres of irrigated land, or are we left with 25,000 acres of irrigated land, right? Those are potentially wildly different numbers. And that's what we're trying to get to, right? That's the information we want to present here in future RACs so that we can incorporate that into our rules.
Okay, so if a model says that the only way to get to zero decline is say we have to cut back to 5,000 acres, is the water resource going to stick with that zero decline and realize that that's not very good for the community or the rest of the state? Or are they willing to then say, oh, well, we'll let you have a minimal decline that is still, can still support ag and the environment and the community?
That's a great question. And I guess I don't at this point know. I mean, we'll probably have to take into account obviously the economics of that decision and other things once we get some results from the model that show us, do we have to cut to that level? That may change the department's direction a bit. I think too, that some of the things that we're seeing in the model, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, is where we say it's zero decline or basically zero decline, there's still a range there of decline that we are, considering to be zero, which is like less than 1/10 of the foot per year decline. Once we reach a certain level, then we're considering that stable in the run through dozen miles.
Yeah, so I think that becomes a conversation about how we measure success, right?
Yeah.
And what that looks like. And so, again, I want to let Dart keep going through his presentation here, because we're gonna get into the nuts and bolts there, but as Mark said, right off the bat, we seem disingenuous by not being upfront and honest about what we think the goal should be, and just moving on. And I think you're asking the inverse of that question is there room to change? And I don't see a scenario in which presented with that kind of like information that we would hold fast to zero decline is it, and we're gonna devastate this economy. Like, I don't see that, but that's just Tim's perspective. That's not the department's stance. And, you know, I have a boss, so my boss has a boss.
Hey,
Sorry,
Lisa
I can't-
Brown's got her hand up. I just want to make sure you guys catch that.
We got an eye on that, we're just letting this play out. Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to put my 2 cents in here, which is that I think 10 years to get to the full amount of reduction in pumping is reasonable. You know, we did identify this problem 10 years ago, that there was an over allocation of about 100,000 acre feet. And, you know, so during that time, there has been like a 10-year sort of glide path where there's been a lot of increased pumping. And so when I look at the timeline, I think it's reasonable to now say we've got 10 years to get to the amount of reduction. And, you know, decisions were made to wait for the USGS report, and of course, this process has gotten delayed a bit. So I just when I look at all the data together, I think that's where I'm at in terms of the timeline. So.
Okay, so that was regarding pumping reduction, 10 years. Any additional thoughts about reaching stable water level?
Yeah, I support the oh, you mean timeline to get to reasonably stable groundwater levels?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not expert enough on the model to know what the relationship is between that full reduction of pumping and hitting the reasonably stable. I think Zach made some good points. I'm not sure how to best control that second target with the reduction in pumping. Just does seem like the one that we can try to control or hit would be the reduction in pumping. But I look forward to hearing the model results so I can educate myself further.
Mark?
The question is also difficult when we look at different parts of the basin. We have some wells that have dropped less than 5 feet. Asking them to hit zero rate of decline is setting a standard that's never been set in the state of Oregon. In fact, in those areas, if there wasn't, you know, Weaver Springs or something that had tripped it, you'd still be allocating water there. So there's gonna be different, I think, potential timing factors to consider in different parts of the basin.
Yep. Okay, any other thoughts on these questions? Again, this is not a scientific conversation. This is throwing ideas against the wall.
So just to follow up on that really quick, Mark, so are you saying that in areas where declines are at a rate that is either low, so let's say less than a foot per year, or where magnitudes of decline are less than, you know, some value, that those should be allowed to continue declining for the same amount of time that it takes us to achieve stability in other areas. So if you said, let's say 40 years to get to no decline in the worst area, Weaver Springs, that Blitzen should be allowed to continue declining for 40 years during that time and stabilize them as well.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is that, I mean, individual thresholds that you, like you said, let's go to the thresholds for the groundwater allocation rulemaking. Let's look at, you know, the 25 foot and all those. Because that's what the department has stated will no longer be reasonable, stable in order to allocate water. If you got sub areas that haven't tripped that, and you're going to actually start a regulatory process, I think is wrong. Do we need to work with those landowners in that area and say there's a red flag here? We need to do something? Yeah, but putting them on a timeline to reach reasonably stable, where you're not doing that in the rest of the state, it's tough. In the rest of the state, you're gonna stop allocating the water in those areas. We haven't even hit that threshold in some of the sub areas, and now you're gonna start essentially a regulatory process. I don't know what the answer is, Tim. I don't know what the quantitative thresholds are, but to me, it just doesn't seem quite right.
So has the department ever in their studies that they've done, if you turn off junior water rights to some year, don't you accomplish the same thing you're trying to accomplish by managing your sub areas?
We haven't run that model scenario yet. We intend to.
But we do intend to. I'd like to see that. Like, how far back do you have to go for the senior wells to, you know, they'll fix themselves?
And we'll get into that as we talk about management scenarios.
Yeah, that's a key question of what's coming out. That
You know, if you turn off the 150 pivots that are juniors, then my seniors will be fine.
So I'm gonna direct this to Jason and Tim. This RAC, as well as the stakeholder meetings, have discussed Weaver Springs at length with the department. To hear you just give Mark that response and give a comparison of Weaver Springs to what Mark was discussing, to me at this point is appalling. We have asked the department to consider Weaver Springs and the triggers that it set and exceeded, and to deal with it. But to have it continue to be the comparison of how we're dealing with other parts of the basin that are nothing like Weaver Springs has to stop. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay, Dark, any other, we got, you know, a range of different feedback for you, some, you know, some numbers, and some really helpful comments. Feel good with some of the input that you received here?
Yeah, that was great conversation. Thank you, everybody, for the feedback. I think we got the information we were looking for, and appreciate that. So let's move on to the next one here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, Derek, I didn't see it. There was one more hand up. Marissa, go ahead.
I mean, and maybe it's something that would come up later. I was just, going to point out that 6 of the 15 sub areas already meet the criteria of reasonable, stable groundwater levels according to the definition that's given, which is basically a rate decline of less than 0.6 feet per year over an average period between 5 and 20 years as defined as reasonably stable. And I'm just going to point out that 6 of the areas already meet that criteria, and 3 of them are just right above that number. So if we're gonna, if you go back to reasonably stable, it does define it as a 0.6 feet decline or less.
Just for the room, those numbers are what was based off the groundwater allocation rulemaking that went through the commission 2 weeks ago.
And I would point us back to the groundwater report, which shows that we have magnitudes of decline, rates of decline, and we have overdrawn. All 3 of those exist in the basin.
Right, that's
In
referring
different
to
areas.
average rate of decline.
Right, so if we're just looking at rate, that's true.
So then you keep saying that, and we keep saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too, because What happens at Woods is not gonna affect Reader's Springs, not gonna go back there. But I would ask the department to analyze all the basins in the state of Oregon, surface water basins, the 18 or 21 model, whatever you want to go to, and tell me if there's been a groundwater level that's been tripped of over 25 foot, and if there's a rate of decline over 1.5 feet. And every one of those basins, let me know how many basins have tripped that and how many have not. Because that's the standard you're setting for here. I want to see what that standard means in the rest of the state, if they're hydraulically connected. Because I know you're gonna find them in multiple ones. Can you do that?
We published a report on groundwater level concerns back in 2018 or 2020, in which we identified the areas of the state with those sorts of.
52% of the state in that study didn't have enough information to know what water was available. I mean, I can quote you the numbers on that. You do not break it down by the basin. You do not break it down by individual wells and individual basins that they've tripped with. I mean, if we're gonna set that standard here, let's see how it plays out in the rest of the state. If not, we'll get somebody to go through the USGS groundwater mapper, and we'll pull it out ourselves. And we're looking for it.
All right.
Okay, I captured that. Okay, go ahead, Dark.
Okay, thank you, guys. So this slide and the next couple are going to help us think about how we characterize a sub area that has significant variability, perhaps, in what the water level trend is across individual wells, how we characterize that sub area as having either achieved success or not. So kind of a binary, is it stable across that sub area or not, given that we know there's variability across any given sub area. So the example map here, this is still using our 15 sub areas. This is the Crane sub area. And you can see, just looking at the colors of the individual symbols, that there's variability across that sub area in what the rate of decline is. So any individual well is going to be declining at a somewhat different rate than any other individual well. And so how do we classify a sub area as either stable or not? And there's a number of different statistical metrics we can look at to do this. And this came up earlier in the conversation, and this really gets into that. So I've listed 4 possible options here of how we might use summary statistics to characterize a sub area as either having achieved success or not. One really basic one would be to just require that all wells in the sub area have a trend of 0 feet per year. This is a pretty strict approach, and we do know that some wells are just going to take a very long time to stabilize completely. They may continue to decline at a very low rate for much longer than other wells. And so is that a fair way to approach this measure of success? Another approach might be to say something like, we require that 90% of wells have a trend of 0 feet per year. And that could be any percentage. You could say 75, or you could say 95. But in the example of 90%, this would allow 10% of the wells in a sub area to continue declining. Another approach we've talked about in the past is using the median value. So this is just the center value in a set of data, that median value be 0 feet per year. This approach would potentially allow half of the wells in a sub area to continue declining. Is that acceptable? And then last here would be using the average. Now, using the average, if we've got a range of decline rates, using the average may require that some wells have positive trends, are actually recovering to balance out those wells that are still in decline in that sub area. So each of these approaches has pros and cons. There's not necessarily a perfect solution here, but this is just to get the RAC thinking about what these different types of metrics mean for our evaluation of success. And I'm not listing these in any order of preference or really raising any to highlight what our preference might be. But I would like to pause here and see what the RAC thinks, if folks have thought about this. I see one hand up already. And just pause here for further conversation, because this is a pretty important point. And there's gonna be more complications in the next slide when it comes to what the size of sub area is, what the range of variability within that sub area is. But right now, just looking at these 4 options, what are your thoughts? Do you have other options? What are we thinking? Appreciate your feedback.
Thanks, Ark. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. I think, Dark, as you said, there's limitations to all of these. Some of them, like all wells, are going to be, frankly, kind of non-starters just because of the dynamically stable concept and the idea of climate variability. I think I like median the most. It has the most rigorous background in literature. It makes the most sense to use from both a spatial standpoint and from a temporal standpoint. The problem with median that commonly comes up is that it allows for severe outliers. So you can have a median trend of 0 in a subarea and still have one of those wells or even a handful of those wells declining by, name a number, make an up number like 20 feet per year or something extreme like that. And it would still median out to 0. And so what I would suggest is a median plus approach where it's median plus some individual threshold a median of all the wells in the sub area, while ensuring that no individual well in that sub area exceeds certain thresholds. And I think what those thresholds are is up for debate, but you could say median of the sub area is 0, and then no individual well is considered excessively declining, which is 3 feet per year or more over 10 years or something. So I'm not necessarily sticking to that 3 feet number. That's just a proposal. What I'm really suggesting, what I think is the strongest approach, is using a median for sub area and ensuring that there's a sideboard for individual wells in addition to that median.
Okay, great. That's excellent feedback. Mark.
So I agree with Zach on majority of that. In fact, when we asked the department to group up some sub areas and come with a PTW in this room, we asked for the median level trends of those groundwater levels. The department decided not to do that. They decided to go with the most acute problem in occurring on both facilities. Oh, we can look at the charts afterwards. Yeah. I see, if you look, but I agree with Zach, the medium. I do struggle with having individual outliers having an exception. I mean, Dark, we looked at places up Crane Buchanan Road that were deep wells that have dropped 200 foot in a couple of years. But if I move over and drill a shallower well, next to that, the variability of the rate of decline is going to go down exponentially. So there are areas that are outliers that have pockets of water. So if I'm an irrigator and I've hit one of those and I trigger, 50 foot or 3 foot, do I have the ability to come up to zone 1 or 2 that you modeled and use that water level if I'm not going to be 50-foot level decline or declining quickly? Because we know that different levels will react differently with our model scenarios. So are you gonna shut off that POA in that water rate because they happen to be in a specific area? So it becomes very complicated. Summarize, I support the medium without the outlier trends, or we have to have far more discussion on the outlier trends.
So how come in your monitoring, you guys don't use your monitoring wells? And because the outlying wells are self-medicated. I mean, they're gonna run out of water, they're gonna have issues, you're gonna end up turning the pump off anyway. So you guys have required us to drill these monitoring wells. Why aren't you just using those in the sub areas instead of the irrigation well itself?
So in our trends analysis, we're using all the available data. So we're using monitoring wells, we're using permit condition water level data. At all the wells we have data for that we consider to be high quality data, we're using in our water level trends analysis. So are you saying, Andy, that we should limit the number of wells that we use to track this to just monitoring wells in sub areas?
No, but in my case, they went and found the well that had the farthest drawdown, and that's your well that you're using. And I have wrote the water resources letters over it in the whole 9 yards. But I guess I'm looking for consistency. If you're gonna create this sub area, you guys required the monitoring well that we spent $25,000 or $30,000 on, and I thought that was the purpose. You know, because you're using, I mean, that would be a more natural level than something that you're using, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna go up and down.
Sure, what I'm saying is we included that, like, we are using that information.
So you're using the monitoring well plus the irrigation well, that's what you're saying?
If we have water levels for it, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, back to, I guess, this question here that Dark's posed and these potential options that, you know, that are, we could consider. We've heard some, support for the median with some, variation on the way it's defined here. Any other thoughts from folks? Median sounds like a good approach.
Are you gonna base that in each sub area? Or are you gonna base that for the entire basin? Would be a question to Derek.
Yeah, so what we're talking about here specifically is how we characterize each sub area. So for each sub area, those wells that we have water level data for, we would look at one of these summary statistics just for the wells in that sub area to characterize that sub area as either having achieved success or not.
Does that help, Louis, with your question?
So I think it's gonna vary per sub area where you wanna go with which one you're gonna wanna use.
Okay, so you're looking at different methods.
So each scenario is gonna be different for each sub area. Is kind of what I'm saying, because I think in, certain areas, those would be a trigger in the future because we have zero decline right now in a particular sub area, whereas in others, you have more severe problems, okay? So it'll all depend on which one you want to pick here for each individual sub area. If that kind of makes sense.
Okay.
And use that for a trigger in the future, possibly for the red flag to go up. Hey, we got a problem. It looks like there's a problem developing in an area that was showing no declines. And then it does show a decline in the future. You kind of tiptoeing around it, but each sub area is gonna be defined differently on how you want to manage it.
So what we're talking about here is how we actually calculate the trend, right?
Let me give you a scenario. I think there's a sub area that you have defined that has zero decline, okay? Are you gonna manage that differently than Crane? Within,
yes, but we're not gonna summarize the water levels differently, right?
no, it's gonna, so you have this sub area is zero decline, and you have this one over here that's showing a half a foot per year.
Right, but how did we calculate that? That's what we're talking about, is how did we calculate that one is at zero decline and one is at -5? Did we sum up did we average them? Did we use a median? Did we say 90% of the wells are not declining and therefore that's zero decline for the sub area, right? We're talking about how did we get those actual numbers, no decline versus -5.
The method for measuring.
Yeah.
So there's just different ways of getting the cap, basically.
All right, the really easy one to understand is the difference between using all wells and using, say, a median or an average, right? So if we say all wells have to be 0 feet of decline in order to meet the goal, that means every well we have data for has to be at 0 decline. If we talk about a median, that means half of the wells could still be declining and the other half could be at 0 or above, right? So it's a very different, like, final calculation.
And my question is per sub area?
Correct.
Okay.
Within an area, how do we
Within the
calculate
area.
trends?
Okay, that is ultimately defined.
Right.
Okay.
So basically, you're gonna have 15 models if you have 15 suburbs.
So what we're talking about right here is just how we calculate the trends. And so we would have 15 different trends if we have 15 different subareas. we would have 5 different trends if we have 5 subareas, right? Okay. So the Sylvies
So
is,
you really have to have 15 models, you know, and if you have 15 subareas or 5 models, if you have 5 subareas.
we would be evaluating water level trends based on the number of subareas that we manage, right?
Now I understand.
Mark.
I just argumentative again.
Okay, okay, let's, continue on. I don't hear anybody necessarily saying, God, I think average is the way to go, or all wells is the way to go, but we got some good feedback on median, maybe we have some more.
Great, I appreciate that. One more comment I'll make here. We've been talking about the real world for the most part on this slide, and going back to the model provides us with the availability to not only know what the water level trend is at wells, but really at every cell across the model extent. So we could apply any one of these statistical evaluations to every cell that falls within a sub area in that model. So just another way to think about the model part of success. So let's do
like tens of thousands of cells. Right, so we could look at the water level literally everywhere within the area. Because every cell is 2,000 feet by 2,000 feet. And the model extent is something like 5,000 square miles. So you're talking about a huge number of cells that we could evaluate if we wanted to in the model.
Okay, let's pull back a little bit here and talk about the effect of how we delineate our sub areas on these statistics that we're talking about. So I've got a very simple cartoonish example just to help us think about this. So in this example here, just think about this as a map on the left there, a single sub area with 10 wells. The number next to each point, which represents the well, is the decline rate in feet per year. And those are summarized in the table here. So you can see 5 of the wells are declining and 5 of the wells are stable. And then summarized at the bottom of the table is the median, the average, and the percent of wells in that sub area that are stable. So we're encompassing a fair bit of variability by delineating these as a single sub area. And overall, if you look at median, average, and what percent are stable, by any standard we've discussed, we're not able to call this sub area stable. The median is declining, the average is declining, and we're only looking at 50% that are stable. So we have to think about this when we're drawing circles around groups of wells to group together as a sub area. Now, the alternative here in this cartoon would be to delineate these into 2 sub areas, to group those wells together that are behaving more similarly to each other. So we've got 2 sub areas, sub area 1 and sub area 2. And I've broken the tables out then into just those 5 wells to look at what the summary statistics are for those wells. And of course, in sub area 1, we've grouped together all those wells that are declining. And so our median, our average are showing declines as we summarize that sub area. And then in sub area 2, of course, we see no declines in that sub area. So it's really important to think about the size of the sub area, the variability in the declines within that sub area, and that's all going to have an effect on how we summarize what's occurring within that sub area. So one last slide here just to put those side by side, just to help us think about that. And I'll pause to see if there's any comments or thoughts on what this means when we're delineating our sub areas across the basin.
Mark.
So Dark, I mean, this is similar to the approach the department did on the 15 subareas. But I mean, let's talk at the depth of wells. So all those zeros might be in, zone 1 to 6. And the model shows that some of the levels are declining faster than others, and some might recover faster than others. So how do we take that into account
Mark, you mean specifically the vertical variability within the aquifer system?
Right, so I mean, if I look at all those -1s and -2s, are they typically found in zone 3 of the model, zone 2 of the model? If I look at the zeros, are they typically found in zone 1? Are we doing any type of that cross-reference?
So in the model, we can look at that, and in the real world, we can look at that, right? We can look at the depth of the wells and see how those trends vary. Right now, we're not proposing any sort of vertical separation of sub areas. We're really looking at geographic regions for our sub areas. But you're right, there are variations in the vertical sense. And those variations are captured in the model as well. So those are, we can look at that in the model scenarios.
So I mean, that just leads me to ask a question, and it can't be answered now, and I know it gets more complicated when we look at it at 3D level underground. But if we're trying to classify wells by same characteristics, and we're looking at rate of decline, we probably need to take it one step further to see if most of those that show a higher rate of decline are drilled to the same depth. Because if we're actually going to characterize wells by the same characteristics, we should have some idea. It gets back to the outliers if we're gonna, I mean, it gets to multiple questions there. Because I mean, some of the biggest outliers that we've seen in the basin are wells that are drilled the deepest. They seem to show a fast, far rate of decline and magnitude decline the deeper they get. When I'm talking deep, I'm talking 800, 1,000 foot. We've, Kenny and I drilled 4 or 5 of those wells.
Well, Mark, let me move on to the next slide. I think it can give us some way to think about this. And the next slide is about that question. What data do we use, right, to characterize these sub areas? In our groundwater level trends analysis, as we've discussed, we used all available data. We used both the OWRD Obswell network, and we used the permit condition measurements that we received from irrigators out in the basin. This approach, obviously using all of the data, better captures the variability that does exist within a sub area. We know there's downsides to measuring irrigation wells. They can have turbine oil, which causes a problem. They pump part of the year. Oh boy, I'm not sure if you guys are hearing me. Let me just pause.
I've still got you, Dark, but not sure that the room does.
Okay. Thank you. Tim is saying that they just lost internet. So those online, they are going to take a break and see if they can get the system back up there in the room. It sounds like they have completely lost internet for the time being. I will let everybody know when they're back.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, Dark, can you, hear us?
Yes, I can. Do you hear me?
I hear you, all right, so. Back from the dead, we're gonna pick up where we left off, so. Go right ahead, we're looking at the effects of sub-area delineation slide that compares the two graphics. I gotta jog my memory, where were we?
I was asking the question, if we're modeling like wells, are we going to ever look at if all the -1 to -2s are they at certain depths? And how do we take that three-dimensional aspect into drawing lines around like wells?
Right, and then I think I asked a question, Dark, while you were gone. Is that a lead into the questions we're asking on the next slide, or is that something that you want to speak to here?
I think it's potentially something we can address partially, at least, with this next slide, which is the last slide here today. And this slide gets at what wells do we use? And I was starting to step through this first bullet point, which is we can look at all the wells across the basin, and that's going to be shallow wells, deep wells, irrigation wells, observation wells. That's one option, and that's in our current report for water level trends, what we did there. The other option is the second bullet point here, which is something that's been discussed with RAC members and others, and that would be to use what we've called sentinel wells. And this could be the OWRD observation well network, or some subset of those that we can consider representative of the conditions within that sub area. So this would be a smaller number of wells that represent what's happening. Of course, not using all of the data may miss some of the variability across the sub area. It does very much simplify the evaluation for how we're characterizing a sub area. And it can be limited to just high quality data where there's no issues with turbine oil, no issues with pumping or hangups with pumps in the well. So these are two different options that I think today we'd like to get some thoughts from RAC members on. There's pros and cons, again, with all of this. There's pros and cons to each of these. And really just looking for feedback from the RAC. That second option, Mark, I think could get to your question about, if all the irrigation wells are down at 500 feet, why are we using water level data from 50 feet, for example? So I'll kick it over to Bryant to get some conversation going in the room around this issue.
Yeah, is that, everyone understand the question, the clarification on the question that Dark's asking?
Yes, so I do understand. Follow up, I guess, with what Mark was saying, was that if we're in a sub area and Mark has a well that's 400 feet deep, that's declining 5 feet a year, and we come in there and start regulation, and I'm pumping at 60 feet, regulating me off is not going to affect this 500-foot well. So how, it's just we can measure, as you described, Tim, that we can measure in blocks going down, as well as we can measure this way. It would seem to me that I would be very, it's not gonna do any good to shut my 60-foot well off to stop that decline. And so I've not heard that discussion of how we would approach that in the basin as a whole or in suburbs.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, Ken, and I think that hits on a couple topics that make this whole process challenging. One is that in the model, we can evaluate that. And I am hesitant to say that I agree with you that shutting off your 60-foot well is not gonna help solve the problem with the 500-foot well. Because that's what the model is gonna try to help tell us, right? Is, will shutting off your 60-foot well help with that problem? And so I think we wanna wait for model results to make any like blanket statements like that and say like, doing this will not have an impact. Because we wanna see what the model tells us and use that to inform our decision making. I think the other challenge with, if we were to divide things by varying depths as well, right? We're then talking about yet again, another way in which we're affecting prior appropriation. And potentially shrinking the space in which, senior and junior rights are or are not being evaluated against each other. But I'm having a hard time explaining that effectively.
Oh, but I understand it. That's all, I mean, I understand it. Because, I mean, we have that issues come up before where we're talking about not using the senior and junior rights as a base as a whole, but doing it within those sub areas, which is gonna cause huge amounts of problems, but, you know, so, I mean, it's added another layer of that, but it's just, I mean, we already determined that there's different ages to the water that's coming from different places, so that would mean that there's not, in some areas, or maybe all areas, there's not a lot of, 50-foot water that starts out, and that's at 50 foot is the same water that's at 500 feet. And I don't know, but I mean, that's, sure, it seems to be that there's a difference.
I mean, it took longer to get there.
Right, I mean, in the length of time that is meaningless to us, because it's.
Right.
It took 20 million years or whatever.
Dark, I got a question as I'm thinking. So on the model itself, how many different wells did they use? Approximately, because I know they didn't use a whole observation data set they used basically, in my mind, a central well approach for the model.
Mark, do you mean how many pumping wells are in the model?
No, so I mean, when the model shows, I'm trying to remember, so when the model shows, water levels have gone up this far, I mean, how many wells are they basing that off of? 15, 20 wells? I mean, it's a subset of all the observation wells, correct?
That's right, and that was for the purposes of the report. They selected representative wells to help with the narrative in the report. Now, they could have chosen any cell in the model and generated a very similar hydrograph without even the presence of a well in that cell in the model. So they used wells that had historical data to compare to for display purposes, for the narrative of the report. But with the model, we can generate a hydrograph for any location, for any cell across the model and in the 10 model layers, and really generate, what is the water level in that cell? How does that change over time?
Thank you.
So Dark, in the report, when they show when they show in the report maps of like timeline to recovery and whatnot, do we know if that is based, I assume that's based on model cells, not based on wells, correct?
That's correct. That's based on the head in each model cell across that layer that they're displaying in the map.
Right, so when we look at, like, we've shown maps and we'll get, I think next we're gonna get into some of our model results, but as we look at maps, the maps are made using all the model cells. We're not just looking at a representative subset of wells here and then extrapolating that across an area. The model is actually giving us, this is the water level at this layer in this cell. And that's how we build the map, is it's all those grids put together to make the map.
Maybe we would have pinned this one until after we look at the model and come back to it.
Yeah,
Sure, I get really put up pros and cons in both ways for the next hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could, absolutely.
Okay, everybody okay with that approach? Okay, Dark, you with us still?
Yep, I'm here, and this is just my final landing slide for us. These are the three kind of main questions that we were hoping to get feedback out of this conversation today. So circling back to the beginning, what is the appropriate timeline to achieve stable water levels? How should we approach summarizing the trends across a sub area? And then this most recent piece, which is, which wells and data should we use? And I think we've had great conversation on each of these. I'll pause here again, just for another opportunity for RAC members, if they have thoughts or questions or feedback on any of this or any of the related side conversations that were had. And if there's not, thanks for your time today, and we can move on to the next agenda item.
Okay, so yeah, just kind of recapping here, the conversations we had, was the appropriate timeline to stabilize water levels. We got some good feedback from the RAC on that. Some suggestions by some that, to reach pumping reductions is 10 years. Stabilizing water levels is a more difficult number to ballpark without more data, particularly, with some of the economic concerns. But, a generation, 30 to 40 years or something that was offered. Number two, how the trends should be summarized by sub-area. We're, some comments that a median with a variation on median, potentially would be the, what seems to make some sense. So that's really good feedback that we can work with. And then number three, we'll look to circle back to after we've walked through the scenario. Okay? Right, feel good about that?
And I'd also recommend that we, Brian, even circle back in on one after we look at some modeling. Because not understanding reality of what the model says could displace some of those problems.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we could almost take this slide and look at it again in November and say, well, how do our answers to this, how have our answers now been influenced by what we see after we see the results of that first round?
Because I don't think there's anybody in this room who would really like to see water levels stabilize quickly. But we don't know what the impact it be. Sure. To individuals, community, everything.
Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, noted that, and let's move to the next.
Kelly, you want to take back over sharing?
Okay.
Just a second. I'll sit here.
That's okay. Okay, maybe, do we have a slide on this for our?
We don't, because this is some more information to help inform those questions we just asked and sort of put a pin in.
Right.
So let's dig into this. The objective here is really just to share information, right? That's all I'm trying to do is, we ran the model using our 15 sub-area approach, and these are some of the results. So I have two objectives. One is to share those results with you, and two, to start to share how the results are gonna look. So we want you to understand what we're gonna be looking at, and then we want you to understand what we actually found out with this initial run.
And I guess, I just wanna say one thing, just so that we're all looking at this presentation through the right lens. The presentation after this, or the discussion we have after this, is gonna be looking at all the different potential scenarios. So this is the run of the 15 sub-area. That's one scenario of 5, in all likelihood, that'll be run. So I just don't want, we're not making any rules, we're not saying that this is the direction, but this gives us the opportunity to see how they would run, these other scenarios might run and how the process works. So just trying to keep people at that level and not trying to dig into saying, well, I disagree or agree with what I'm seeing here. We're creating the first scenario that will have more scenarios, and then we can look at all these and compare.
This is informational. That's what we're going for here. So to recap, on the model, in your packet here, you've got some model information. You also have these slides printed out so that you can see those maps right up close and you don't just have to rely on this. So in the packet, there is a initial results, and there's only one slide I'm gonna show up here that isn't in this, and that's because I added it at the last minute. So sorry about that. And then you also have a couple of different pieces of information. One is the Harney groundwater model vocabulary, or the terms we're gonna use as we go through this. And the other one is our 1 to 2 page summary of the model and what it is, how it works. So that's also information that we've sent out to the RAC previously. So diving into the model, I want to remind us all that there are 10 layers in the model that represent different depths. So layers 1 through 5 are each 100 feet thick. So when we talk about a grid square in the model, that is actually a grid cube in the model. So it has 2,000 feet width, a 2,000 foot length, and in model layers 1 through 5, a 100 foot depth. So it's a cube. And that's what's in the model, for those layers. For layers 6 through 10, they vary in thickness, so how deep they are. And that varies from 135 to 1,397 feet thick. So the maximum depth in the model, is at 2,085 feet, of elevation. So that's the bottom of the model. That's as low as we go in this, model scenario. So for simplicity, when we're presenting these results today, we're only gonna look at layer 2. So that is grid cells that are 2,000 feet by 2,000 feet that are starting at 100 feet below land surface and going down to 200 feet below land surface. So we're looking at a specific, like, slice of the ground.
I understand its simplicity.
Well, yeah, let's orient everybody. So the packet, this particular presentation is in the packet. It is printed off all this.
I understand its simplicity, if we look at all layers, it'd be very confusing, but can you just give me a brief summary of why you chose that? Does it look similar to the others? Have you evaluated it? Is that where majority of the pumping is? Just.
Those are all, you just rattled through the list. So one, it is more representative, like, it's going to allow us to see the kinds of changes and the kinds of information we want to see in results. So part of it is, we're gonna look at something that's very representative and we're gonna be able to show a wide variety of information. If we were to look at model layer 10, a lot of this would be blank, like maps, right? It's not helpful. So this is gonna show us some good information. 2, model layer 2 has a lot of wells in it, it has a lot of pumping in it, and it has a lot of variance in head depth, so, you know, groundwater level. And so we get, it's fairly representative. Also, layer 2 is fairly representative of the other model layers, 1 through 5. So it shows similar behavior, though at different, a different range of magnitude, right? So that when heads change, they may change more in layer 2 than they would change in layer 5. And so this is, we think, representative and a good place to start looking at these results. Now, when we evaluate the model, the management scenarios in total, we are not just gonna look at layer 2. We are gonna look at all layers, though likely layers 6 through 10 are not gonna be super helpful to us, because like I said, that's really deep. And potentially not have much change based on our management scenarios and the work we do, like whatever curtailment we put into the model for inputs.
So Tim, to make it really simple, one is from 0 to 100 feet. We're gonna look at layer 2 from 100 feet to 200 feet.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you're showing in this model.
That's what we're gonna show in these results today.
Okay.
It's just 100 to 200 feet below land surface. Because otherwise I would have to show 10 of each slide that I show to show all the different layers, right? So if I show 10 slides today here, I'd have to show 100 to show all the model layers side by side.
And we get to pick the one we want. Throwing it out there.
This afternoon, when we're talking about management scenarios, you get to pick what you want, Mark. All right. For results for right now, no. So just a recap of our management scenarios, so it's really clear what we ran into the model. So this is the model inputs. We had proposed 15 subareas. We divided the basin. You can see the map up here. This is a map we've talked about many times. We split those subareas then into 2 buckets, high priority and lower priority. And then we targeted curtailment in the high priority areas. And we started that curtailment immediately in the year 2026 in the model run. I know that doesn't match up exactly with what we had proposed in the past, but from a modeling standpoint, this to be informational, we wanted to see what would happen when we do this specific scenario. So curtailments are targeted in the high priority subareas, and lower priority subareas remain at basically 2018 pumpage. They're off by just a little bit because we're still dialing in how to make that happen, but we're talking about very, very close numbers for the lower priority subareas to the actual 2018 pumpage. So here is the proposed or the modeled reductions. So we have our 6 high priority subareas here, and you can see what the subarea PTW was. So that's what we set for the total allowed pumpage in that subarea. You can see what the 2018 model pumpage was, and then you can see what the percent reduction was there. And so when we look at, and then I pulled out the other subareas for ease because it's 2018 model pumpage. And so our totals are then the total of the 15 subarea pumpage, the total of the 2018 model pumpage, and the percentage reduction overall when we look at the basin as a whole. And so you can see our percentage reduction varies from 25% to 74%, depending on which subarea you're in. And it's a 30% overall reduction for total model pumpage. So the PTWs that we proposed, remember, were based on the hydrograph approach, which was our approach to trying to backcast and figure out when water levels were stable in the past and what year that was. And then we took the volume of pumping at that time as our PTW. So at the end of the day, what you need to know is that these are the percentage reductions we took from 2018 model pumpage. So when we're thinking about model scenarios in the future, we're talking about how much should we reduce. We're gonna build a table just like this when we present the results from the scenarios the RAC proposes, right? So how much are we curtailing from 2018 pumpage? What is that percentage reduction? So that we can put it all in the same context.
Yeah, real quick. Those volumes are in acre feet, correct?
Yep, I failed to label, this is all in acre feet, except for percentages. So now I want to talk about types of information we're going to try to compare as we go through model results. I do not have all these types of information for us yet. We are still working on building those outputs and being able to process and make available this kind of information. But what you'll notice is this is very similar to the types of information that the USGS presented in their model report. So we're going to show hydrographs, which is water level in wells and how that changes over time. We can also show hydrographs that are not wells, but just model cells if we wanted to. So we can see how a model cell in one particular place within the model responds to our changes. If we wanted to see a very specific point in the model. But for today, we are going to show hydrographs from wells. We're also going to show maps that show water level rate of change. So that is, essentially what we've been talking about, the decline rate. So how does that decline rate change over time? We're going to show the length of time to achieve what we're calling near stable, which is 0.1 feet per year. And the reason we're talking about near stable rather than actually stable is because in the USGS model report, when they carried 2018 pumpage through 2100, there were parts of the basin that did not ever stabilize. So they never reached a 0 rate of decline. And in our model scenario, we also have portions of the basin that never reach stable of a 0 decline rate. And so we are looking at 0.1 feet per year so that we have something to compare the two models against. So the 2018 USGS pumpage model with our model, so that we can start to inform ourselves about what's actually happening when we make changes to the amount of pumping that goes on in the basin. And so that is not a decision. We're not saying 0.1 feet per year is the new goal. That is simply a point that we're using, a threshold that we're using to try to better understand what the model is going to tell us. So we're going to call that near stable and just know that that's what that is and that's what that's for. We can also show maps of change in water levels. So how does the magnitude of water level change from some point to some point, right? So we can say, in the model scenario, what was the water level in 2018? And now what is the water level projected to be in 2058, right? So 50 years later, what is the water level going to be based on these changes? And then the last thing is we can show maps with locations of dry wells. So where wells, if they're not deepened, would go dry based on the water level depth within the model cells and our known information about wells and their depth, their total depth. So did you have a question, Kelly, or a clarification? Okay. And then the last thing is a water budget figure that compares pumpage, spring flow, ET, and groundwater storage. So in the USGS model report, they had a very beautiful water budget figure that showed how groundwater storage changed over time as compared to pumping, as compared to spring flow. And we want to try to get the same sort of figure so that we can understand what the impacts to spring flow, to groundwater storage, and to the groundwater dependent ecosystems are, based on what our inputs to the model were. So how are we changing those things? Because that is something we have, said was important to talk about.
Sorry.
Question, yeah.
How do you measure the spring flow?
So in the model actually has essentially a package that can tell us that. So it's an output of the model. In real life, it's very difficult to do. Yeah, and it's not something that we can feasibly do, model overall.
Some put out a pipe like this and some like that.
Sure, and some just wet the ground, right?
Yeah.
Like not even enough water flowing, yep. And so that's where what we can see in the model varies like widely from what we can actually see in the real world, right? So in the model, it's gonna be able to help inform our decisions, but we're certainly not gonna be able to manage the spring flow in the real world. Any other questions on the types of information we're gonna talk about?
Just, we might have discussed it when we were talking with Ben last time about the model in the discussion group. So when a well goes dry on the model, I'm making the assumption that then it takes that output out.
Correct. It takes that input out, which is up. So essentially what Mark is saying is, in the model, as water levels are declining, when a well is no longer hydrated in the model, right? So the water level is below the bottom of the well, that well no longer pumps from the scenario. So if a well goes dry, it no longer contributes to pumping. And so in our scenario, what we noticed is that in places where water levels stayed higher, we actually ended up pumping more in that area than USGS did in their model in 2100. And that's because in their model in 2100, water levels had dropped and those wells had been shut off. And in our scenario, water levels had not dropped as much, therefore more wells were able to pump. And so there was actually more pumping going on in 2100 in the model under our scenario than under the USGS scenario. And that's just a function of how the groundwater model inputs and the way it processes those inputs function.
Zach has a question. Zach, go ahead.
Just double checking, in the USGS report, they combined spring flow and groundwater discharge to rivers and streams into one figure in their water budget component. When you say you'll generate a water budget figure, including spring flow, is that the same thing? Spring flow plus groundwater discharge to rivers?
Yeah, I haven't got there yet, so I don't have an answer for you yet, Zach, but we will make it very clear what it is when we get there. Do you have a preference?
Well, I think the water budget figure should somewhere include groundwater discharge to rivers. That's potentially important from a surface water right standpoint. So, I don't have a strong preference in whether you include it or combine it with spring flow like USGS did, or whether you separate it out, but it should be in there somewhere.
Thank you. Were there any other questions about the types of information we're going to talk about? All right, so let's actually start looking at some real results. Okay. So here we're going to start with hydrographs. So here we have a well, it's just south of Highway 20, east of Burns. You can see here, we've got a hydrograph, and I want to talk through what all the different pieces of information that are going to be on a hydrograph are, so that we're all understanding what we're looking at. So again, you've got these up front in your packet, so you can take a look at them if you're having a hard time seeing the screen. So on the x-axis, so the bottom axis, we've got the year. So this is, going through time. It's a hydrograph. And then on the y-axis or the vertical axis, we have a water level elevation. So we're going to look at water levels based on water level elevation. This is not feet below land surface. This is feet above sea level, right? And that way we can compare hydrographs that are in different areas of the basin with each other. The next piece of information we have on here is what the actual, symbols mean. So we've got this blue dotted, line that exists here on the hydrograph, and that is what the water level is, in the sub-area PTW scenario. So in the OWRD scenario where we have, that we've been talking about, this is the water level. The orange, solid line is the USGS's full pumpage scenario. So this is in the USGS model report. They carried pumpage at 2018 levels through 2100, and then we have water levels from that. And so on this hydrograph, we are comparing USGS's pump at 2018 levels into the future with OWRD 15 sub-area management scenario. And then at the top of the hydrograph here, we have the well log ID, so RN 52524. So that's which well it is. And then we have some information about what is actually happening on this hydrograph. So up 11 feet means that the water level is up 11 feet from what the USGS scenario was. So the water level is 11 feet above what pumping at 2018 levels would have been. And then it's nearly stable after 56 years, says that and this is also denoted by a star on the hydrograph. That star shows the point at which the water level trend was less than 0.1 feet of decline per year. So 56 years after the start of our model run, we see water levels become near stable or declining at less than 0.1 feet per year. So we can see that in this location, the management scenario had this result, and we saw near stability in 56 years. So that's essentially the outcome from this particular well. But remember, this is just one point in the basin. This is not a holistic look at what has happened in the management scenario.
So could you define the location just a smidge more? I mean, is that like, west of Harney Road?
It'd be in one of the non-critical 15 sub areas, it'd be in the east.
Dark, do you know where 52524 is specifically?
It's at Rogers Place.
It's a rock.
Thanks, Dark.
Travis, the one thing that this does not show is how much water reduction was actually occurred. Where's that showing at?
So there isn't, like, we don't show where water, like, what this well was pumping.
Okay.
And we don't ever show that, because what we took is the total PTW for those sub areas. And then we applied that based on seniority and based on modeled use. And we took the lesser of the paper water right or the modeled use and applied that based on priority date. And so pumpage was then allocated out. So in this sub area, because I believe this is in the, either it's in Poison Creek Rattlesnake or it's in Sylvie's.
Right on the line.
Yeah, there was no reduction in pumpage from 2018, that nowhere around this was pumping reduced. You would have to go over to North Harney to the east,
Right.
down towards Crane, or over to Dog Mountain Weaver Springs to get to where, usage was curtailed.
Look at that, you solved all Roger's problems there.
I win, I gotta go now.
You solved all Roger's problems, man.
It's all my fault. I keep it in, you know.
So I appreciate the spirit of this conversation, the laughter, et cetera. I appreciate that, because that is how we're looking at this, right? Like, these are results. This is to inform our future decision-making. I don't want to get wrapped around the axle like this is what we're doing, right? So this is helping us.
So this is with no reduction.
This is with reduction in the 6 high-priority sub-areas.
Say that again.
This is with reduction in the 6 high-priority sub-areas.
So what you're saying is in those other areas with reductions, this well is gonna go up 11 feet. in comparison.
in comparison to essentially doing nothing and allowing pumpage to continue at 28 feet level.
In this area.
In this area,
Okay.
in this well, this is what's anticipated to happen. I would not bet any money that this is exactly what would happen if we implemented this scenario all the way through, right?
Especially because you have the 2018 to 23 data included in this scenario.
Absolutely. So I like,
Right.
remember that the model results are supposed to help us inform our decisions. I wouldn't go betting on any of this information specifically.
So your problem is on.
Do you? Zach, I see you got a hand up.
Yeah, just reiterating that point, Tim, because I think it's really important that reductions elsewhere in the basin can have an impact in areas, even areas that don't have reductions within them. And so this is even though this is a demonstration hydrograph, it's an important demonstration of that concept of the basin being in an interconnected aquifer. And so I like this example. Thanks for showing it.
Thanks, Zach. All right, so I'm gonna keep moving. Where are we at on time, Brian? Are we?
10:30, yeah.
Yeah, because what really proves if you turn off the.
All right, great. So here's another hydrograph, and we're gonna get the next two. I'm gonna show two more hydrographs. This one you have in your packet, the next one you don't. So, and I apologize for that, but we can look at it on the screen. So again, same information.
What's that?
We've got a map here that shows where the well is. It's down in the Weaver Springs area, south and west of Wrights Point. The well log is HARN 1094. And we can see that the sub area PTW, so the OWRD proposed scenario, you've got a blue dotted line that recovers, and it actually recovers and arches over. And so we see that as compared to the USGS scenario, water level is up 101 feet, and it's nearly stable 56 years earlier than the USGS scenario. So in the USGS scenario, we saw near stability in Weaver Springs in 2082, 2085, something like that.
Because the well went dry, so it stopped dropping.
Great potential. Zero to we've achieved it. Yay. Probably what happened.
Except that we have measured water levels after that. But so we hit near stability 56 years earlier. So what we see is that I believe it's in 2027, we see water levels immediately begin to recover in this well under this pumpage scenario, the PTW presented by OWRD. Now that's where that well is located. And I put another one on here because I want to show that it isn't all rosy in Weaver Springs if you do curtailment.
So this scenario is based on a 74% reduction in the Weaver Springs area.
Correct.
Okay.
So 74% reduction, and we see this well recover this way, 101 feet.
So why is that? Is it because of the geology of being in the cinder, is solids? Is that how?
Yep, so likely that is because that is at the center of the cone of depression.
Right.
And so what we're seeing is water levels are going from a cone of depression to stabilizing. And so the outsides of the cone are staying flat. And this is what I'm trying to show in this hydrograph. So this is on the, like closer to the edge of Weaver Springs cone of depression. So here we see water levels actually continue to decline for a few years and then begin to rise up slowly, but they're really, really flat for the most part, right? We stayed right around that 4078, 4075, maybe 4079 level. And so what we see here is that 74% reduction in Weaver Springs causes the center of the cone of depression to fill back in. And it's 101 feet better than it would have been if we didn't do anything. But on the edge of the cone of depression, we've essentially stabilized the water level and achieved our goal. You know, I think that's.
But that well is still in Weaver Springs.
Correct. A few years in, right? So what we're trying to show here, right, is that the impact of Weaver Springs is felt elsewhere, but it is not recovery felt throughout Weaver Springs. It is a recovery of the cone of depression and a stabilization of the water level across that area. As we look at it here in this specific hydrograph, right? We're gonna get to maps and we're gonna start to see what that actually looks like, you know, across the area. Louis, and then
I
Zach.
hate to nitpick, but so why don't you have a priority date on that well? For a comparison, so what's the priority date of well Harden 1094?
I don't know.
Okay, because that needs to be within the model, because what's the water right there compared, and I'm gonna pick on Roger because he left, but, that priority date's more than likely on Rogers is more junior than this 1094 priority date.
So what you're saying is, in our scenario, because we regulated off
Junior
people that are.
water rights compared to senior water rights is where I'm going with this.
Right, so we have potentially in this scenario regulated off water rights in the Weaver Springs area that are senior to water rights that exist in other sub areas that did not get regulated and curtailed.
Okay,
Louis,
within
Not
that
if.
sub area.
Louis, I don't think that's an irrigation well. There's no good water out in that area. There's no way that's an irrigation well along that road.
What do you keep trying to sell it to me for?
That's what I say.
All right. So,
You understand where I'm.
So Louis, I understand where you're going, and that is the conversation that happens after we've looked at model results, right?
Okay.
So what we're trying to understand here is how do our changes affect water levels in the basin, and can we achieve our goal? And what timeline are we achieving our goal on, right? When we start talking about how do we apply those changes, that is when you're defining your management scenarios, and we'll do that this afternoon,
Okay.
right? So in our scenario, yes, we absolutely said that we are gonna curtail in this specific area, starting with the most junior and going up and staying only within that area, and we're not gonna touch juniors outside of those borders, right, for curtailment within that area. And that was our proposed scenario, and that's what we're showing results.
So that's within the model.
Correct. When we did the inputs, we took the time to assign the PTW, so the amount that could be pumped by senior water right, going down within the sub areas. So in Weaver Springs, we can go back here. In Weaver Springs, there was 5,000 acre feet of water to go around to the senior water rights. So we started with the most senior water right, and we allocated them their full paper water right, or what they had actually used in the model, which was their 2018 estimated pumpage. And then we subtracted that from 5,000, and then we went to the next water right. And we kept doing that going down until we had run out of 5,000 acre feet. And at that point, every well below that point, right, every well that was junior to that was shut off. And that's within the Weaver Springs sub area. And we did that for each of these high priority sub areas. So Zach, I'd seen you had a hand up, but did we get it answered?
Yeah, all good. I was skipping ahead. I'll ask it later. I'm eager to dive into how we can use this information and what this might mean for future iterations, but we can have that conversation after you're done.
Great, thanks. So,
I just have one question. I'm still trying to orient myself to the. And so on the model layers page, we could just have a quick go back. I'm still trying to look at what we've been presented and then think of it vertically. And so when you're saying for simplicity, we're going to review results only for layer 2, can you explain that to me vertically one more time?
so at this well, the depth of water in layer 2 is at that elevation. And it is possible that there is a different depth of water or a different elevation of water in layer 1 and in layer 3, and layer 4, and layer 5.
That's where I'm having the challenge, not understanding that there's other depths, but we're only looking at one
Correct.
depth.
Yep. So if this well is open to layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, right? So it's just a big, long, open interval. It's possible that the water level would be the highest water level of those 3 layers because it should be representative of that. If I said that right, Dara, please jump in if I said that wrong.
I think it's possible you'd be looking at the average of the heads across the cells that it's open to.
Gotcha. So depending on the variance in the head in the different layers, right? Because remember, this isn't a bathtub, right? This is like, think of a sandbox that's full of water, and water can't move rapidly up and down. That is dependent on the geologic material. So it's possible you could pump from a lower level and drain that level to some extent and have a gap in there that is essentially dewatered, with water above it that is slowly trickling down, right? Now being pulled down by the lack of water holding it up. Which adds to the complexity and the challenge of this whole thing. I totally agree. But we're looking at layer 2, and what we can see here is that the cone in layer 2 fills in, while the cone's edges stay basically the same. All right, now let's jump to some maps. So here's a map, and on this map, in the center is the full basin. And by the full basin, I mean, this is the Givgak, that's the outside boundary. And then on the sides, I've zoomed in on Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain, and then I've zoomed in on the northeast. And I've picked those two areas because that's where we see the most change. And I wanted to make it clear that we want to look at those specifically as examples of information. It's not because we're picking on any one particular sub area. It is helpful to be able to zoom in and see what's going on in those areas. So on this map, this is the water level annual rate of change depicted in a color gradiated scale. So -3 feet per year is darkest red, and +3 feet per year is blue, like darkest blue. White is 0 feet of change per year. So this is what the actual rate of change is. So in the red areas, that's the rate of decline. In the blue areas, that's the rate of increase. You'll notice that the recharge areas up in the mountains and the uplands are generally blue. That is a function of the way the model works and the fact that water is coming into the system there. So we expect that to be happening. And so we're not going to spend much time talking about the blue areas at all because we know those are areas of recharge. So as you can see, before pumpage reductions begin, so this is in the spring of 2026 or maybe the spring of 2025 within the model, you can see we've got really strong rates of decline in the Weaver Springs area. We've got some, substantial rates of decline in that northeastern portion. And then we have, broad, lesser rates of decline across most of the basin in that light red area, up into Silver Creek, in the Voltage and Blitzen, in the Harney Lake area, and even around in the Silvies and in other areas in there. So that is before pumpage reductions begin. And now we start to step through time.
Yeah, what are the little circles on the maps and places? There's several of them, but the one.
Yeah, the circles are to try to help orient people, and we didn't get them labeled properly, but those are towns or communities. So you've got Burns and Hines next to each other in the Silvies, where you'd expect it. Out, I think that's Highway 20, right, to the east. You've got Riley. And those are roads, those like almost dotted or almost dashed lines. We've got Highway 20, we got Highway 395, and then you'll have to forgive me on the other two, what they are.
So they're not your Sentinel wells.
They are not Sentinel wells or anything like that, no. Those are trying to help you understand where we are in the basin specifically.
So when again, what was the white as far as, was it?
So the color scale is on the right side of that map there, and it goes from 0 is white to 3 is darkest blue and -3 is darkest red. So now let's step through time, because this is where the information starts to get interesting. Like really interesting from my perspective. So here, we've implemented the curtailment in 2026, and 10 years later, so this is 2036, we now have the same map of the rate. We're looking at the rate of change across the basin. And what we see is that the rate of change in the center of Dog Mountain is positive, like strongly positive, right? And we saw that in our hydrograph too. There were wells that were coming up. There was a well that was coming up rapidly. So we're seeing across that Weaver Springs sub area, we're seeing positive water level rates of change. Across much of the rest of the basin, we've seen most of the dark red go away, if not all of the dark red go away. And now we're looking at lighter red colors, right? So our rate of change has gone from, in some places, -3 feet per year to somewhere between 0 and, I don't know, 1.5. And so in 10 years, with the curtailment that we implemented, we saw the rate of change across the basin slow down significantly in layer 2. And as I said, it's fairly representative of the other layers, but we will evaluate all layers when we're doing this.
There's an observation of the areas that you actually reduced in seem to be a lighter shade of everybody's else.
Yeah, yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it?
No, not really.
Well, like,
Surprise, surprise, you reduce there, it's gonna get better, but the other areas are lagging behind.
yep, absolutely.
Well, it looks to me then, Tim, that at the end of 10 years, we can go back to pumping at Weaver Springs. Get another 30 years and then shut it off again.
So,
Well, how about 3 cycles? That's 3 cycles of alfalfa, that's 21 years. Then we shut it off again.
After 10 years.
I'm just reading the graph.
So a couple things I want to point out here. One, in the Dog Mountain sub area, even though there's curtailment there, we still see a dark red spot of decline in that area. And even though we see recovery in Weaver Springs in that center of that cone of depression, the edges of it are still declining, even after 10 years, with 74% curtailment, right? So these are all things we need to look at. And then when we look up in the northeast area, Mark's absolutely right, that we curtailed the crane, we curtailed the lawn, basically the 4 smallest boxes there. And in the Rock Creek sub-area, we still see pretty substantial decline. In the North Harney sub-area, we see some recovery, that cone of depression, but we still see declines in part of it. So now let's jump through time a little bit further. Now let's go out 20 years, right? So now we can see that the amount of recovery occurring in the Weaver Springs sub-area, we're no longer in the dark blue, we're starting to get into the lighter blues, which means that the rate of change has decreased from 3 to 1.5 or 2, maybe as low as 0. We still have that dark red spot there in the Weaver Springs sub-area. And across much of the basin, we still have some broad, slow declines, right? So the rate of decline is less than 1 for sure. It's somewhere above 0. And that occurs across the basin. And then if we jump forward another year, so now we're 30 years in the future, this is 2056 that we're looking at. We see that same trend continue as it's a slow decrease in the rate of decline towards 0 and a slow decrease in the rate of recovery towards 0 in all areas. So we're getting closer and closer to a rate of decline, a rate of change that is essentially 0. And then if we jump ahead to 70 years, so now we're talking about 2096, if I do my math right, we see that we still have some areas of decline, but those are much closer to a 0 rate than they were at the beginning. And we still have some areas that are recovering, but those are much closer to a rate of 0 than they would be otherwise.
Tim,
Yeah,
so we let's focus on Weaver Springs. We lost some of the blue there because first it was recovering rapidly in the center. But as we went out 70 years, I'm assuming that you just.
because this hydrograph shows exactly what happens in the center of Weaver Springs, right?
Okay.
So in 2026 to 2036, we've got a pretty steep rate of recovery, right? And so that's why it was dark blue in the map. And then it slowly starts to decrease in its rate of gain. And so it flattens out and gets closer to where the trend line is now 0, right? And that's why you go from dark blue to close to white over the course of that arc. And so it's 2 ways of showing the same information, but a hydrograph, remember, is at 1 point in the model. This map is showing us what's happening across all of those cells in the model. So it's more of a holistic view of the basin when we look at maps like this. Any other questions about like how the results are being presented? What you're seeing here?
Did you correlate this with, sorry, did you correlate this with a color map that would show magnitude of decline in 20, 30, and 70? So we understand, you know, I don't remember if I've got a slide for that in here, but definitely things we're going to do as we move forward. Yep. So remember, these are our initial results. This is the best I could do. I'm not complaining this time.
Twice a day.
This is very impressive. Thank you.
I just want to say, I like it too, and as much as my complaining is bad, you did help me.
Can you see that again, Roger?
Recording.
Yeah, because they turned all my water off.
Total justice.
So what happens, have you ran the model when you take 10% out of the?
We have run this scenario and this scenario only, Andy. I can't, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. So the next 6 weeks for us is gonna be really busy from a modeling standpoint, because we are gonna start tweaking things to our scenarios and trying to figure out what happens. And we're gonna be running your scenarios that we're gonna talk about this afternoon. After I've had some lunch and a chance to revel in Roger's praise. Sure, he'll take it back here. All right, so another map that we're presenting here is the length of time to achieve near stability. And remember, I said near stability is a rate of decline less than 0.1 feet per year. So this is a confusing scale, color gradient scale, because it starts at -20. And how can you have -20 in time? That's because that area was near stable at a previous date in the model, right? So remember, the model starts in 1930, I believe, and goes through, we ran it through essentially 2100. So when we process the outputs, right, we end up with these blue areas that were near stable before the time in which we implemented our curtailment, right? So prior to like 2026. So the blue areas you can sort of disregard, right? They were already basically near stable. We then have the color scale starting at 0 years, and that is dark green, going up to 20 years, which is light green, sort of starting to get into yellow, going up to 40 years, which is yellowish to sort of a brownish color, going up to 60 years, which is a like light brown color going into white. And so what we see here is in the Weaver Springs area and part of Dog Mountain, we see dark green. So that means we're seeing near stability in somewhere between 0 and probably 5 to 10 years, which is what we saw in that hydrograph, right? It immediately bounced back up. In other hydrographs, in the center of the Kona Depression, it bounces right back up. On the edge of the Kona Depression, it continues to decline a little. So it took a few more years. And that's why you have some color gradation there in the Weaver Springs sub area along the edges of it. And then we've got that spot that is white in Dog Mountain. And that was that spot from the other maps that stayed red all the way through 2070. So even with our curtailment, that spot in the model never reaches near stable. Then over in the northeastern portion, I want to talk about that because we've got, that we've implemented curtailment in Crane, which is the sub area circled in, like, it's all green. And then we implemented curtailment up in Rock Creek and in North Harney and in Lawn. But up in North Harney and Rock Creek and in Crane, we see that we achieve near stability again within 0 to 5, 0 to 10 years. It's that dark green color. But around it, we see white, which means that those portions of the basin don't achieve near stability, right? So they are still declining at a rate greater than 0.1 feet per year.
What it tells me is that those areas in the white are dependent on continued reductions in those other areas to stabilize that. That's what it tells me too.
Sure. Yeah, that absolutely. What we see here is that curtailment and Crane and Lawn and North Harney and Rock Creek are not going to achieve our goal. If that's the only place we curtail. And so we need to look at curtailing.
Why the brown? That's odd to me.
So the brown is, we've spent a lot of time discussing this. and I'll let Dart jump in and add any details. But I think what we're looking at mostly here is we've got a recharge area in the form of the Sylvies, and a recharge area in the form of, is that Poison Creek?
Poison Creek
Gravel?
Gravel.
Yeah, coming down. And that recharge is slowly making its way across, right? But that recharge doesn't have like a broad impact across that area. And so our curtailment is affecting the immediate area, but it is not, like, that recharge is taking a long time to move from the Sylvies and Poison Creek across that area. And that's why we see these stability, like these essentially gradations where you have stability at different times over such a short period.
So almost not hydraulically connected within 60 years. Come on, can you just answer that one quickly without thinking through that?
Dart, did you have anything you wanted to add to that around that northeastern area?
No, I think that's the right way to think about what we're seeing with that gradient across there, is it's primarily the result of where the recharge is occurring to the west there.
The biggest, the smallest drainage is rattlesnake. You know, they don't even use calcite, that's.
So again, that's another type of information we're gonna present and we're gonna look at as we move forward. So then here we've got difference in water levels at the end of the century compared with the full pumpage scenario. So this is looking at magnitude of change, but we're, instead of comparing to the start of the model run, we're comparing the end of the model run, our model run, to the end of the USGS model run, where they essentially allow 2018 pumpage to continue. And so what we see is that there are broad areas of the basin that are white. And white is essentially no difference in water level. So in layer 2, our scenario doesn't do much or much of the basin when it comes to final water level at the end of the century. Portions of the basin, the northeast, the Weaver Springs area, parts of Dog Mountain, we have water levels that are higher. I wouldn't say recovery. I would say that because remember the USGS scenario is substantial decline, right? Like Weaver Springs goes down another 100+ feet. So our water levels are higher than that scenario. And so we're able to compare those two. The reason we're showing it this way right today is because we want to show you we can compare two model scenarios together, right? So we can take our scenario against one of the RAC scenarios and show what the final water levels are and how they're different, and which scenario results in higher water levels and which scenario results in lower water levels. So the goal being to just be able to compare information, because that's something we're going to want to do in November, is to compare how did the different management scenarios affect the basin, and what's the difference to water levels in those different scenarios. So now I'm going to jump to some of the considerations we have as we started to walk through these results and look at them, and what we think they indicate, and how we're thinking about it, right? So just let you in, really transparent. This is the process we're going through. So one is that there's a positive effect on water levels, but we didn't achieve our target water level trend of no decline, right? So we didn't achieve success. The second one is that reductions in high priority subareas affect decline rates in lower priority subareas, right? So shutting off Andy resulted in Roger having better water level at the end of the day, right? Put it in like just pure simple terms, which I think is what Zach was also saying when he jumped on it. Weaver Springs, which was a 74% reduction, and North Harney, which was a 64% reduction, show recovery in a really short period of time, right? We saw that cone of depression fill in, and we saw the edges of the cone essentially stabilize. And that indicates to us that those reductions may be more severe than necessary. So maybe we're going too far there, and we should reconsider what our PTW is for those areas. And then the last one is that portions of the basin never achieve near stable, which indicates that broader geographic reductions are going to be necessary, which means that we're going to have to look at implementing lower PTWs or curtailment within the lower priority subareas. So spreading out the curtailment more. So that's what we're thinking. That's how we would adjust our scenario going forward, right? So let's take down the amount of pumpage that's allowed in these other sub areas by some amount, and let's run it again, see what happens. And so those are our takeaways. And obviously you all had some other takeaways as well. And so I hope that as we talk this afternoon about management scenarios, we keep some of these results in mind to help inform our decisions. So we're being a little bit more, like, so we're using the information we have as we move forward. Right? So that's my hope.
Go ahead, Lou. So hypothetically, if we have a 100-year flood this year, this model would be totally flawed. Would that be correct?
No, because we saw the 1980s, right? When we had how many thousands of acre feet parked out on the landscape?
Right.
All of that is included in the model calibration.
Okay.
And what we saw, like how water levels changed in response to that is included in the model, right? In calibrating the model and understanding the results.
Okay, so if in 2024, 2025, we have another scenario of a tremendous water year, how would that be built into this model? Is it built into this model?
So an individual, like, once in a 100-year event is not built in, it's averaged in. So we would be assuming that once in 100 years event, much like with the 80s, lasts for a period of time and goes away. Just like from a recharge standpoint, recharge is averaged over a long period of time. So it includes the periods of drought and the periods of excess, right? So we're trying to get to an average. So at the end of the day, these are averages. We're not gonna be able to make any sort of speculation about if this happens to recharge, like if this happens to precipitation this year, what's gonna happen? We need to talk about that when we talk about flexibility and implementation of the rules, right? So decoupling, right? Like this is what we think is gonna happen. These are the trajectories we wanna see us go on. This is what we believe is most likely to happen. But we need to build into the rules some off ramps. So that if something wildly different happens, then we all of a sudden get, I don't know, average precipitation of 40 inches a year instead of the 20 inches a year you normally get. And we get that for 10 years, then we don't continue implementing curtailment, even though we have wildly different conditions.
So I'm curious about, and I think a significant and true fact is that the uplands help determine. So how are the uplands having been encroached with forest mismanagement and juniper over the last 40 years or 100 years? How's that incorporated in the model? And now that it's burned off 200,000 acres of it, how's that likely to change the accuracy of your?
And to his point, that is a catastrophic event that's already taken place this summer. And it's obvious when you go out there and look at the river today and the springs that are running. I mean, we're getting recharged we would normally not be getting today because of that scenario.
Because the upland ET is so much less. There's less plants.
I don't know how many trees burnt, but if you take 30 gallons a day by however many burnt, that's a lot of water getting recharged. And it's proved right there in the river today.
Sure, but that's a very short-term impact, right? So one, vegetation is gonna grow back. And it's gonna continue, it's gonna consume recharge that's coming in.
So
So,
if it's managed properly, it won't come back like it did.
but what we have seen across the arid west
I'm sure they'll burn it off. It'll burn itself. It's a cycle.
is that the native plants consume the water available to them. So just because a juniper can drink 30 gallons of water a day, doesn't mean it is, because it can only drink what's available to it, right? So if you only get 20 inches of precipitation a year, the juniper is not gonna drink 40 gallons of water every day, all year, because it's just not available.
That's just an average number. That's just the average for the season. It's not a daily number. I mean, it's an average across the season. That's how much it uses, but the juniper really is a function of improper management because it's encroaching. The wild denseness and the ridiculous forest management also created the same scenario that caused it to ignite. Had it been managed over the last 50 years or 100 properly, you would have been able to mitigate these wildfires, and you would have had a reasonable level of taking the renewable resource out and using them. So there's no reason to say that nature has to just buzz around up there and take all the water when it comes. That should be part of the modeling.
So
And it's a huge number. You look at it.
so the model incorporates average recharge for the last, I can't remember the years, number of years, but it's, I want to say it's the 80s through the early. to
Yeah,
mid-
average recharge in the valley, right, in the basin
In the uplands and in the lowlands,
and in the forests.
correct?
Yeah. And now the recharge is completely changed, so how the model will address that.
We would have to modify the recharge numbers, and I don't think we have the science to support modifying them.
And so my, I was trying to go with this is that the model, you need to set this up so we continuously improve the model at the same time. So the information that we make a prediction, then we can do some investigations as to what happens in the next 10 years. And then we can come back and improve the model and have a more accurate one. And definitely the upland management is a key issue in the amount of water that's down in these valleys. So I'm just hoping we use this as an opportunity to improve the accuracy of these models because they're worrying me, you know that already.
Yeah.
The accuracy to adapt to science as it becomes available.
And I guess what I'm saying, Roger, is we don't want to wait another 10 years to recalibrate this model and run it again. We want to start managing
No,
now
I'm
and build the tools in to adjust as conditions change.
I'm 100% with you.
Okay, great. Yep.
All right, let's, so we got a half hour left. We want to be able to buzz through this and do our comment time and grab some lunch. So we got the time we need in the afternoon. So I think that, based on my calculations, we're right on target.
Okay, great.
So,
Perfect.
yeah.
Right.
All right, so let's reset and we're gonna start talking about the management scenario development, right? So this is an overview of what we need to put together in order to be able to run a scenario in the model.
So what we'll be using this document right here. The conversation this afternoon is going to be following kind of this outline of this document. So Tim's going to be walking through this right now and then offering up some examples of what that looks like. And then in the afternoon.
The developing management scenario, top.
You wanna go through these or you want me to?
Go for it.
So, our goals for this conversation are to outline the process for designing a management scenario.
Oh, sorry.
That's
I
okay.
think meant the whole presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, you're it, right?
I'm back on, yeah, so the goal here, outline the process for designing a management scenario, review examples of management scenarios, so this is the process. This afternoon, we're gonna create the scenarios, we just want you to be able to go to lunch with understanding what we're gonna plug in. So, the outline.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're not starting from zero this afternoon. We're gonna be following the discussion groups, management scenario, recommendations, and going through those.
But don't look at those yet, don't look at those yet, put that down, Kelly. Stay here, that's.
Don't jump ahead.
No.
Where the line's gonna be drawn. I've got 30 minutes more of boring you before you get.
This afternoon.
All right, so, on this document, you can see step 1, step 2, and step 3, we're trying to keep it fairly simple and straightforward. We need where, we need how much, and we need when. So let's dig into step 1. Which doesn't match up here, Kelly, now that I see it. So 1 is define the objective of the management scenario, so.
Wrong version, so I apologize.
It's all right.
Yeah.
So we need to define the objective of the management scenario. So what is this scenario trying to achieve? Is it trying to achieve no decline? Is it trying to achieve A change in the water level trend over a certain period of time, will it result in recovery or stabilization? And then what areas of the basin are being tested and why? And what timelines are being tested and why, right? So, as we have said, these are your management scenarios as the RAC to define. So we're gonna need boundaries. We're gonna need to know why you picked those boundaries. What are you trying to test? When it comes to timeline, we need to understand what are you trying to achieve? Like, how quickly are you trying to achieve a goal? You know, and why? And the reason we need this information is because it helps us understand your thought process. And it helps us as we go to implement what you have given us in the model. Because there are going to be very specific scenarios where we are gonna need to put a number in. And it needs to be a firm, like hard and fast number, and you're not gonna have given it to us. And we need to be able to take the spirit of what you're trying to do here and implement an actual number, right? Because you can think of this model as essentially like a math equation. And we're gonna solve like 4 + 4, and we're gonna tell you it equals 8. But you are giving us what the numbers are to put together so that we can give you an answer. And if you don't give us 4, we need to understand what you were trying to do so that we can interpret 4 from that information. So that's why we're trying to understand the objective, right? And really understand what you're trying to do. So step 2, we're gonna start digging into the where. So we need to define the management area where pumpage reductions will occur. And so when we say that, we need to define all the boundaries, just like we did with our management scenario, our 15 sub-area management scenario. We picked the give GAC as the outside boundary, and then we divided that into 15 sub-areas. So for your management scenario, we need you to define what the outside boundaries are going to be. And then if you're going to split them up, figure out how to split it up. In your management scenario, you could have multiple critical areas or multiple areas where you reduce use while not touching other areas. But we need to understand what those boundaries are. And it needs to be clear enough that we can actually like implement it on a map and then put that into the model. So it has to be clear. Then we need to talk about how much. So this is the amount of pumping reduction that's going to occur. So as we've talked about, we want to start with the 2018 model pumpage value as the baseline. So that's where we're starting from. And when you pick how much, we want you to reduce from that. And then there's a bunch of examples here of how you could do that, right? So you could reduce by a percentage within an area, right? So like we said, we reduced Weaver Springs by 74%. You could say something simpler, right? Or similar, reduce X area by X%. You could do reductions to actual pumpage values for a specific year before 2018. So you could say, let's take Weaver Springs back to 1990 pumpage levels. And we would say, okay, we have a pumpage value for 1990. We'll use that as the PTW. And then we'll tell you what the actual curtailment was at the end, because we can do that calculation. But you could give it to us in that form. You could also reduce or specify the reduction to a particular volume within each sub area, where the method for determining the volume is specified, right? So you need to, say you want to just pick random numbers out of the air, you could tell us, we pick these random numbers out of the air because we think they're right, and we want them this for each sub area, right? So it could be as simple as purely arbitrary. And then we need you to define how you want us to allocate the reductions within that area. So do you want us to apply them equally across all wells? Or do you want us to apply it by seniority of water, like water rights? So we, in our scenario, chose to go by seniority of water right. We took the PTW, the amount of water that could be pumped. We started with the seniors and allocated until we ran out of water, and then we shut everything else off. If you would like us to just model what a 30% reduction across the sub area looks like, and apply 30% reduction to all wells in that area, we can do that too. Both are options within the model.
And on your scenario, Tim, you also, if it was not pumping in 2018, it wasn't part of that equation.
No. If we took the less, if it wasn't pumping in 2018 and it was a senior water right, I believe it got allocated water.
So you allocated
But-
the water rights, water, if they weren't pumped in 2018.
It's a really good question, Mark, and the devil's in the devil's in the details there, and I need to talk to Ben about it.
Okay,
So,
fair enough.
yeah, we can make that clear.
Would you have to change the law if you change the priority dates?
We're not,
If you were changing in your scenario that you just gave, if you said we're gonna do it by priority date, wouldn't you have to change the state law? Because that's the way it's written now, correct? It's by priority date if,
so our scenario follows what we believe they follow the law. Yeah,
That you follow.
we believe we followed the law in implementing our scenario, the way we did it, yes. If we were to try to apply reductions equally across all wells in a sub area, I do not know that we have the authority to do that. We cannot, I don't know that we can say, hey, all water right holders, you're gonna take a 30% reduction and allocate the water that way. But in the model, we can see what that would do, right? So if you wanted, like, this could be a voluntary agreement sort of scenario, right? So if you get all the water users together in that area and they say, we're all willing to take a 30% reduction because we're all gonna buy MESA systems and we're gonna change portions of our crop type, right? Like, and we're gonna get this reduction. We could model out what that might look like. So that's an option. Yep.
If we're gonna go down this road, let's go a little further. So if you base it off 2018 usage, legally, you have the ability to limit the senior water right to that usage.
So, and Jason, jump in here if you have a better answer than I do. But we believe that we would look at historic usage, right? So beneficial use over a period of time. And if beneficial use can't be proven within that time, then we would not allocate water to that water right. So I don't know how to make it any more specific than that.
I think that's right. I think also within the critical area rules, we have more flexibility in how we allocate. Because I believe it says in there, and I have to look at it in the critical statute, that we can adjust allocation based on, or I guess, based on whether or not it's beneficial to the public or not a detriment. What's the language?
It's the public, well, health, welfare, and
There
safety.
you go.
And beneficial without waste, so if you're raising a crop on what the ET was.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
But for the model scenario, remember, like, this is trying to get to some answers about what's gonna happen in the basin as we change things. We need to know how much, so tell us how much you wanna pump and where. And then we get to when, so determine the time frame for the implementation of pumping reductions, so. That timeline needs to be defined and needs to include a year in which the reductions begin and the year in which they're fully implemented. And then we have said we will, if those are different years, we will take a linear approach to reductions. So if you say we want to reduce by 50% over 5 years, we will reduce the pumping in that area by essentially 10% from the total per year for 5 years to get to a 50% total reduction. Right, so that's a linear amount of reduction. If you delineate more than one management area or more than one sub area, then we need a timeline for each sub area. And that could just be like, we want to do this across all the areas, or it could be in area 1, we want to do a timeline that is 10 years. In area 2, we want to do a timeline that's 5 years. In area 3, we want to do a timeline that doesn't start for 20 years. And then is immediate, right? So you got all those options, right? You pick whichever one you want. But we have to understand when to start reductions and when reductions need to be fully implemented. So there you've got the where, the how much, and the when. And that's really what we're trying to drive out there. And so on this slide, we're showing the model runs that OWRD is going to run. And we haven't run E yet. We're hoping to do that. We have a paper of that one. I don't have a paper of that one, sorry, this is not, this is really small, but I think it's summarized.
directly from the summary of the discussion groups, this is scenario A and B.
Yeah, so before everyone starts digging into this is, we're gonna spend this afternoon, we're gonna be looking at the full table. So as we mentioned before, the department has identified 2 that they're running. We're gonna identify 3 more this afternoon, so just kind of showing you, these are the 2 that the department's running, but we can spend more time on this afternoon.
So the first one, option A or scenario A here is our targeted 15 sub-area reduction, right? So it's what I've already presented results on, that this is what we implemented for a management scenario. And then we're gonna tweak and move forward with that. Like we want to iterate on that one for sure. And then the second one is, it's E here in this table, but when you get the full table, it makes sense because there's A through E. E is a reductions to 1990 volume. So the goal would be 1 critical area boundary that we propose as the give GAC. So there's no sub areas within that. We are gonna use, the 1990 pumpage as our PTW. And then we would allocate that 1990 PTW out based on seniority of water right across the entire basin. So that's the, for better, like essentially what Louis has been talking about and asking for. Yeah. So it's like, and yeah, you're exactly right, John. That's a really good point. A and E are like polar opposites, right? E is like, take it all as one basin and let's see how it works out. A is, let's be really targeted and focused and try to only hit certain hotspots and see what happens, right? And that's a good point.
So just for Roger, just to get kind of help again, I want to stress this, put this all in context. You know, these are scenarios and there's gonna be a range, like Tim said, these are the extremes. We're gonna fill in the middle with some of the feedback that we got from the discussion groups. And ideally, everybody sees a scenario, they say, okay, that kind of meets my interest. That's in line with what I think it could be run. And that's all we really need to come away with. We don't need to agree with these. You can love them or hate them, but we want to be able to see your reality somewhere in the 5 that we put out there. Roger, go ahead.
So I'm interested in the adaptive nature of the process you're talking about, because my vision would be that you would pick a scenario or something that you all mostly agreed on, that you would monitor what was happening, and that you have some terminology in the RAC rules that say, if in fact this deviates to the positive, say, for the next 5 years, it deviates substantially more positive than the model predicted, that there would be compensation somehow for that. And I'm looking for a way to adaptively not, my idea is to do the minimum thing that we can do and then see if it has the positive effect or not, and then add to it. But somewhere along the line, there needs to be something more than here's our prediction, here's what we'll do. It needs to be, here's our prediction, here's what we hope or we think is gonna happen, and then we're gonna monitor it and we're gonna find out sort of what really is the trend, and then we're gonna adjust it as we see the real trend. And I'm hoping we have a component of that in there.
Absolutely. And we will talk about that when we get to the actual draft rules. We're gonna present how we think we have the, like, how we think we can do it under our authorities. But we have talked many times about building in what we're calling an off-ramp for curtailment. If conditions improve more rapidly than what we have modeled or put in the rules, right?
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm interested in.
Yeah. So we don't like, if we pick the rate at which we're gonna reduce pumping, right? And we're on that trajectory, reducing pumping, and we picked a trajectory that we think is gonna happen to water levels. If water levels are recovering faster, we don't wanna keep going down that trajectory of curtailment if we don't have to, right? I don't wanna put any more people out of business than
That's the point.
is necessary, right? Like, to solve the problem.
It also argues for us to go relatively slowly, deliberately, so we can make sure that what our models are as impactful as
Sure.
Okay, so I think that, again, we don't probably need to have a lot of discussion here because this is what we're gonna discuss here after lunch. So let's Do public comment, I didn't ask at the top of the meeting. Who do we have in the room here that would like to provide public
Oh,
comment?
Zach's got a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Zach,
think I missed.
just back on, okay, go ahead, Zach.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt the flow of public comment. I'll just be quick. I hope this afternoon that before we jump right into developing new scenarios, what I think would be really helpful is to briefly revisit the scenario that Tim already showed, that WRD already ran, and talk through how we might iterate a future scenario based off of that, based on what we learned. And so, Tim, you mentioned at the top that there's likely minor adjustments that could be made to reiterate some of these different model scenarios. And so you teed up the conversation really nicely, but we didn't actually have it to say, based on what that model scenario suggested, how can we mildly refine that and run a new scenario and learn more from it? And I think that would be helpful for informing the development of new scenarios because it helps us understand what counts as an iteration versus what counts as a whole new thing. So I want to have that conversation maybe before we jump right into future scenario development.
I see what you're trying to do there. Give more model runs out of me. That's what, yeah. Yeah. All right.
Iterate on yours first.
Yeah. Yeah.
100% support that, Jack. Good
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Zach. We'll, yep.
We had an earlier comment from Ken.
Oh, Ken's yeah.
Is this a public comment?
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Sharing. He's not here. Okay. Okay, let's move to public comment. Okay, so we have one in the back. If you're online and you'd like to provide public comment, please raise your hand and we'll track that as well. Ken, it looks like you had a comment in the chat. So if you want to provide public comment, you can offer that then. So just some kind of ground rules of public comment. We've gone over this before, but we have a comment period now. We have another one at the end of the day. So 2 opportunities for the public to provide comment. This is an opportunity for those non-RAC members to offer their thoughts, ask questions. I just want to preface it in that the department or the RAC isn't obligated or in a position to respond to questions now. We'll capture anything questions that are offered and be able to ideally get back to you with an answer, at some for the next meeting. So that's the process. And then we'll just respectfully request you to keep comments to 2 to 3 minutes so that we go into it. So go in the back, go ahead and state your name and you can stand up if you're loud enough and provide your comment from there. Yep, you. Yeah.
So, okay, I got a bunch of stuff.
Okay,
We
state
don't.
your name.
Kirk Blackburn.
Okay, thank you.
Here stuff. I got a bunch of stuff since we only got, you can't comment on anything. So on your, you said you did a recommendation to the board on what the PT or on what your recommendations of the cut would be now. Is that right? Or, I was just wondering how that was, why would you do it before, like financial and different things in a lot of the scenarios? I was just trying to figure out, so you gave a recommendation board today, what would be the cuts? So, right, that was the very first of the meeting. I got a whole scenario.
So we spoke, this RAC specifically asked that we have a standing agenda item on our commission meetings. Our commission's meeting agenda for every commission meeting. We have about 4 of those a year. And we are presenting on what is going on in this RAC process to our commission every essentially quarter, at every meeting. And in that, we walked them through essentially the exact same presentation that we walked through in this RAC meeting in August, right? So we had that one online. We talked through what the goals for groundwater levels in the Harney Basin should be. And we presented what we believe our recommendation is, which is no different than what we presented in August. And that is what we focused on. And the intent is to make sure that they are informed on this, on this process, and that they are following along with us so that when we get to a rule adoption, they are not having to read an 800-page report and catch up on 2+ years of conversations all at once.
But to be clear though, when we presented to the commission, we were specifically just talking about that target low return of no decline. We did not say this is the reductions we'll be doing. And we never discussed that. It was just around the goal. So, yeah.
So Tim is correct, we didn't ask for that, there's some of us there that at every meeting also providing public comment to the commission right after the presentation. They are on YouTube, if we could get those clips out to this group, that we can disseminate to be worth watching.
So on your modeling, you said you guys only used the pumping source of 2018 or that, and now was that dry or wet or? And what was the year like? It's the only reason I'm getting the question is I don't know, like it's been addressed in here earlier, depending on the year, if it was a wet year, dry year, or average year. Usage fluctuates quite a bit, probably, I don't know much, but like a wet year like this last year, you know, it might be a 20.
Sure, so, yep, we released a report, it's by Jordan Beamer and Melanie Hoskinson, it goes into water use estimates for the last, since 1980 or something like that. And, what we see in that is 2018's pumpage was the second highest amount of pumpage in the basin over that time period. There was only one year that was higher, and that was 2017. It was only higher by a few hundred acre feet, if I remember correctly. So it is very close to the highest number, the highest quantity pumped in this basin that we have historical data for.
So, what do your directions is that? I mean, I don't understand on the modeling on the reductions, if there was a lower amount, would the reductions be less? Or are they more aggressive?
So
You're using
so this is a really good question, and I want to try to see if I can answer it effectively. So the model is calibrated to water use that estimates that we have taken, right?
Yeah.
So if in 2018, we said the basin pumps roughly 150,000 acre feet, and we were wrong, right? So we estimated too low. That would mean that actually more pumpage was occurring. And the water level declines we have are from more pumpage occurring. So that's if we underestimated. If we overestimated pumpage, then that means that the water level declines that we have are occurring with even less pumpage than we have. And so we have an even worse problem than we thought. Okay. That report specifies what we think our error bars are on the water use estimates. And the model incorporates two different methods for water use estimates to calibrate. So we have two separate reports, and the two methods were combined to get to the actual calibration of the model.
So, I agree with, and another thing was, we were talking about fiscal impact on the community and, everything going. Last meeting, I asked Kelly, he said we could only use safety and health as an economic impact. And I asked for examples, and he couldn't do any of that. Do you have any examples today? How that affects, or?
So you're talking about just when we're doing the cost of compliance for small businesses?
Well, so you said the only economic impact had to be, safety and health. There's only ones that you could really look at. If it was that or economic, and I go, well, what do you mean? How do you describe? What is the difference and what is safety and health on that? I mean, you couldn't describe it then, so we just went on.
Oh,
And I
okay.
asked her to get back to me, but I've never heard from her.
Okay, I apologize, I don't think I was very clear. So when I was talking about, to the extent of the public health and safety, there are specific rules when we go and, evaluate the impact to small businesses. We have to take steps to, if we see that there is a impact, the rules say that we have to take steps to, within the rules to reduce that impact. But then the rules are very specific, saying, but it's to the extent of public health and safety. So if changing those rules are going to affect public health and safety, we don't have to do that. The actual physical impact analysis encompasses all of it. It's not just public health and safety. It's Kristen power, it's what impacts to, I'm just gonna give examples, impacts to the community. That was probably Laura, do you want to chime in? That's probably you.
Well, let me pause for a second, as we we want to try to keep, I appreciate.
Why not?
like
You only give the public 15 minutes. It's hard.
Well, I know, I recognize that, and I'm trying to work within the bounds that we have, and that's why we have a RAC that's intended to be representative of the community, but, we have another person who wants to provide comment, and we do have, so what we can do is capture your questions and comments, and ideally,
Well, I've asked
Kelly,
before in the other meetings and never got a response.
I think,
That's just the way.
let's figure it out and get a response. Can we do that, Kelly?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, one more question, I'll sit down. When you're talking about measuring, success, and we're talking about medium success in measuring, or the medium, how to measure it. If a well, I don't know the description of the dry well, one thing, because I don't think we ever have it. If a well goes down and you're monitoring that well and that user is putting it into the model or send it to the state, and it goes down and he quits using it or he sells his water rights, I would think the water in that well would go up, you know, because he's not drawn from it. Because he's not using that well anymore, what happens with the data from there on? I mean, are you guys gonna still use that well in monitoring? Or is that gonna be off the grid in the medium levels of recharge rates? I'm just trying to figure out how's that gonna be handled when people sell their water rights or whatever, and they're not reporting those static changes? And
Yeah,
if
so
they
that's-
don't, then how do they?
So that again goes back to that conversation that we sort of put a pin in around, are we gonna use all available data or are we gonna use sentinel wells, right? So we're gonna use all available data. If a well goes dry, that is no longer a water level measurement we can use because we can't assess the water level in that well.
But what has to be sells is
We'll-
water rights,
we'll-
they quit using it. And in the permit, they have to show.
So
that
if
you don't have the data.
if we lose access to a well, we will no longer be able, if we're using all available data, we will no longer have data for that. Right? So it goes away. And that is a potential challenge.
So I'm just saying, if you're doing the medium and all of a sudden you take out some of the better scenarios that they stop using, it's still like a monitoring well, and there still needs to be a mechanism that you can still use that well, that was in for the future.
So
Let's capture that, Tim.
Yep.
And we'll get some, we're capturing every question, and we need to do a better job of getting response. And that really was. Chris Hall, you have a public comment?
Good morning still. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having such a good meeting. I think this is a great discussion. So yeah, my conversation or my topic of public comment is mostly around the fiscal statement and how it relates to the model and the management scenarios. Since pumping water has helped the economy in the present, how does that impact the future? There is a necessary trade-off between the two, because if you use up the water in the present, the future is relatively drier. The model runs that we've seen today demonstrate how people in the present can secure the future for others 70 years from now that they don't even know. Deciding on the management scenarios, the various versions that are available, affects the fiscal impact of the future. As a term, fiscal impact, that term relates to both current conditions and future conditions. If pumping is not sufficiently curtailed in the short term, then the long-term fiscal impact is harmed. Fiscal impact research by an economist has to consider the future public interest. An important question of the day is, over what timeline should OWRD achieve the goal of zero decline? And I wonder what folks alive in 2100 would say to that question. Saying that OWRD's position of no rate of decline reduces irrigated acreage too much is a present day perspective that impacts the future of those who are here today. However, no rate of decline helps the long-term needs of others who are not here today. There is an important difference to acknowledge between protecting the future of those who are alive today and protecting the future of those who will live when we're all gone by the end of the century. Allowing further declines protects the short-term future of those here today in the present. Stabilizing water levels by curtailments and no rate of decline protects the long-term future of others who are not here. By degrees, pumping will slow and stop one way or the other, either through curtailments today or later when groundwater levels go below the economic pumping level. The current hydrologic and fiscal impact debate, which is happening today, is not just among those who are here at the table. It's really actually between those here today and the silent majority in the future whose voices we cannot hear. Currently, the present moment has seniority over the future, and the magnanimous choice is to cede some of that power so that the future has a voice one way or the other. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you. Okay, I think that's it for public comment in this period. I'm sorry, okay, one more. Please state your name and then go right ahead.
And Brooks, so I, like Kurt, have a multitude of questions, but so how many aquifers service the impacted area? How long does it take to refill them? Does the information that you have, that you're presenting, take into effect the weather over the next 74 years that you're talking about? You don't have money for the economist. You have money to know how the weather is going to be impacting you in all of this?
So for your first question, we've got two different places you can get that information. Our groundwater study that was done in collaboration with USGS talks about like the aquifer system. And then the groundwater report, which we have a draft copy of that posted on our website, and we're accepting public comment on, lays out, it identifies and characterizes the groundwater reservoir within the basin. And then it identifies the problems that we see with it and the reasons why we believe we have authority to designate a critical groundwater area. So I'd encourage you to read that report. I think that would be helpful in answering the first part of that question. From a modeling standpoint, we do not have a climatology, like a climate model that is predictive of what future climate scenarios potentially exist. The model is using an average of recharge from a period of years in the past. So we are not looking at projecting any sort of change in recharge. We are looking at average recharge historically. Does that answer your question?
If we can help guide you to this information, you mean, so,
Great.
yeah,
But
thank you. Okay. All right, let's, one more public comment. Okay.
I have a question.
Just, state your name and then,
Purveyor.
and if we don't have time to answer the question now, we'll get back to it, but.
Okay, well, regarding the Sentinel wells that was selected for the mock, they were all Sentinel wells.
The model incorporated as much information as we had.
Okay, Sentinel wells or other wells.
All wells that we have information for is included in that calibration.
Location was the only criteria for Sentinel wells.
I'm not
Are
sure.
they irrigation wells as well as stock wells?
So yeah, so we didn't care about the purpose of the well.
Okay.
What we cared about was gathering accurate information. And some of this information goes all the way back to the 1930s when USGS first measured wells out in this basin. So like we have a wide breadth of data from a long period of time that was used in calibrating the model.
Okay. The Sentinel wells. Okay.
So when we talk about Sentinel wells, I just want to be clear here, right? So we could either, when we're trying to characterize what's happening in the system, we can either look at all wells that we have data for, right? So I can't tell you anything about a well that we haven't measured, but I can tell you something with wells that we have measured. So we could look at all that data. And in our water level trends analysis, we used as much data as we had, and I think we ended up with something like 435 wells is what we used across this basin, right? If we decide to pick Sentinel wells, what we would be saying is that these, I don't know, 100 wells are representative of the basin. And that is all we would track, and that's all we would care about, and that's all we would manage to. So we wouldn't care what the water level is in Andy's irrigation well. We would care about what the water level is in the monitoring well that he has on his property if we decide that monitoring well is a Sentinel well and is representative of that area of the basin. Does that help explain the difference between
Yes.
using all data and just using a subset?
Okay, let's, go to lunch. I'm gonna cut 10 minutes out of our lunch hour, if that's okay with everyone, so that we start at 12:30.
Last time we've done
We're a little over, so.
12:30?
12:30, we're gonna reconvene, so. This is what I'm thinking. Okay. 12:30. I'll be there.
Folks online, we're working on, back for lunch, so give another 5 minutes or so, we'll get started. Thank you.
I did find the name of the community in action.
Hey, can folks in the room hear me? Just wondering if we're gonna get started or if you guys have started, and because all we're seeing is a slide.
Yep, hi Laura, no, we have not started yet.
I'll take that, because you could
And I have
No, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna make
All right, can people online hear us?
Yes.
All right, I'm trying to get the video to work, but give me that's being frustrating.
Maybe we could look for an economist that has IT training too, we can hire for 1 second.
You are one of the most helpful people.
Okay, we can see you, Tim, now.
Yeah.
Sorry about the bad visual online.
Oh, man.
Stay focused here.
Yeah, the screen's freezing for us, I think.
Don't worry, it's only the back of your head.
Yeah, the department didn't hire me for my looks, okay? I thought we knew that going in. The owls are being frustrating.
Connected to the Wi-Fi. We are connected to the Wi-Fi.
Sharing this is going to review. You want to have that rule all
Sure. See because if you can get video, we can get by without. Share screen 2.
Still got Laura or Bobby.
I mean, I'm wondering if somebody online shared screen. I mean, I'm not really sure what the visual sharing issue is, but that's another idea. Oh, there, that's something. I'm not seeing other views of the room or people though.
Yeah, we can't get the video to turn on.
Yeah, if we're just, if they can see the presentation, but they can't see us.
Correct.
We can get by. All right.
They see that.
All right, let's go ahead and get started. So those of you online, we're still troubleshooting the video, but that won't impact you from seeing the presentation. And we also can hear you. So if you have a question or comment, raise your hand as normal.
I think it's microphone. It's the microphone here, not the. We okay to go or?
1 second, because the owls are dead now.
Can't have dead owls, that's no good.
So the microphone is. All right, now they should be the owls back alive.
Probably Fish and Wildlife Service. They've been shooting owls lately.
Okay, now we've got the room.
All right, Laura.
Yep.
You see the screen? Do you see speakers at all?
Yep, I can see both.
Do you see the room?
Yes.
You guys just want to email me.
You're a little soft. I don't know if you're speaking soft or.
Laura, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but you're soft.
I can't hear us.
You're quite clear now.
But now.
Now we lost the camera or the room, the in-room perspective.
Will we like to turn on when we start talking about separation?
That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they could hear us when he sounded good. So I think they're trying to figure out the speakers too. You're back.
Hang on, we're still having problems with the owls.
I think it was just the owl problem.
There, the owl seems to be working.
So, yeah,
Hear
we
us,
see,
Laura?
we do. Do you hear me?
We can't hear her though.
You can't hear me.
Right. Yeah, hang on. Let's see. Can you say something again?
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, that was horribly painful. I don't want to do that again.
They're seeing the presentation.
Not yet.
Not yet.
One moment, please.
You're doing great.
There, now it looks like the presentation is up, correct?
Yep. Presentation and the room camera.
Okay, let's do it. You guys ready now? All right, development and management scenarios. Let's go to the next slide. That's me.
Do you need
Okay, as we've talked about, we're kind of building up to, we've got 2 scenarios that we've previewed, the department's developed, and now is the time where we need to create 3 more. So that we have a total of 5, which the department has the capacity to run through the model between now and our November meeting. So at the level of participation for this, we're all the way to the far end of that spectrum, almost to the end in the collaborate space, because this is really driven by the RAC. We need to know what scenarios you want to run, so that we have a nice spectrum of different options to run through the model and see that are different enough that we can compare them and see what the results are and modify the stuff in there. So let's go ahead and move on to the next slide. So what we want to do, many of you participated in the discussion group, and this is a group that's been established, not exclusive to the RAC. This can be any members of the RAC or the community. And they've been meeting at intervals for anybody who wants to attend online or in person to really kind of hone in on some of this and get the process rolling so that as when we come to this RAC meeting, we're not starting from ground zero. So what we want to do is turn this over to the discussion group for a moment to share what came out of the meeting that they held, which was dedicated to these scenarios. So yeah.
I know the maps are super small, so the maps that we're looking at are in the summary of the discussion groups. There was a summary for A1, A2, B1, and B2 options.
Okay, and I'm gonna turn it over to Kristen and Jess, and maybe we can help with Bobby Cochran. I'll introduce you here from one of the consensus. He's been facilitating those discussion groups, along with Harmony Bullwright. So turning it over to this group to represent what came out of that discussion group, share some of the work that they did, so that we can use that to then lead into our discussion on alternative solutions for scenario selection. Take it away.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd just like to thank, those who participated in those discussions. I found them very valuable as we did this because it allowed for some of the discussion that we've had in the RAC that has been difficult to spend the time needed on to really have that space and, you know, allowing us to have that space to sit down with actual maps, talk about what goes on the ground, look at what is, going to be able to be produced by the model versus what isn't being produced by the model. You know, those are all really good things for us to be able to work our minds around. I showed up a little late the one day, and so I'll let Jeff cover the day when there was actual drawing on maps going on and how that kind of got, put forward, and so that was on the 16th of that occurred.
Okay, so we had, a series of maps that showed, the basin and out in the back tables, and we split up into groups, and we're discussing what we all thought that the sub areas should look like. And there was a lot of conversations around, lumping the 15 sub areas into larger regions. Contemplating how to split the Poison Creek and Rattlesnake area, part of them perhaps into the Sylvies. The discussion of the importance of addressing the hotspots and also considering recharge regions. Dog Mountain, Weaver Springs, and its Bay was a big topic of discussion. And also how can this a new delineation maybe facilitate the conversation of senior versus junior water rights. And one thing that I was really surprised by is just about every table, the similarities of how each group broke them up. It seemed almost universal that everybody just kind of organically came to 5 sub areas. If anybody has a memory that's different than that, then please speak up. Because I might have a biased memory because it went along with what our table was discussing. But it's pretty much captured. You'll see that there's really not that much difference if you look at what each of the groups came up with. We may have split Rattlesnake and Poison with Sylvia's a little, redirected that a little bit differently among the tables, but nobody had any confidence on what was the best way to capture that. And so I don't think anybody had a real strong opinion on exactly where that boundary would lie. But yeah.
And I think part of the discussion was along the lines of, in different years, that boundary provides different amounts of recharge into different areas, depending on how much water is flowing down it on a given year. And so it's a little bit hard to just lump it with one or the other where it lies, because on a really high flow year, it affects a larger area than on a low flow year. And so that's what made that one kind of a more challenging area to just put a line on and really feel like it belongs in this piece versus this piece.
So maybe you could walk us through each one of these, just so we can, as we're looking at them, we can compare the two and identify the differences.
Oh. Okay, well, one of the striking ones that you'll find in. So, yeah, okay, is the upper Silver and was it Harney Lake? We felt was a natural, it makes a lot of sense to just combine those because the water in the northern part of Harney Lake does come down from the Silver Creek one. And so they are truly a watershed. And then looking at the underground geography, it seemed to also substantiate that. Oh, the Weaver Springs, Dog Mountain sub area, that's. Oh, one of them broke those two out and some of them combined those two. And then there's also talk about maybe Dog Mountain needing to be either a part of Silver Creek or of Sylvies. I do remember that also, so I don't know if that was ever completely resolved. And then the Sylvies sub area, except for the addition of perhaps a little bit of the sub area to the east, remained pretty much intact. And the upper and lower Woodson combined. Northeast
So the crane. Part of this. Oh, yeah.
It's a little hard to hear you guys, a little garbled and soft. I don't know if there's much that can be done about that, but I thought I'd mention it.
That is already on the screen and it's already provided to us. We're kind of just walking through.
Yeah,
What's already,
the notes that everybody has, they did a wonderful job of capturing notes. And I know stuff.
Oh my God.
It's really hard to see the lines that we actually put.
It is, it's
Like,
a little
really
blurry on there. Jeff and Chris would be helpful. You guys have already jump in a little bit of what the key differences are.
All right, everybody, it's kind of difficult for all talking for folks online to hear us.
And so for folks, I'm Bobby Cochran with Oregon Consensus. I'm the guy who did the best he could to draw with a highlighter on a map. So, and I apologize. I used Adobe and literally drew with a highlighter on it. So that's why they're a little bit fuzzy, but A1, the key difference there, is it's 5 sub areas with Dog Mountain and, Weaver combined and upper, and lower Blitzen combined. As you move into A2, oh, and also all of Rattlesnake and Poison Creek goes to the northeast Crane area.
In A1.
In A1. In A2, portions of Rattlesnake and Poison Creek are split, so that portion on the north flows down towards Sylvie's, and the portion on the south flows towards northeast and Crane sub area. So A1 and A2 are both 5 total sub areas. With the idea that like we wanted to combine those as much as possible. When you move into B1, that's 7 sub areas, and Weaver and Dog Mountain gets split. And upper and lower Blitzen gets split. But it still uses that same kind of delineation for Rattlesnake and Poison. And then B2 is Dog and Weaver are split, but the 2 upper and lower Blitzen are combined into 6. So there's not, I think Jen, to your point, there's not much difference between these. And if I remember right from the discussion groups, there was a lot of gravity around A2.
Okay. Mark.
As Jess and Kristen said, there was a lot of conversation. If you split Poison and Rattlesnake Creek, how do you do it? There was nobody actually had a definite answer. But I think if we look at some of the maps that were presented in the modeling, and some of the maps that were presented on the 100-year model, that it starts to show like characteristics of hydrology from white to red. And it definitely shows some of the Rattlesnake area in white. To me, that's the same color as Sylvie, so you might be able to infer some lines by some of the hydraulic response of some of the first modeling we got. To actually be very proud of me, because this now will be an iterative of the first 15 sub areas.
Okay, that's helpful, and we're gonna dig into each one of the, we'll dig into this here a little bit as we start talking about the different scenarios. So anything else, I suppose, from the discussion group on this? So Bobby said there was some gravity towards A2. Any other recollections from the group?
I think just where that line is on Rattlesnake Poison is, I forget how many yards, but not very far north of Highway 1. Is kind of where that hydrologic difference used to be. That's where that line is sitting right now.
And what we'll ultimately do, just so everyone kind of knows where we're headed, is we're gonna go through a process here where we ask you and go and identify what a preferred of these 4 might be. If we land on one where that's divided, then we can talk about what that line should be.
And it's to run the model, not what the answer.
Yeah. Again, this is just, these are an area for the model, for the scenarios developed by the RAC. Yes, Mark.
And just to reiterate again, there was a lot of discussion on, does all Dog Mountain go to Weaver Springs? Does part of Dog Mountain go to Weaver Springs? That was a nebulous one too.
Right.
And then, if I remember correctly, Bobby was part of the upper and lower Blitzen conversation. There was some difference of thought process there too, correct?
Right, which is why the different options, some have them lumped together and some have them split. And particularly the group I was part of, in the lower Blitzen, there was concern there about, groundwater to stream recharge and particularly some springs, in that area. So it might make sense to keep them split for that reason. And there's a lot of similarities, there might be some good reasons to keep them lumped.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. So this is big picture. I don't want to afraid anyone from digging into any of this, because we're gonna work our way through this table, row by row, here in a moment, but for the sake of the discussion group, any other comments, about the process that led you here? So maybe keeping the discussion process oriented.
Well, I think the major headings on B, C, and D are really what the group landed around. Obviously, there's different, time periods that could be applied to each one, and that's where, as we sit here and were presented the model earlier and those timeframes around it, and then look at some of the timeframes we were thinking of. I think it'll be very interesting to see some of this put into a model, knowing what we've seen with the time period associated with the initial run of the model. And so I think that, what we're really hoping for is that balanced approach. The goal is to do it in a time frame that allows us to allow the system to recover in some form, but also allow the economy to stabilize with the groundwater reductions. And I think that that's the big takeaway, that as we discuss things, you have to have both. You have to have balancing groundwater reduction and stabilizing an economy along the way.
So is that captured in, scenario B here, balance reductions and economic adjustment period? Is that what you're talking about specifically?
Yeah, I mean, that was the major one that was a concern, because on the 17th, that's when our big fiscal impact discussion took place. And there is a lot of concern around how that adjustment occurs and what specific things within our economy are triggered by that reduction. And if it isn't done over time, it can have some very immediate impacts that we don't even know how to wrap our heads around.
Okay. Anybody else from the discussion? I guess go to the next slide if we have some kind of questions queued up here. Correct. Okay, just again, kind of more reflecting on the discussion groups. Anybody from the discussion groups, anything else that they want to share with what we captured here? A good summary of what was discussed. If you were not part of the discussion groups, any questions or clarifications about the process that led them to that information?
So there's people that weren't in the RAC that were part of the discussion group, we're allowing them to interact now too, Brian?
Sure, yeah, as part of this question, absolutely.
How's your hands?
So in the 5 zones, and we did, right, you're correct, on the 5 zone, we did kind of break up Dog Mountain a little bit. And so there's some divots up on top due to the soil complexity that I think it's one cinders that was up on top. Is that right, Travis?
Yeah.
On there, and because there's 2 pivots that you had in Dog Mountain that was up on top of the hill. And those, because of the soil and the cinders, was more similar to what we see down in the Weaver Springs Basin and stuff like that. And it was very good that how we drew those lines out. It's probably been easier if we would have just had a map and drew it out in the whole film and stuff. But it was, the thing is with, and I understand your hydrologist and all that stuff. The nice thing was though,
we took everybody, with a lot of users in those areas that we interact with that knew specific things in those areas that they noticed over the last 34 years that really helped us design those basins, those areas, which were very helpful. Which I know you can do a hydraulic and do a little remodeling and what, but I think you need to mix both people in the discussions.
Yeah, which I think what you're getting at is there's kind of we felt some ground truthing was going on.
Yeah, I don't.
With some of it,
Yes.
you know, that
Very
it's hard to always have within the RAC because we're listening to the USGS folks and, you know, folks that don't live here and utilize the wells here and, you know, understand the history of it. And so it was really good within that group of folks to have people that actually have that history to bring into the room and be able to talk about different scenarios. And, you know, it's one of those, anything that we plug into a model is still gonna need ground truth by those on the ground dealing with it. You know, there's changes that we don't even know, you know, from the way the model's been calibrated up to 2018, and then that additional time frame. You know, and so we're looking at what we're being presented reflects a time period also. And then we're trying to wrap our heads around that and the information we've been given, but then we're still waiting on more information. And so you know, it's still challenging to look at what the RAC has to do by January, given some of the things we don't have in hand and don't know as we try to make these scenarios play out. You know, there's still questions from folks around some of that, at what point are we gonna be able to have time to go there with such a tight time frame that we're under?
That's a valid concern, yes. Zach. Oh, Zach.
Yeah, thanks. One other thing that my discussion group talked about a little bit was focusing less on sort of what a preferred scenario, like management scenario was, what a preferred outcome to this RAC was, and focusing more on what we can learn from the model itself. And so, you know, for example, thinking about what the contrasts are in the different scenarios so that we understand the trade-offs between different scenarios rather than trying to just prescribe what we think is right. And so one example of this isn't, I'm not picking on this specifically, but one example of this could be when talking about sub areas. Right now, the department's proposed sub areas divide up Dog Mountain from Weaver Springs, treats them separately. So even if you think that's right, what can we learn from running a scenario when combining them to show how those things change? So my discussion subgroup talked quite a bit about that. Like what are the contrasts that are useful for us to understand, even if we don't necessarily think those are the way forward, we might still want to run a scenario with different sub-area configurations, just so we can learn what works and what doesn't.
That's point. I think that's sort of maybe a theme that I'll try to carry forward here as we go through these next steps, that we're looking at it through that lens. So, any other comments just from anybody participating in this discussion? Yep.
So I'm gonna direct this to Tim and Jason with what our little group came up with. Do you guys feel that what we're proposing here would be something that's manageable for you?
I would say it's probably just as manageable as any scenario that we would run, including the OWRD scenario. It'll depend on what we get out of the model, you know, what we see or what scenario we go with. But, yeah, I think it's manageable.
I think the concern I have from a technical standpoint is it defensible, right? So at the end of the day, when the commission adopts these rules and we go to a contested case to actually implement curtailment, we may get challenged on our boundaries and the methodology by which we went about determining them. And we are trying to keep in the back of our minds at all times, how to ensure that the boundaries are defensible. So we're very confident we can defend our 15 sub-area boundaries. I think if our proposed scenarios here, and by ours, I mean your proposed RAC scenarios, follow those boundaries, even though they may group sub-areas together, I think that's defensible. I think when we start to talk about splitting those apart, we're gonna have to take a look at how we do that and evaluate that. So that's a concern I have.
And the reason I ask you that is because of a management standpoint. 15 areas versus 5 or 7.
Sure.
And I think our group came up with, we really can't define the lines in certain areas. The Weaver Springs, the Dog Mountain, the Rattlesnake versus Poison Creek, we don't know. We would use some guidance from you guys within your model to say, this is where we think it should be. And so I'm looking at it from your standpoint of what's more manageable within your department by doing less areas, more management within those areas, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just offer, I think if we can kind of wait, I think we're gonna have that conversation, because we wanna look at these 5 other sub areas and let the department say, okay, if you let us do it like this, that's gonna help us run the model and.
Well, I think we answered your question, yeah, between Jason and I, did we answer what you're looking for?
Yeah, I guess my point really being is, well, I think the groups all came up with, this line is here, do we need to move it over here to make everybody happy? Because we couldn't define that within Dog Mountain, within Poison Creek, Rattlesnake, North Crane, whatever.
And I think as long as we keep that in mind, like, if we come to it with that spirit, we run them all and we see what happens.
Yeah, because when you look at your model that you've done, it's kind of already defined itself to a degree.
Yeah, and you'll notice that we didn't put any of the sub-area boundaries on the outputs.
Right.
Right?
So it's kind of, they're kind of combining themselves within what we're doing here. Or what the group had done. Does that make sense, Kristen?
Yeah, well, and I think that's why it was nice prior to having the conversation about what we did in our groups, was seeing the first rendition of the model, and then you like say, not seeing any boundaries drawn on it, but being able to see what the data is showing at this point. And how much is that lining up with what we proposed or thought? I think it gives all of us a little more confidence as we plug some of this other stuff into the model and then see how that plays out. How much of the coloring will be dispersed over a different time period, is kind of the only thing I really see changing a little.
Yep, and I said that wrong. Our boundaries are on the outputs. When we go to compare management scenarios, we will not present boundaries, right? Because that'll be too many lines. So we'll start with
Backwards, so very important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I double check myself and I say at least 2 stupid things every RAC meeting, so there's one. And I'm sure Mark already has another one on to that, so let's keep going.
I might do the same thing myself, too, so we're good.
Okay, all right, so we got a couple more, and then I just want everyone to know, this is what we're gonna be talking about. We're gonna dig into all this, so, but if you have comments about the discussion group process.
One thing we did, and I can't remember what we talked about it totally, but in the subgroups, critical designation, what we're calling it. I was hoping that we could not call the whole basin a critical, but maybe we could figure out some sub areas, was what we were talking about in there, and I don't know how that would fit in with you guys. I know we've wanted that numerous times, because we feel some of the sub areas are not fitting the criteria. So, I don't know.
And it's fair, Kurt, I think part of how we talked about it in the discussion groups at this moment, because we're just trying to get to the model scenarios at this moment, is if if we think there are some areas that are not meeting the criteria, we wanted to define a boundary around those so that we could see that. And I think that was part of like the grouping of Silver and Harney Lake. It's one of those recharge areas, and that was an active conversations in Upper and Donner, as well, and Silvies.
Okay, so maintaining it all critical for the purposes of.
We just didn't even go there. It's just like, hey, what's the hydrologic dynamic or what's going on with irrigation, those places that we want to see those contrasts that Zach was talking about.
Right, so remember, we're talking about model scenarios, right, or management scenarios for modeling. So as we move forward, we can pick where we reduce pumpage and where we don't. And we will get to the conversation about what is the final critical area boundary, what are the final sub-area boundaries at a future date when we've talked about results, right?
Okay, Jess.
So a clarification then, so what am I hearing this correctly, that in running these scenarios, the management areas is actually not something, a consideration, so for the modeling, we don't need to be concerned on how we are delineating sub areas?
We have to be concerned about that because that's how we target pumpage reductions, right? So you have to tell us where to reduce pumping. And you do that by drawing a boundary on the map.
Okay, I just thought you said that you did the whole basin and this will be the whole basin.
So
for the scenarios.
Correct, but the final rules do not necessarily
I'm talking
need to.
about final rules, I'm talking about for this exercise of our 3.
We're gonna run the model on the whole model extent.
You don't need to, we don't need to define exactly where the management areas are for our scenarios, because you just need the scenarios. This is a very important topic moving forward on the other side of the scenarios.
They need to, Jess, because we're gonna probably propose different reductions in different areas and different timing. So in order to put that in the model, they're gonna have to have the geographic extents of those, which would be considered sub-areas.
Okay, so I misunderstood you.
Right, so what the distinction I'm trying to draw here, right, is that we could say the entire give-gag boundary, right, all the lowlands is the critical area, and you divide that up and you allocate your pumpage based on those, like whatever sub-areas. You could also say, we're gonna exclude the Donner and Blitzen, like everything south of Nahier Lake, and we're only gonna focus reductions up there, but I still need to know where you're gonna focus reductions, right? So if you're gonna have pumpage reductions within the model, we need to define what that spatial extent is that it's gonna happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So are you looking for like 10%, 20%, 30% in each sub-area?
We'll get there.
Yeah, we're gonna get to all this. Let's keep on trucking, so we can, work our way through this. So, let's go ahead to the next slide. Okay, so we're gonna work through that big table you saw, kind of row by row in a way, and coalesce around certain elements of it. So what we want to be able to do initially, so again, here's all 5. B through D are those that were generated out of the discussion group. Now we want to determine, are those, does the RAC support those moving forward, so that we have a suite of 5 different scenarios here. I think Zach said it well, we're looking for comparable. You don't have to love everything there, but do you see your interest represented in at least one of these?
Sorry to go down a different rabbit trail, but I appreciate on this graph, the line below, that says baseline 2018 pumping. But in order for me to thoroughly weigh in on those scenarios, I need a little bit more. Are these gonna be allocated paper water rights? Is that water right? Are we gonna cancel the paper water rights? The 2018 pumpage, is that gonna be the shared 2018 pumpage across the basin, or are they gonna do one lump sum that goes strictly through acre feet unless you don't part of it? So it changes the conversation.
So I don't think we have the ability to put the inputs into the model effectively enough to actually model out a 100% accurate scenario like what you said, right? So if we said we're gonna go based on seniority of water right, based on beneficial use, outside of more than just whatever was pumped in 2018, and consider all the different things, right? That will take us so long to code that we will not be able to get it done in the timeline we have for reasonable results in November.
So let's start with a simple question. Maybe Ben needs a weigh in if he's online. On the model run that you did you allocate to the paper water rights that aren't being used, or did you start with only the wet water rights?
So if the well was pumped in 2018, we looked at the seniority, like the priority date of that water right associated with that well. And if it was pumped, we allocated the lesser of the paper water right or what was pumped in 2018 in the model. So if that well wasn't pumped in 2018 in the model, it did not get water. That said, it should be a fairly negligible difference in final model results, because 2018 was the second highest pumping year, right?
I just want to know where the starting place was, and that articulates where the starting place is.
Yeah.
Now, when we get the results, there's that management discussion of what the results mean, but I just want to know where the starting point was from.
And that's the basic.
And Brian, as you go through, like you guys have chunked these out in rows, is that baseline question, is that one of the rows that you got chunked out?
Yeah, that's part of the how much question, yeah.
Okay, so like at some point, like the goal today is we need to give Ben a starting point on where he's gonna start his dial, right? So I guess, Mark, I would just turn your question back into what is your preference? Like, what's the RAC preference on where Ben starts his dial on those, when we get there, right?
Okay, one question. Yeah, Tim,
Back up.
sorry if I know we probably discussed this, but the permits that haven't been developed yet that are approved, they were not part of the 2018 coverage.
They were not. Correct. So if there's been a transfer since 2018, that will not have been captured in our model.
Correct. Or even if the transfer occurred multiple years before, but that well, the point of appropriation wasn't being used, it's not being canceled.
Correct. So again, the model is not a 100% like gallon for gallon, like exact representation of the basin.
Okay, so the transfers I'd be less concerned about, but because that water was probably used somewhere in 2018. So most of that should have been covered, but the permits would probably largely be junior rights that wouldn't have gotten an allocation.
So PCW, we started with the most senior and went to the most junior. So it should only be juniors that were curtailed, yes.
Okay.
But that is within the sub area.
Right.
Okay, so just to be clear though, at this point in this conversation, because all these conversations are gonna happen, how we can allocate it, that's gonna happen later in this conversation. Right now, we're looking for, does this capture the range of options? Like, yes, that we feel comfortable with these three management scenarios. So we're looking from you guys, yes, we're good. And then we can move on to the next step of the boundaries. Where are we going? What are those four options that Kristen and Jess should we use?
I'm good with B, C, and D.
Thank
So what came from the discussion group, I think we should move forward with it.
Okay, I want to, since this is an important question, and we can do this as quickly as you all allow it, I want to go around the rack and just confirm, so.
And to be clear, what we're talking about is the top two lines, the top two rows of this table, right? So the variable / scenario definition, and then the definition of success right below that.
And there are people online, Jason put the table in the chat. That's the table we're looking at.
So, Kristen, and all we're asking, yes, I'm comfortable with this range, these five, or I'm not, and then we'll have that discussion.
I'm comfortable with it.
I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yes.
Can I go to my answer?
Sure, if you want to change your answer.
Okay.
Here, I'm good with it, other than I would like to see a model done on the.
Yeah,
I would like to see that, like.
All
what
these
happens
we're gonna see.
When you take the whole basin, those sub areas, and see how it plays out.
Yeah, great.
I'm good, let's see.
Yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Good. Good too.
Okay,
So
so
on
we
my-
got Brandon says looks good, and then Zach and Lisa.
That gives thumbs up.
Yep. Lisa. Thumbs up as well. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. Okay,
Okay, that covers everybody?
that covers. Did we miss anyone else online? Oh, Brenda. Okay, and then Lisa's got a question. No, nope, I think she's just thumbsing out.
Okay, I think we're good. All right,
Yes.
excellent.
Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay,
Okay, these scenarios must indicate the how and the when.
so, okay, context around this. So when we're looking at scenario C and D and looking at the definition of success, they say, that you're aiming for, scenario C, gradual recovery, and, scenario B, aiming for rapid recovery. So we need to know what that looks like in the model and how long it should take for the model to show that it's recovering. So we know what rapid and we know what gradual means. So, back up a little bit. I can still thank you for changing the slide.
I don't know.
Anyways, so what we're looking, and then just kind of frame up what we're having this conversation is we need to find the how and the when. So giving you generic examples of what we need, right? Because, Tim mentioned earlier that the model is really just a math problem, right? A plus B equals Y. We need help with A and B, the model will tell us why. I think it's usually C, right? That's the quadrant, whatever. Okay, anyways, so just kind of just framing some potential examples, right? So return to a past date levels, so the water returned to some sort of historical date, by a future date, right? So by some time in the future. Or you could frame it like restore a percentage of the stream flows to rates from a past date to by a future date. So that's kind of just a generic, like, these are some generic examples of how we can be thinking about. These aren't the absolute examples. There are many ways I think we can think about this. We can go to that next slide there, Tim. And so breaking it up into how and when, here are some examples, right? So, and under the how do we measure recovery? It could be ground water levels return to 2010 levels, could be one way that we show how it recovers. It could be ground water level rates are rising to a half a foot a year. It could be dry wells, so half of all the wells that are dry are now in production again in the model. And then it could be spring and or surface water flows return to 2015 rates. And then when, so I think this is where we get into the distinction between rapid and gradual, right? So when could be by 2040 or within 10 years of beginning reductions, it's showing some sort of form of recovery. And for gradual, it could be by 2060 within 30 plus years. And so what we need, go to the next slide, out of the RAC is telling us what that looks like. What does gradual and what does rapid recovery look like? And so, well, I think we go back to the example.
Let me go through, but I'm a little lost, and I think some discussion group context could be helpful, but I didn't want to cut you off before.
Sure, please.
Would that be okay?
Yep.
I would suggest another discussion group. So the idea of, and then also I'll point to Zach and Lisa, the idea of gradual recovery was really to ensure that particularly in places like the Blitzen had enough groundwater contribution to surface flow to have in-stream flows active. So there wasn't particular pieces and it wasn't across the entire basin. So I guess the discussion group had defined some like over 30 years or sooner, but didn't, I just think it could be hard to answer some of the questions you're asking, but it might be to go to Zach or someone that adds to where I'm struggling to put numbers or numerics on it.
And I guess to clarify, Kelly, you need a place to start.
Just need a place to start.
Right, and if you have, you know, you can give ideas, or you can say, you guys think we do, go with what you think makes most sense, and we'll look at it, right? And then, again, this is a starting point, so we don't all have to just, you know, I need to go to a big group exercise and land on a date. But we need a little guidance.
30 years.
Okay.
Is that gradual or rapid?
Rapid.
Okay.
Gradually 60.
I would say it would be gradual. Because the scenarios are gonna change with our weather patterns. With our forestry not drinking the water, because you don't know, because we can't predict the future, so it's gonna be a gradual recovery within 30 years, given the weather, given forest management, so on and so forth.
So then what would rapid recovery be in terms of number of years to?
10 years.
10 years, okay, thank you.
The market, Travis.
We're gonna stick with thirties and sixties. I mean, rapid is 30. And I think just the difference throughout the basin is going to play a huge factor on what the economic and social impact is to get there. Yes, it's gonna have an ecological impact, but once again, just deciding that in a vacuum is very tough. So I'd say gradual, would be 60 and rapid would be 30. But I do think that large parts of this basin, success is stabilization. I think that's huge success. When we start to look at different parts of the basin where we want recovery, let's revisit that in 10, 20, 30 years, once you get stabilization.
Sure, I think it's important though, right, Mark, to Zach's point, right, we're running different scenarios to have comparisons, so I think it's healthy to have a recovery to see what it looks like. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be more important just to have stabilization and then go on to recovery? I mean, aren't you getting a long ways out there?
Well, remember, these are different scenarios, right? We have, this is a rapid recovery scenario and
But in that scenario, shouldn't you have stabilization? Should that be the number one goal, to stabilize it?
So that's what, Andy, I just want to be clear that that's what we've said for our scenarios. We're talking about RAC scenarios to run through them all.
Oh,
So like, this is your fish to fry, right? Like, you pick how you want to do it.
yeah, and these concepts of rapid and gradual came
And I see-
from these discussions.
And I see Zach's got a hand up.
And not sure that's accurate, but I just want to be clear, these concepts of gradual and rapid came in the definition of success as just broad term, right? So like, that's not a model input, right? The
Sure.
model inputs are that start time of intervals of reduction. And so from the discussion group on those, items C and D, discussion group wanted the department to look at where might there actually be some level of recovery, particularly in Blitzen. So not as in, you're asking the question as an input, we gave it to you as an output to watch for.
Sure, and what we're trying to figure out is, how do we know when we've got an output that looks like recovery?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
so Zach's got his hand up, and Lisa, and then Jess.
Zach, Lisa, then Jess. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, appreciate the conversation. This is a really good one to have. And yeah, remember, we're just talking about model scenarios and evaluating success, like Bobby said. I think one thing we can do is learn from what we've already seen today in the department scenario. We saw in some cases, in some places, some pretty rapid recovery. And granted, that was within the confines of the department scenario, but it gives us a sense of time scale for what we can aspire to, or what it likely is not feasible or realistic. And so given what we saw earlier, and given some of the model scenarios that TNC has ran, I think it's throwing mildly informed spaghetti at the wall, or I don't know, Tim, you said frying fish, frying mildly informed fish. We could maybe say that, a gradual recovery is more like 40 years, and rapid recovery could happen feasibly in some scenarios in 15 to 20 years. And so do we need to have the exact number dialed in exactly? Probably not, but kind of order of magnitude or type of scale, that's kind of what I would be thinking about when I think about rapid versus gradual.
Yeah, that's all. So we've heard a few numbers, 15 and 40 kind of land in the middle of some of the things that we've already heard. So, Lisa.
Yeah, of course, Zach actually had the data to have a intelligent comment here, but yeah, I would think gradual is 30 years and rapid is 10, and maybe that's not feasible based on the model runs that we've already seen. But I think once we're starting to talk about things like 60 years, to me, that feels very uncomfortable, like we're not fulfilling our responsibility here. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Jess.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little bit confused. If we define what gradual and rapid is, and we're looking for that in the model, does the model then tell you the amount of reduction that has to take place to achieve that? Or should we be entering in different levels of reduction and seeing what spits out as gradual and rapid recovery or stabilization? So yes, if we can make it happen, we're working really hard to try to get to a place where you can tell us, we want this to happen in 30 years, and we're gonna tell you the amount of pumping that is required in order to make that happen. We're trying to get there. So we're sort of teasing out some of this information because we may be able to do that. And if we can, we want to have that information from you on hand so that we can run it. If we can't, then we need to look at, we're gonna have a starting place from which we work, and then we need to be able to evaluate whether or not that is achieved some sort of gradual or rapid recovery, right? Based on the defined objective of these two scenarios. Did I answer your question effectively? I think so. Okay. So I've heard a range of values here. I think we've got something to work with. I think from my perspective, the other piece of it is I want to understand, when you all think recovery, what are we talking about and how do we measure that? Is that measured in spring discharge? Because these both talk about recovery to support springs, surface flows, and domestic wells. Do we want to look at all three of those? Is there one that's more important than others? How are you thinking about it? When you think recovery, how are you thinking about evaluating recovery?
Are you asking for recovery like in static levels?
I'm thinking in this scenario where it says we want to have gradual recovery to support springs, surface flows, and domestic wells. How are we evaluating that we achieved some sort of recovery, right?
What I missed, I didn't think that was, I thought the goal was reasonably stable, how to get to springs and.
So C and D here on this chart, under the top two columns, it says balanced reductions to minimize impacts to ecosystems and exempt uses, and then it says the definition of success is gradual recovery to support springs, surface flows, and domestic wells. So are we looking at all three of those equally? Is there one that's more important than another?
Static levels should be listed, probably.
The static levels should be
Listed.
listed. Yeah, so you want to look at it based on water level?
I would think so, yeah.
And so what would we consider recovery, right? Because in different areas, right, we have the current water level, and then we have historic water levels that in some areas are 100+ feet higher, and other areas are 20 feet higher.
Yeah.
Is recovery the same everywhere? Is there a number we want to pick? Like, recovery is static water levels that are the same as they were in the year 2000.
But that comes back to this different sub areas. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm gonna give you an example of something that I've done myself. In the Sylvies River unit, in 2021, my static level was 17 feet. In the spring of 2024, it was at 12 feet. Okay, so it came up 5 feet in 3 years. And I keep reiterating about how much water is coming down the river now. And how much water is in Poison Creek right now. I would say that is pretty rapid recovery in that sub area. More than rapid.
Visible.
So you're evaluating based on the stat, like the actual water level in the
The
well,
static level, my.
and by the amount of,
You know, I turned my water on in April and I shut it off last week. And it pumped the same amount of water through the entire system. Right?
and you're looking at stream flow.
I'm looking at the river and I'm looking at the springs that are running, so. We've had in that sub area, I'm saying that you can go out and look at it right now, and it has rapidly recovered in 3 years.
Right, and so your method of evaluation is water levels and spring flow.
Static
and stream
level
flow.
and looking how much water is coming down the creek and what the springs are running. In
That's
that
helpful.
given sub area.
Would you evaluate it differently in another sub area?
Yes.
I can't answer that because I'm looking at just mine.
That's
So,
fair. Thank you.
If I go further east, if I went and tried to evaluate it, I would have had to have done my own research from 21 to 24. And I don't do that because I don't irrigate there.
Sure, that's fair. Zach's got his hand up.
Yeah, Mark did too. Mark, go ahead and then we'll go back to Zach.
So what I would ask the department is I'm going down the same thought process Jess was, just going through my mind. Because we were told we can't run the model in reverse, we can't put in desired outcome, and it tells us the PTW or tells us the reduction. But I believe where we're leading down is if on gradual, the 45% reduction that's on the next page doesn't get to what you guys consider gradual, you'll do an iterative process in order to come up with what gradual would look like. I would hope that this RAC would be involved in that process and we would see the initial model results from all three. And then we could sit back down with you and have a better idea of the quantitative questions you're asking. Because right now you're asking them in a vacuum. We don't know the other impacts. So I hope that you don't go ahead and keep running iterative models based on a few conversations here without coming back to RAC.
Sure, we are going to be transparent with the initial model run, and then as we iterate, why we did what we did and the results of that.
So why, are you gonna come back and ask for input, or are you just going to continue down the process and then justify what you did?
I think we're trying to make as much information available as possible, and when it comes to the RAC scenarios, if we're gonna pick one of those, we're gonna then tweak it in November. And we'll do that as a group.
You'll have time for one additional model run between now and November, is that correct? Essentially, and then we'll come with the first results, and then we'll begin those dial turns with the group.
That's what I'm willing to commit to, because I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
So let me summarize what I heard, and let me just tell if that's correct. So if we agree on these three with the other side reductions, you'll come back in November, having stopped the model runs at that level and say, hey, what did we learn? What now is a goal for gradual or goal recovery based off what we learned?
Yep.
So based on that, we don't have to necessarily define this right now. We let them take a shot at it, come back, say, this is what we used, and they just need some feedback, right? Not.
And then we got Zach's hand up and Ben's got his hand up too.
Okay, Zach and Ben.
Ben put his hand up in response to that point. Maybe better let Ben step in front of me and I'll chime in after that. Go ahead, Ben.
Thanks, Zach. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. I just wanted to respond to Mark's comment because I believe that's correct that we did say at one point that we would not be able to sort of take a goal from the RAC and turn that into a proposed amount of pumpage in each sub area. But that's been the thing that I've been working on really hard the last couple of weeks. And I believe that it is now something that is possible. If the RAC can tell us, what are the sub areas and what are the goals in terms of, you know, hitting stability or some version of recovery within some time period, we can now run the model in its own standalone optimization sense to identify what are the pumpage values in each sub area that best get us to hit those goals. And so that's a thing that we can turn around between now and November, if you can specify those things, the sub areas and the goals. And I think that that's going to be helpful to addressing your concern, which was sort of the timeline and how much we can learn from this process. There is a little bit of tension between that and I think it was Zach's earlier point about the value we might get from making direct apples to apples comparisons, saying like, we're going to pump this much, this specific amount with one set of sub areas, and then we're also going to try running a different scenario, pumping that exact same fixed amount from a different set of sub areas and comparing how that spatial distribution of pumpage impacts the spatial distribution of water levels. That is a thing, like you'll have to choose essentially whether you want to fix the pumpage as an input to a couple of scenarios for the sake of comparing them, or whether you want to aim for whatever the pumpage is that maximizes pumpage subject to the other constraints or goals you're trying to set.
Well, thanks, Ben. And so that goes back to a fundamental issue that I've had throughout this whole process. We get the RAC to agree to a goal. Maybe it's an altruistic goal or not, but we don't know the impacts of that goal. So like I said earlier, I don't think there's anybody in this room going to want recovery at the shortest possible time possible. So I've worked out a number of recovery in 5 years, and then you come back and say, what it takes to get that is this. Oh, I can't support that. So I mean, going to Andy's point, if we understood, if we could put into the model on the 3 different area sub-areas, what does it take to get stabilization? And you can come back to us, hey, it's an X amount of years to get stabilization. We look at the economic impact, we talk to the community. All right, what would it take if we want a little recovery now? So understanding a baseline of stabilization, I think, will give us more attributes to understand maybe we can shoot for a higher or lofty goal, because then we'll know the impacts to this community. But we're not gonna do this, so. Is that fair?
Let's, not gonna be fair, I'll hear what Zach has to say, it may play into this conversation, and then we'll get back to it. Zach, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, 2 things really. One is what I was originally gonna say, then I do wanna spend a moment on what we just heard. First off, I was hearing a little bit of kind of like confusion or discussion about what are we really talking about with these scenarios with recovery and, you know, gradual versus rapid. And just think back to like what we saw earlier in the when Tim was showing off the Weaver Springs, the scenario that USGS ran, where 2018 pumping continued like through the year 2100. That actually did achieve stability. It just meant that the water levels declined 100 feet before achieving stability. And so when we were developing, when we were in discussion groups, I think talking about what these potential success criteria looked like, when we were talking about recovery, we were talking about not just achieving stability, which could come at a hypothetical 100-foot cost in the aquifer, but talking about a reversal of trends. And it doesn't have to be a huge reversal of trends. It doesn't have to be like the sudden huge bump that we saw in the WRD scenario for Weaver Springs, but it's simply a positive groundwater level trend. Could be positive 0.1 feet per year or positive 1 foot per year. So anyway, that's kind of what we were talking about, is not necessarily putting a number or even some really specifics around what and when those numbers hit, but a trend, and a positive trend rather than a negative trend. So parking that, and then secondly, just curious, given what we heard from Ben, that there is the possibility of kind of almost reverse engineering scenarios based on success criteria. From a process standpoint, Tim, Jason, Ben, should we be talking about that, or should we continue down the path of developing a scenario from the bottom up? If we should continue down the path of developing a scenario from the bottom up, I suggest we move on towards talking about sub areas and PTWs. But if we should be talking about the success criteria longer to help optimize a PTW that Ben can do using some fancy script, then let's take a beat and talk about that instead. I think there's a process consideration for being clear about what we're going to talk about next.
I'll just jump into you, Bobby. I agree with Zach. If we can talk about desired outcomes and the model can give us those numbers, it's a whole different conversation than us throwing out farmer math at 30, 45, 75% for nebulous gradual or rapid recovery.
And building off that market, and Brian, I'm just talking to you facilitator now to kind of figure out where we want to go with this next. Like, so the discussion groups, we totally structured the idea of, we didn't know that we could get optimization kind of goals. And I still don't know that, Ben said he was working real hard at it. I didn't hear Ben say he had it dialed in and could do it tomorrow. Right? And I still remember. And I did hear Brian, as you were doing your runner, kind of round the tables, like, we're pretty darn close on B, C, and D of getting ourselves a starting point. And if Ben works his magic and actually can dial it in and deliver, great. We can have a different kind of conversation, but I'm just wondering if we get the B, C, and D as close as we can, so that the department can start work tomorrow on what the RAC wants. And yeah, I don't know what where you want to take the conversation next.
Right, so the one thing I heard from Ben is we still need to know the sub areas, and so no matter what, we gotta land on that, right? And so that's a key question and conversation we have to have today. I'm not very smart. I don't know if what Ben is saying, and Ben, I'm not trying to, you can reiterate if you want to, but if that completely changes the questions we're asking and the input that you need in order for the department to move forward, or if all we need at this point really is those sub areas, and you can work with what we have at this stage. Go ahead.
If I may, I'm confident now that the optimization is working. Like, we can do that. So I think it is worth pivoting the conversation to focusing on getting reasonably specific with the goals. I think we've heard some really good feedback about that, but if we could get a little more specific, we can do some optimization for it. We still do need a specific decision on the sub area boundaries as well. Those are the two pieces. What I think we can drop now is the question of, like, what's the initial guess on pumpage, PTW, in each sub area. That's a piece that we can take off the table, and we can let the computer solve itself.
Well, we also still need timing. Because if we say stabilization needs to happen in 30 years, but we're not willing to start curtailment for 20 years, right? Those two might be wildly out of sync. So we still need to understand timing for curtailment.
Is timing what, Ben, you're referring to it when you're saying goal? Are we talking about two different things here? I guess I need to.
So this is where the devil's in the details on optimization, right, Ben? So if we say we want groundwater levels to be at 2020 levels in 30 years, how are we optimizing the PTW? Is that all curtailment is starting in 2026? Is that we're curtailing 10% per year for 10 years, starting in 2026? How does that portion of the optimization?
Thank you. Good point. Yeah, we still need to specify the timing on the pumping reductions. So both a start date and an end date, or a duration over which you want to phase out or phase down the pumping. Once you specify those things and the goals, and there could be more than one goal that you want to impose as a constraint, and the maximum PTW can be subject to multiple constraints. the only thing that this optimization will do is tell you what the resulting maximum PTW is for each sub area. So we do need, as Tim said, in addition to the sub area boundaries, we need to know the timing of the pumpage, the start and the duration of the reduction, the goal, like what does success look like, and when do we want to get there?
Okay, and that's coming a little bit later, am I accurate?
So where is next, and then when will be after that?
Yeah, okay, let's go to where. I think this is something we can work our way through, and then we'll have that in the conversation. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so, and we got, oh, there. Oh, yeah, sorry. We got. Okay, this is back to what was presented by the discussion group when we started this agenda item. We needed to zero in on A1, A2, B1, or B2, so that we have the same management areas comparable across B, C, and D. So let's go to the next slide. So what I just said, clear to compare these management scenarios if we all use the same boundaries. So ideally, we pick one of those for all three of these. When it comes to, I think Zach kind of mentioned this, and I think it's worth noting as you consider which one makes the most sense. Dog Mountain and Weaver are already split in the 15 sub area scenario. So there's a lot of data, there's a lot that can be understood from that. So in the theme of let's do enough options that we have things that are different and we can compare, it may be worth considering keeping those as one in this, for these three scenarios, because we have a comparable already where they're split. That makes sense? That's a consideration. Okay, so again, we got 4 different sub-area options. Did everybody kind of follow the conversation earlier and understand what these differences are?
You want me to articulate them again?
If you can do a high level, this is why it's now this one differs from this one to this one. Travis?
Question, the department should just run a model of each and all 4 of these.
I don't think there's capacity or time. I think that's the challenge. And then we got.
Because you've got,
18, that creates.
so that would be 3 times 4 scenarios, which would be 12 different scenarios is what you're asking for there. If you want all 4 geographic regions and all 3 options for curtailment.
14 different scenarios at that point, which could really get overwhelmed. Plus,
You're gonna have to work on Saturday, I don't know. What the answer is. I don't know.
Okay, Bobby, do you want to give us a rundown?
I will, and I want to recognize, Travis, what you were saying. It's like, the geographic variable is important dial to turn.
Yeah, I mean, more scenarios that we have, the more options we have to choose. And you guys are using time as an excuse. And I don't think time should be a factor, so. Should have done some factors.
Is it safe to say that whatever geography is selected for these, we can look at that after these models run and then iterate from there if there's potential that maybe we need to adjust to one or the other? Is that complicated?
I think iteration is possible. Iteration on geography is probably the hardest one to implement. That doesn't mean we couldn't do it.
So maybe as we go through, I can articulate some of the differences are, we can at least winnow them down or figure out ways to winnow the scenarios down in other ways too. Because I think part of it, it's not just labor hours for the department, it's just how quickly we can get our results back for the RAC to start considering too.
So maybe instead of going back through A1, A2, B1, B2, there's only 3 differences in all the models. One, do we leave all of Rockcake and Rattlesnake by itself, or we can combine part of the facilities. That's one of the options. The other option is, can we combine Dog Mountain with Weaver Springs, or even portion of Dog Mountain, Weaver Springs? And then the only other difference in the two was Upper and Little Blitzen. So I don't think we're stuck with A1, A2, A3. If we work through those three scenarios there, then we'll probably have a scenario with all three on it, and it might be C2.
Yeah. Do you want us, I'm wondering, let's start from the easiest to hardest, like,
Start with Dog Mountain, Weaver Springs.
well, Blitzen.
Which is the easiest.
Yes,
So is the goal like today to pick one of these?
correct.
Just
Idea. Okay, we'll just, we could throw it out and go that way. Zach?
Yeah, is now an okay time to comment on those three distinctions, or are we still talking about the process here?
If we're okay with going into that process, yeah, and if you have something that's gonna help us talk through that process, yeah, that'd be a great time to share that.
I don't know if it's helpful. That's a high bar. Well, I was just reflecting on those three differences that Mark laid out, and I think two of them have pretty strong potential justification for them. It makes sense to debate whether or not to split or combine Weaver and Dog. It makes sense to decide whether or not to split or combine Upper and Lower Blitzen. But I think the one that's going to be the harder pitch based on the groundwater level contour maps and based on the USGS study is going to be whether or not to split Rattlesnake above Highway 20 or not. I think that's the one that seems the most suspect to me in terms of being able to make a defensible hydrologic case for making that happen. So I suggest from a process standpoint, it might be more important to start with that one, which might be more contentious.
Only variation I would say to that is I think we have some mapping on Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain, and going to what Travis said, this bright red spot in Dog Mountain. We might want to just include that part in Weaver Springs because it's on the upper part, it's the cinder cone. So I do think we have some stuff that we can learn from that. So there might be a little conversation about that.
Okay, let me ask this question. What we anticipated doing at this time was looking at the four options as we have them. And then actually asking the RAC to vote. All right, through an app or on paper, and so we can get initial shot at, all right, where are we at? Is that, but I'm hearing, a proposal of a different method, and you don't want it.
No, but I think the way Bobby drew A2 is not defensible. After looking at this map, I think if we draw a line a little different, it could be defensible. But I honestly think that we have to work through those three areas that we aren't in agreement on, and we're to come over, not vote on exactly what you're throwing out there. That's my word.
And you might just be able to go ask the Blitzen question, and I think we're close on that. Ask the Dog Weaver one, I think it's that one spot dog. And then we can go to redrawing the split.
The Rattlesnake. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I appreciate Zach wanting to do the hard part first. I want to do the easy part first.
Yeah.
We're gonna get there. So let's talk about Blitzen, upper and lower Blitzen. What's a proposal? And I guess which is the best sub area graphic we can look at to see the difference there?
I think you just ask, do you lump or split upper and lower?
There, yeah.
Do we have a line here, or do we have the line around the outside?
I don't know if irrigation, what's the need there? Sorry, what? There's, I don't know, irrigation and upper Blitzen for me to hear, one way or the other. I don't know. Whatever the group wants, ultimately.
Is that, then Jeff?
Yep, sorry for talking a lot. I'm a lumper in this particular case because we already have a potential split scenario with the WRD model that splits it out into two different sub areas. So I suggest for the purposes of the RAC developed sub areas, let's lump them and see what we can learn, see if there's anything different.
Okay, good input. Jess?
I like Zach's rationale.
for lumping because there's already a split. However, I am afraid that this might carry some momentum into an actual jurisdiction, into an actual boundary that's utilized in decision-making and rules. And in that case, I think they need to be split because the lower is significantly different from the upper. And the 2018 data does not cover what's going on there today. You will show that there's very little impact in the model. And we, like Jacob Davis said, 10 pivots are going in. We've already lost our spring. Voltage is in trouble. And that will not be reflected in the model very well at all.
Zach, what's your reaction to Jess's feedback there?
I'm fine with that. I yield to Jess's knowledge of the system.
Okay.
So Jess, after me that, so is there development in the upper Blitzen that's affecting the lower Blitzen, please?
No, but he's
No.
talking about if it becomes a jurisdictional regulation boundary, is that?
It's the same, it's kind of almost the same reason why we split apart Weaver Springs. I think for the Blitzen area, voltage is going to become a hotspot if it hasn't already.
Okay.
And so by lumping in the upper Blitzen with the lower Blitzen, if we're using a median, you're adding wells that would be stable with wells that are definitely not. And so you're resulting in a more, or a lower median rate of decline.
That's
So
right.
it's less hot.
That's right.
Okay.
Is there any discomfort in splitting?
Is there any discomfort in splitter? No, yes, but yeah.
What you know, I'm sorry, keep them separate.
We'll say what you mean, Brian. The
Keeping
momentum
them
is
separate.
going towards keeping them separate.
Yeah. Okay, I
Alright,
think
so
we can
separate.
move forward to that.
Yep.
Okay,
So this.
dog and weavers. So there are currently split as part of 15 sub areas, as I mentioned, so that's, you know, we can learn from that. But is there new information that makes us believe, you know, leads us in a direction here that would encourage us to keep them separated?
I believe there is. I mean, one, when we look at the contour lines between Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs, we always wondered how the interpolation will be covered off. I do think the response map for the first scenario says part of Dog Mountain should be in Weaver Springs and Salvation.
And like, just on the part of it shouldn't, would you send the rest of Dog Mountain that didn't show up red into Sylvie's or?
Great question. That's why I was hesitant to go there, because I have no clue.
Okay. Still might be keeping them separate, but I was changing that piece of dog and add it to Weaver.
Yeah, the piece of dog that's red, I would put that in Weaver and I keep dog separate.
Dog separate, red dog to weaver.
Yeah.
Like that.
Like a-
Fair deal.
Is that something we can implement? It's tough, not management, but just like draw the cell boundaries.
I mean, let's acknowledge it's tougher if we change the sub-area lines to the department, because they've already modeled a lot of that, and it's a lot easier to add and subtract than it is to change a sub-area.
We've already drawn our polygons, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I mean, that's some of the reasons we're gonna get, is it's gonna be harder to do this.
That said, what I'm thinking about from a technical standpoint, and I see Zach, you have your hand up, we'll get to you in just a second, is that remember we implemented curtailment in Weaver Springs, and we implemented curtailment in Dog Mountain. And, we don't see the cascading effect. Let me think through this. I think it's interesting to lump them both together to see what happens. I am a little bit suspicious of just like grabbing a couple pivots and putting them in Weaver Springs.
Well, and I think part of that becomes, as you look at the different layers in the model too, like, there's some change in geology in that particular area. That if you're only looking at layer 2, might be different than when you evaluate some of your other layers.
Sure. What we're talking about is this hotspot right here, right?
Okay, so you talk about recovery, the model where you have them split.
So we're talking about just drawing a square around that guy,
Yeah,
and pulling it down.
and we'll argue about the fence lines later. We'll support however you get that red area. Is that better?
Can I take that to the bank?
Yeah. That way you can.
I think if we're willing to define some new criteria for how we delineate that, I think we can make that happen. We're gonna have to think about it technically. Can we implement it? Yes, we can implement it. So if that's what you wanna test, we can implement it, yes. So how? Do we draw the square around that, or do you wanna draw the square around that?
Can I chime in?
Their point of view, is, oh, everybody's gonna say, well, let's, plug this out, plug this out.
That is my concern as well, is if we draw it, we're the ones responsible for it, and we're the ones getting yelled at the end of the day. So, Zach, did you have something you wanted to say? I forgot about you. Sorry.
Yeah, I think the particular red spot there in this map corresponds really closely with the mafic vent complexes that are mapped in Dog Mountain. And geology, if I remember correctly, the subareas were delineated by groundwater trends, potentiometric surface, and geology, right? And the geology there, like that hotspot is smack dab on top of the same mafic vent complexes that extend into Weaver Springs itself. I think there's reasonable justification for combining either the entirety of the existing Dog Mountain polygon or carving out the township range sections that are overlaying the mafic vent complexes there. And I think if you do that, that'll be a hydrologic justification for including that portion, that hotspot portion, into the Weaver Springs area.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I'm not a hydrogeologist, so I didn't have that off the top of my head. One thing I'm concerned about is, remember, we curtailed 74% in Weaver Springs, and we still have that hotspot right next to it. And we curtailed 26%, I think, in Dog Mountain around it, and we still have that hotspot. So if we put that in Weaver Springs, we now have, like, no matter what, we have to do, like, that's a hotspot we have to deal with. And we have to increase curtailment in order to get rid of that.
Or if it's in the 76%, it might recover.
Are those words been?
We don't know.
Depending on the distribution of how, like, if the wells in that area are shut off, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I just kind of wondered, since you guys made the sub areas, there was an obvious reason that you did that, correct?
I wouldn't say that there's,
Well,
like,
not obvious, but there must have been.
there were absolutely reasons, yes. Like, I can't say it's obvious because I don't know how obvious, like,
The lines look like something's going on, so that's what, I mean, I would
yeah.
imagine.
So as Dark and Jerry went through it, they weighted the different criteria heavier in certain areas based on their professional judgment. So could we reweight the criteria and put geology above hydraulic gradient? Yes, absolutely. And we could draw around that. So if that's something we want to test, absolutely. I'm just calling out a potential concern I see. And if we want to go forward, we'll draw a square around it and we'll get yelled at next RAC meeting for how we drew the square, but we'll have some results.
Can I, Kenny and then like propose a path forward so we can keep going here, go ahead.
So if you there's a 74% reduction in Weaver Springs. That did not reduce the piece in Dog Mountain. So they're not connected.
They only did a 26% reduction on the other.
I know, but if they were connected, it would have gone down.
Well, that's where you're still dealing with the geology below. And so
But that's what I mean, right, but I mean, if they were connected, it should have gone down also. I mean, so I agree, that's why, I mean,
That's the technical concern I was
I
trying
mean,
to
that's
raise.
why,
Just said
I mean,
really
it just
clearly.
doesn't make any sense that if we, because that line's arbitrary, and so if they were connected, then it should have gone down also in the model.
I think that's a really good point. You articulated what I was trying to say really well.
So Kenny, would that lead to an argument for keeping them separate and not lumping them?
I don't know.
I think so. Okay, we got, allow one from the back here, because I think it might be.
So, Don brought up a point, is that John Warren's piece, because if that is,
It is
you're another 150 foot above the valley floor.
400 feet, maybe.
400 feet above valley floor, so that, you're not talking the same, that's just one spot that's 400 foot on that mountain. And I don't know if that's deterring a difference in there, but that's the one we were talking about earlier, that it's in the same singers as Weaver Springs is. It's in the same, when you read the well logs and stuff, it's the same hydro, whatever you guys talk about. So that's why I'm saying that might be the reason, because it's 400 foot higher than, yes, it has that thing, but maybe it's static started above the valley floor.
So based on that, but I guess.
And actually, the well is 800 feet deep. The pump is set at 260 and it pumps 1,000 gallons a minute. 10 years ago, it pumped 3,000. Same well. And you had to go to the valley floor to get the water, because I know the guy who owns it very well.
Let me ask a question again, based on this discussion, everything we now think we know. Does the red dog go with Weaver or stay in dog, or do we combine the whole thing? We need to kind of decide what we're doing. And again, we have another one where they're separate. Do we want to lump them together and have that comparable? We want to mess with these boundaries. I mean, this is the RAC's scenario, so somebody has a proposal. Sure. Sorry, louder?
To make a good decision, we should see both scenarios.
So you're saying combine them? Since our scenario divides them, for this scenario, combine them.
Because they're divided into 15 sub areas,
Yeah.
so combine them here, we've got both.
Maybe we should vote on paper. I don't know.
Okay, if we're not prepared for that, because that's where we were gonna go in the first place, and why we wanted to do a vote. Well, if we're not prepared to answer that, let's put a pin in it, let's answer the next one, and see if that's all we're left with to decide. So we
I just have one more question back to Tim on that. As we look at this being evaluated through layer 2, how does that play into the scenario, like that Andy just described, with a
There you go.
particular well? Like,
It's a layer 4.
Yeah, so this is a place where we're gonna need to dive more, like, to make a really informed decision, we need to dive into all the layers and what's happening in all the layers.
and so how do we get that information? So like your first model just shows layer 2, but as we run these other scenarios, what can you give us in the other layers as well, or are we only sticking to layer 2 as we move forward?
Oh, no, we'll look at all layers as we get there. For today, for this presentation, we're just looking at layer 2 because that's what we could get done in the time we had. Since, I mean, like, I saw all those results for the first time like a week and a half ago. And then we have to get them into a presentable format to you. When I saw them the first time, there was nothing on the map. Like, I had to use my knowledge of like what the model grid is in order to understand where we were. So, like, we've come a long ways in a week and a half, 2 weeks, right? And so we hope to go a lot farther when we get to, by the time we get to November.
Okay, what does the group want to do? Do we want to vote on this specific item and then move on to Rattlesnake and Poison Creek?
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking about, we've already analyzed the split, a month would be great. But that only has value if we can then, after the models are run, do a hybrid between the 15 and R5 or whatever, however, you know what I mean? are we stuck to the 15 or whatever we come up with? Or can we crosswalk? Because we're talking about the usefulness of comparisons to keep.
Yeah, I think we'll compare all of it and we'll try to pick the best scenario or the best geographic boundaries and scenarios for that portion of the case.
Okay, so we
Yeah, you're saying you can lay somewhere between 15 and 5 based on all the good information we get from this area. Okay, thank you. Okay. Who would think it makes sense to keep them separated, excuse me, combined? So that we have that comparison with the separated model in the, purpose scenario.
So you want to show of hands,
Yeah,
who wants
do show of
dog,
hands.
dog and beaver combined?
Dog and Weaver combined.
do a neutral? That's no vote, just don't raise your hand.
So we got one, anybody online, big two, I mean, I need to see them, I can't.
Looks like-
You gotta.
What's the question?
Combined dog and beaver.
Combined dog and Weaver.
Want to combine
Because
it?
yeah, your first one was already done split, so.
Combined, we don't have enough justification to be the 200-foot level under it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm seeing mostly all dog and Weaver, any strong compelling argument against it? Anybody online have any?
Zach raised his hand for combined.
Okay.
Brenda, Brandon, Lisa, just.
Okay, all right, I think we're combining. Is it a question or is that?
I'm here to ask if there's any strong
Okay,
feeling against it. I guess my concern is if these are just those couple pivots on top of that really, if we're either, I mean, well, it looked like cutting back on Dog Mountain didn't have much effect, if I'm understanding what we saw today at least. As, and, which is understandable, if we're all standing out there, we're going, well, shoot, that thing's way up on the mountain. I guess I'm wondering, aren't we putting a bunch of irrigators into the pot to be restricted when they're probably not connected to that one piece or even to Weaver Springs for that matter?
That scenario is gonna show that.
yeah, I mean, this is why we're running different scenarios. Again,
Okay.
our goal here is to create enough difference in all these that we can compare.
Great.
So, we only have to see our desired reality in one of them. Well put. Okay. All right, let's go to our next question then. Rattlesnake and poison. Divide or as it was?
So,
Or maybe somebody can articulate it better. But the line is arbitrary, essentially where the highway is.
yeah,
I believe that rattlesnake should be split, but not east to west. I mean, basically north to south from lawn all the way straight up. Because I think that shows where you get recharge from the fully slew and stuff in the rattlesnake that affects the recovery rate. And I think it shows on the map, on the 100 to 200 foot level that.
so then you want a north-south split starting from the westerly-most portion of, and going due north?
I mean, and you can infer from the white area to the red area in the map on where you think the best is.
You want to just follow the, blue out there, the 9
Maybe over down here, right? We're talking maybe without that.
It's pretty obvious, some of it's bright red and some of it's white.
Yep, you're right there.
All right, so that's, I guess we got 3 potentials on the discussion. Does anybody have any questions, concerns from Mark about that proposed line?
So lawn has a notch out in it, right at the top, that goes further west. You want it from the edge of the notch or from the edge of the boulder?
Compared to your model run in the red and white to make a educated swag.
Got it.
And don't give Roger 11 feet of water. But you made him so happy he didn't come back.
You looked at his realtor and said, my well came off in this scenario.
Okay, so,
Kurt's still here.
so this gives us, you know, another thing to compare, right? This is different than what the other scenarios show, so there's value in that. Any questions or concerns, comments for what Mark has proposed? Yes, two here, go.
That was my suggestion too, if we're gonna lump all this together, but I have another thought that hasn't been brought up. Is if we. What if we added that little chunk, like we said, we added it, you could do that, but what if we added that to say the Crane Buchanan sub area? And and then we just added, because it's showing that it's white, what if we did another scenario where say these outside areas of the critical, like Windy Point, Crane Buchanan with that little added piece? What if we added a scenario where we reduced that to a different level where maybe it wasn't quite as big of a reduction as the rest of it, as you guys proposed in yours, and did like 20% reduction instead of adding everybody to the 60% reduction? Does that make sense?
I'm lost.
Okay.
So what map are you starting with?
Okay, so we went with your.
Do we have a map we can draw on?
Yeah.
Here, right
Yeah,
here.
it's-
You at least got the map if you guys want it. He's saved it.
So if you just took, like Mark said, take that little
So you look.
part of Poison Creek and put it with the Crane Buchanan sub area, that little pink chunk,
Who's map?
Crane Buchanan sub area. And then we would have Windy Point and Crane Buchanan sub area, maybe give them a percentage of reduction instead of adding them to the whole North Harney, Rock Creek, Crane, and non-critical areas at the 60-some% reduction. Does that make sense?
So you wanna draw a line here,
Yeah, and
Yep.
add
take the
it,
pink and put it in the brown,
yes.
and then you wanna take this pink and put it in this brown.
Well, or leave it separate, I don't care. I'm just,
We have
anyway.
combined and everything else.
And then you keep your critical.
And then you keep the 4 high priority sub areas,
Right,
and then
kind of, yeah.
It's the same as A2, except
So
you're.
you'd still have more sub areas. I was just going off of, do we need to lump all of Crane Buchanan and Windy Point into with the more critical areas? To get the same effect at this whatever percentage we reduce them, or can we take those areas that aren't as critical and reduce them less than the more critical areas?
so then this brown area that includes this square of pink and this down here and goes all the way up here would get 1 level of reduction. And then these 4 areas would remain and they would get a higher level of reduction. Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, kind of just.
So then we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 sub areas.
No,
No.
Oh, which one?
no, we're drawing too many lines again.
Yeah.
So that would be 11 sub areas if we leave the 4 in place. And move this portion of Rattlesnake in with Crane Buchanan and move Windy Point in with Crane Buchanan. 10 or 11, depending on what we do with Dog Mountain. We combine Dog Mountain, we combine Silver Creek, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11.
And I guess we always gotta keep in mind what we can extrapolate from the 15 sub areas, right? We get too close to 15, we're not really having a very good comparison at a certain.
All the
I mean,
groups,
maybe this is more of like a management scenario later after they're run,
Sure.
because I was like, do we need to reduce everybody in that whole northeast Crane area the same amount? I was just trying to say, if we reduce some areas less, we still have that same effect. Or do we need, or does everybody that we put in that northeast area have to go to that big 60% or whatever we're.
so I don't think we're tied to a number in that area, right? We could either optimize it or we can take a guess on where we want to start. But I think the 3 that I have heard are, really this specific scenario, we've talked about drawing a line from somewhere in here, straight north, and then would take all of the pink that's to the east of my cursor there, along with all the other sub areas in this area, and combine them into one, including Mount Hare Lake. That would give us a comparable for certain from. So that's one option we've heard. The other option is what was drawn on the map, which is basically drawing a line along Highway 20 and taking this portion of pink and including it over in this, and this over in the Sylvias.
Yeah, but I think some of Sylvia should go in that too. You know, you should bring your cursor over to the east a little farther.
Louis, where are you located?
Yeah. Louis are going up, and I want part of that water.
I want some of them out here too, up higher. So Kenny,
I like your first option.
all right, Mark likes the north-south. Kenny, I saw your thumbs up for east-west? No, for north-south. All right. Anybody having concerns with what's being proposed there? Yes.
I don't have any concerns really with what's being proposed. I'm just wondering, like, how much longer is it gonna take if we redraw lines? Who cares?
Ben will get it done.
What's the
We waited 10 years already.
Okay.
You're in a hurry now. I think, all right, let's circle up here, because we gotta make some decisions, we gotta try and get it done, we're not here all night. Okay.
Very good, Tim. But I think it's fair from a time perspective. If it's just drawing the line and there was a justification for where that line was, to give the department, it's not complicated.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, we need starting points, and we need to be able to create the right amount, they can generate these, and we can look at them.
But I guess the question I have, Tim, for you is, just like Zach kind of gave you the May event thing for Dog Mountain, as like, there was a reason why you could do it. Do you have enough of a reason from us, and has the RAC kind of decided?
So the criteria, yeah,
The ability to draw the line and give it something that could use.
I think the criteria we've heard probably most resoundingly for splitting Poison Creek, Rattlesnake Creek, north-south would be the way in which the recharge flows into the basin through the two creeks of Sylvies and Poison Creek, right?
And what the first model shows.
And Cattle Creek comes in the middle of that too. One that actually has water.
All that water's mine, so. And you guys don't have it anywhere.
No. So I guess, Tim, I was asking that to protect you all, like as you go to draw the line. That we haven't been very clear with you exactly how.
Never.
And so
It's the biggest.
is the RAC giving you, cause I don't know if these guys are listening and off to you. Is giving you enough to draw the line, because we ended up on the 16th with a crayon that looks really similar to this crayon. And I just wanna make sure you got it.
So, we will take Louis' map here, and we'll take a look at this and try to draw a line there, and we'll run a model scenario with half of Poison Creek going to the Sylvias and the other half going into a northeast sub area.
And so you said with this that we learned to.
Yeah.
You all see that Zach's got his hand up, I hope. I think he might want to comment on this.
Look, all right, we gotta lock it in here. We're not gonna get anywhere. We gotta get this done. Okay, Zach has his hand up. The people online can't see what we're looking at because we're looking at a hand-drawn map right now in the. So, I think we've explained it. Zach, you go ahead. Anybody online that isn't sure what we're talking about, we can hopefully frame it up for you.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Laura, for that. And yes, we absolutely online, it is very unclear what y'all are talking about. But I will say that, in terms of Bobby following your logic that we should have a justification. Oh my gosh, there's a real timeline being drawn. Fantastic. Following the logic chain that we needed to have a justification, I think figure 48 in Steve Gingrich's Harney model kind of delineates the potential boundaries pretty well. And figure 48 would help demonstrate where that recharge area is. and it's not quite where the line is being drawn on the screen right now, but I appreciate the good efforts by whoever's drawing that. But anyway, I think you might be able to lean on that as your justification for in determining where the line should be drawn.
Okay,
If you want me to send you the figure?
all right, does anybody have any questions online?
I think
about
we
what we're looking at? All right, I see we're sketching it out here.
Sorry, that last line was squiggly on me. But that is the proposal.
Okay. Okay, is there any concerns with moving forward with this now in our sub area for options B, C, and D? I'm gonna show of hands if you think this is the way to go.
What was the question again?
This is where we wanna go, B, C, and D.
If I don't vote for that, Tim might shoot me.
And Brian, just to summarize, that means splitting upper and lower Blitzen, combining dog and weaver, and then splitting
The
rattlesnake.
new
like
line
red
of
line.
rattlesnake here.
Good job.
Okay, anybody online, please share your feedback. Is this acceptable for geography and B, C, and D? Support this.
It's acceptable. I think that rattlesnake split should be a little bit off to the west compared to where it is to follow the contours of the recharge area. But in concept, not sticking to that line that Tim drew too hard. I'm okay with the overall idea.
Okay.
Oh, we got to wear.
It's like a 4x4 square on my screen that I drew that squiggle with, Zach, so we will. You wanna track the recharge boundary as a criteria for that line. Got it. We will incorporate that as we draw.
Okay,
Only 2 more to go. We got
Thomas, let's go. Let's keep on trucking here. Yeah, no motivation.
When?
Nope, we're not doing that. No, we win. Timeline.
Okay, when? 2026, start for reduction phase over a 30-year period in 10-year intervals. For B, 2026, start for reduction phase over a 30-year period in 10-year interval. 2030 start, no phasing, all reductions in 2030 for B.
You know, the next slide, questions? Yep.
Do these reduction timelines meet your expectations? Should we allocate reductions equally across the wells in the model or by senior water rights? So that's a question we need an answer to. Or is OWRD scenario allocated by senior water rights? Is that what you want to do for these two?
Say that one more time.
Should we allocate the reductions equally across the wells in the model? So you do it equally or you do it by senior water rights?
That's pretty simple, I think, by law, isn't it, that you have to do it by senior water rights.
Yep.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to change the law.
Well,
Correct.
unless we're gonna use this.
No, otherwise you would have, it's very simple. You either have to change the law or you go by what the law says today.
It's not quite that simple.
It is that simple.
We can do a voluntary agreement that would take a different approach. And that's part of the RAC is, okay, do we want to do that? I'm assuming this model is to help, whether we do a voluntary agreement as well as if it has to be.
I think you're gonna have to have the voluntary agreements in front of you before you can make that decision. Would I be correct there?
I think from a modeling standpoint, we can do either. When we get to writing the rules, we're gonna have to write the rules according to the law.
We do senior water rates have priority, it's been like that for over 100 years. It needs to stay the same, that's the way we water our farms, that's the way we need to keep it.
But what'll change is the line we just drew. We can change the rules
There
inside
you
that
go.
and the outside that.
That's why
It's not the whole basin. The way it is right now, the way the law has been, is that the basin, within the basin, senior rights are senior rights. If we're gonna drawing, which, well, we've already talked about it, I haven't talked about it before, to say that you can draw those critical areas. and treat them differently, which would be exactly like going to the Ohio River and cutting out 10-mile chunks of it and treating it differently than you would do the full length of the river. That doesn't make any sense. And we discussed it and said, hey, well, we're gonna have a court, because we go shut me down, and then 200 yards away from me is a junior right that's not shut down, that's outside of that line that's been drawn. Off the court we go, and maybe I lose, but why would we fight about it? And that's the way the law's been for 400 years. Mark?
So we have three scenarios. You got B, C, and D. You got stabilization, gradual, and rapid. B and C are, in my opinion, probably the only two that are going to be considered by the majority of the RAC members. So do those by priority date. If we want to create an exercise and learn, do the RAP by shared.
Okay, so say that again, what you're saying, do some by priority date, some across.
I'm saying B and C, do it by priority date. Because more than likely, we're going to end up someplace in the middle on those. If you want to do an exercise to see what a shared sacrifice do it in the RAP and one on D.
Good idea.
Because you get to John's point, at least you get to see what the difference is, it doesn't mean we're gonna support it. Right. It doesn't mean anybody in the back that I'm saying not to go for appropriation, but it does give us a learning exercise to see what it does.
Which is kind of the theme here, and that's the value, so we need comparable data.
Yeah, Lisa online,
Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'd take a little different view as somebody who does support scenario D. I would think that if reductions without consideration of priority date, reductions of across all wells would be considered, since that would be through a voluntary agreement, Mark, you might want to put that one on one of the scenarios that you would more support. You know what I mean? Rather than putting it on D, which is probably not going to be a vehicle for a voluntary agreement, right? None of these are a vehicle for anything. They're just model data, but I would say put the reduction regardless of priority date onto one of the other scenarios.
I understand where she's coming from.
If we did C. Or equal. A and B.
Awesome. Unless nobody anymore wants to look at voluntary agreements, no sense in doing it unless the voluntary agreement is still an option.
John, I do think there's a voluntary agreements, there's a group of people working on them. I think we're gonna be optimistic that we're gonna get there. But I think that group of people that's gonna be in that voluntary agreement is gonna work through what is the process for reduction of those people. So I do believe, that's why I said I do believe in one of the scenarios, it would be good to show the shared sacrifice so we can learn from it. Then those people, when they sit down and talk about the voluntary agreement, at least they'll have something that they can look at, kind of like what Lisa was saying.
Probably good to know. Zach, go ahead.
I think of those three, C and D are the closest. I think Lisa's point is well taken that it's unlikely for voluntary agreements to be relevant to scenario D. And so I think if we want to maximize our ability to compare across scenarios to learn from it, we should consider scenario C as a potential equal reductions scenario. But I think there's a bigger question of, do we need that at all? Is it useful? How many people are really angling to have the equal reductions, not by priority date as a scenario at all?
Anybody have interest in that?
As an academic exercise, I do. I'd like to see what it would do.
Correct.
I mean, as an implementation exercise, I honestly think when you get the growers together and talk about their agreements, there's gonna be conversation about what to do. And it might all follow prior appropriation to the letter. It might not.
Would it be valuable, and I guess I'm gonna need to know from Ben, maybe, if we turn the dial on C, let's say, and ran C both ways, is that a big lift? And maybe having then you have a direct comparison of one scenario to see what it looks like either way.
That'd be great. We'll vote on that.
Both, raise your hand.
Yeah, I guess I don't want to offer that, no, if that's big.
We might see trouble.
Except Dan, did you hear that question?
I did,
so
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay.
Keep thinking, Ben. I hear you on the implementation might not be that much more of a lift. What I'm concerned with is the amount of lift it is to then process the outputs and put them in a format we can all understand and tease out the difference between the two. That said, I think it would be interesting to know. It would tell us it would tell us just how important prior appropriation is versus equal reductions in the model. Like, does it make does it make things wildly different or not? And I think that would be informative for sure. That said, I think we're gonna get some of that with the model scenario E, where we reduce by priority date across the entire basin. We'll have an understanding of. So Tim, if this group told you, hey, for scenario C, try it equal. And if you had time, nice to have, turn the dial the other way, but at least just give us this first one.
Yeah, so I think we all agree that we should do it by priority date, and we will take a look at C and see if we can run C and compare outputs effectively by an equal distribution of curtailment across all wells within each subarea. So if we can make that happen, we'll present it. If we can't, I'll apologize in November.
And do it for December.
And can you do that by priority date?
So we're gonna do B, C, and D by priority date, and then we're gonna try to run C also by an equal distribution, just so we can see the difference between.
Four scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay, does that sound okay, everybody? Yeah. Okay. Got some thumbs up online, that's all.
All right, so wait, I wanna understand one thing. So you guys are going to run the model where everybody takes a 10% cut in the entire basin?
We said, curtail back to 1990 pumpage values.
So you're gonna
I don't know
curtail
the
back.
percentages, but yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna go to 90 on the basin, not sub areas.
Correct.
Okay.
So the give gag boundary, the big outside boundary that we've been talking about, no sub areas.
Yep.
Curtail based on priority date. Back to whatever pumpage level was being pumped in 1990.
And how hard to do that again in 95 and 98? Is that like a process?
Changing the value will not be that difficult, no.
And if Ben can reverse engineer the model, you could probably run that scenario in what reason. Whatever, I'm not gonna say these. The new equilibrium stabilization. We'll do a new term. There we go.
Okay, let's, keep on trucking. We got one more step to go, right?
Yep, and it's how much?
How much? Okay, so we already talked about the baseline. I think we've covered that. The volume is the question. So we'll have to show you a chart. I think it's a chart that you've seen, right? This is what kind of Bobby and, Harmony developed in your consideration in the discussion group. Those are the ones that participated in that. So we'll look at that. And what we want to do is look at that, but this is a starting point, right? We have to look at this as a starting point. If we start to look at this chart and go on and really start tweaking these, we'll be here for a long time. So what we want to do is look at it and agree that this is a good place to start.
I agree, it's a good place to start, because based off farmer math and based on the discussion groups, and we gotta start someplace. If Ben can reverse engineering, on level B, would be great to see what stabilization would look like if you could reverse engineer that. It's tough to reverse engineer C and D because we don't really have a quantitative understanding of what those mean.
Agreed.
Okay, anybody else, any thoughts? Are they comfortable with using this? Yes.
The only thing that I've seen is that, I would, I would change the Silver Creek, the B scenario. Well, I would just take what you did for Donner, Blitzen, and Sylvie's with those reductions and also make those the same for Silver Creek because they got the same level of, they're pretty similar in how they would, their grade and their magnitude and all that. So it's not a bigger, rate decline in Silver Creek than it is than Sylvie and Donner. So I would have just did the 0 and then the 9 and then the 5, just like in Sylvie's and Donner and Blitzen. That's the only thing I've seen.
So for B, C, and D, you want Silver Creek to match Sylvie's.
Yes. That was all my only thought.
Any? Yeah, can I push on that just a little bit? As that's one, for Silver Creek, that's one of the ones where we have a little bit more variability across the 3 scenarios. So you can match it, but then it's with 3 of those sub areas being the same and all fairly low. That might be more where we end up, but it doesn't necessarily tell you a different thing across. I think that's just one of the things to think about.
C and D, I think, are reversed in Silver Creek because D is rapid and rapid shows a less reduction than soup. So I think they're just reversed.
Yeah, so this is something, Bobby, will you explain again why C's reductions are greater percentages than D's?
And D is considered rapid and C is considered gradual.
I had the exact same question, Mark.
And it was a function of time. So D, the reduction started immediately, and C, it phased in over 30 years. So the logic there, at least, is because the reductions in D happen straight away, you need to reduce a smaller percentage to start. Versus C, where you're gradually phasing them in over time, you need to have more aggressive reduction, a percentage reduction. That's the logic built into the starting point.
That's even a stretch for a farmer.
Well, I was just saying, what it is.
So we got Lisa and Zach on one.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just to address that or Larissa's comment briefly, first is my reading of this table is that these numbers are set based on, kind of what we know about the impacts of pumping in different areas, in the different sub areas. So I don't think setting Silver Creek to 0 like Dub for scenario B would make sense or be supported by the data. But what I really put my hand up for is, I'm sure there's probably some data behind these numbers, but to me, when I see like scenario D and it's suggesting that we could keep pumping 35% of the overall amount out of Weaver Springs, Dog Mountain, like in perpetuity, I guess, and that would reach the goals of scenario D. That seems unlikely to me. I mean, I'm just wondering if we've set the numbers, these reduction numbers at a high enough level to really know the spread, or for them to really provide the spread that we're looking for. And same comment with the 18% in silver. Like, is that really giving us the end point that we need?
Okay, that's helpful, and I'm gonna pivot to Zach, because I think Zach, I've heard you in the past, have a pretty good read on this table and the, what we're trying to achieve with the spread. And maybe you can help, whatever, you have a comment, but maybe, if there's something there with what Lisa's sharing, share your perspective there as well.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think first off, Bryant, you've named this in the past. I'll reiterate it. There's value in using these to learn. We already have 2 different model scenarios that have Silver Creek with 0% reduction from 2018 pumpage. those two scenarios. The first one's the WRD scenario that we just saw earlier. The other one is the USGS scenario that Gingrich and others ran in their original model. And so, you know, continuing on the theme of just like tinkering with the dials, not with a prescribed outcome in mind necessarily, but trying to understand what does that do to the well levels and the groundwater and the stream discharge. I think there's value in putting some numbers to it, and to the extent that actually maybe it would be interesting to add, you know, in scenario B, have a non-zero value for Sylvies and Donner and Blitzen for the exact same reason that we already have two scenarios that have already been completed with 0% reductions in those places. And Bryant, what was the other part of your question?
Well, I guess, I mean, like you said, we need a starting place, we want to spread. You know, Lisa had some input there about, you know, what maybe some adjustments would be, I guess. From your perspective, where do we need to land here so that we can carry this forward? I mean, because I don't want to necessarily dig into each one of these percentages.
Yeah, good point. Well, I think if there are any adjustments to this from what we saw earlier today, we should make those. And you know, one thing that we saw earlier today was that Weaver Springs alone, as its own subarea, with 74% reductions, was enough to achieve quick recovery in the cone of depression, but only enough to more or less stabilize the outskirts of it. So do we need to make any adjustments to a hypothetical Weaver plus dog subarea? I don't know, but I think that's the direction the conversation should probably go. Bryant, is based on what we saw earlier, what can we tinker with? What do we need to make an adjustment to? But overall, based on what we saw earlier, I will say that, like, you know, the numbers for Weaver Springs, Dog Mountain, those are a pretty nice spread, because we saw that 74% in Weaver Springs was enough to stabilize. Whatever the Dog Mountain, 25% reductions in Dog Mountain were not enough to stabilize that one cone of depression. So this 54%, 75, 65 seems okay to check out and learn from. Yeah.
From my perspective, looking at it, I feel like we have a good spread as compared to what the OWRD scenario was. And the only thing I'll note is that in our table, we've only got 5 sub areas here, but we actually delineated 6 with the upper Blitzen and then the lower Blitzen. And so my question to you all is, do we just carry the Donner and Blitzen, the bottom line here, do we carry that and have it for both? Or do we do nothing in the upper and focus this line in the lower? What does that look like?
I think my biggest concern goes back to the 2018. You're not going to capture what's going on in the lower Blitzen right now.
Okay. So putting some level of reduction in from 2018. Doesn't help us.
How many wells are in the upper Blitzen?
That's
I mean, there's hardly any, is that correct?
yeah, the total amount of pumping in the upper Blitzen is usually small. It's like 100 acre-feet or something.
Even less, yes.
So is there any downside to just carrying the lower values to the upper, because you show a 0?
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I just want to make sure we're clear what's gonna happen in your scenarios, so. We'll just carry that down and we'll go from there. And Jess, I will think more about your question about 2018 and capturing what's actually going on there now versus this, right?
Okay, so is the RAC comfortable carrying this forward as a starting point? And I know we've heard some feedback, and I think Lisa, you gave us some good feedback, and maybe there's some adjustments that can be made here, but what we're really just trying to achieve is that spread. So we have comparable data. Do you think we're good to move forward? Raise your hand. Okay. Anybody online have any
I don't see any hands up.
pauses or? Okay, I'm going to move us forward. We're good with that, right? Okay, I think we've accomplished, I mean, I guess we ground truth. Department, you have what you need to run scenarios
Yes.
between now and then. Great. That is significant accomplishment. Good job, everybody. Okay. What's that? Public comment. Yes, we're not done. And before we do okay, we can do public comment, and then we want to have a few closing conversations here for the discussion groups and next steps. So, public comment, anybody in the room or online? Okay, no comment? Very good. What's that?
Ken Bailey wants to take a public comment on that.
Okay. Oh, okay. So we have one in the room, one online. So, why don't, in the room, go right ahead. And yes, and, just your name first, please, and then go ahead.
That, right. I still think that you guys really need to work hard at getting the psychologist and the economist. And that should be part of your November information with all of this. You're really missing the boat with providing accurate information to everybody in the room.
Thank you. Okay, online, we have, Ken.
I really appreciate the difficult conversations you've had about how to use the model to help you frame something for discussion and potential rulemaking. But I do think that there is significant value in trying to capture to the best you can the 2023 actual pumping, because it gives you a better starting point for what the real effects are. But I know it's been a difficult conversation, but I think it's been handled well, and lots of luck.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good. Appreciate that. All right, here we go. Hold on. We're not over time. We're only over time because it's slow meter, so we're actually on time. All right. What's that?
It's tech issue.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not blame their eating
It's
habits.
all easy. That doesn't do that. Bobby, I don't know if you want to take this or the department, but we need to kind of identify what we're talking about or preparing for the next discussion group.
Yeah, so for RAC members, like the discussion groups are meant to go deeper on topics that you all want more depth on. It opens it up to anybody who wants to be able to participate. So Harmony and I are thinking about what the topics are for October. So we were going to look at measuring and monitoring success and starting to flesh out a little bit more around adaptive management approaches. Were two ideas we had, but are there any particular asks y'all have as a RAC for the discussion groups in October to kind of pick up and run with?
I just, the comment got me, so if the department can't hire one, maybe I don't know, maybe it should be a topic. I don't know.
Well, how about we pick up fiscal impact
Oh, there you go.
conversation? We've been actively working on it,
Oh, have you?
but yeah, we'll have that. Thank you.
I agree with you. I mean, it's been articulated by the department to try to figure out what is that review, what is that adaptive management? And I think it's even more nebulous than some of the conversations we've had today, so we should probably start trying to put some effort into that.
Bobby, you might be able to win the next discussion group is.
Thank you. And I don't, if there's folks online too, if there's any topics here, just go ahead and put those in chat. But as a reminder, the discussion groups are every Monday. So 10 to 11:30, so October 7th is our next plans meeting. And then we have been thinking about whether we drop a full day in like October 21st or 28th. It just depends on what you all want. Every Monday in October.
That's 8 o'clock, what was it, 10 o'clock?
10 to 11:30. Zoom and at HTTP.
Good. All right, thank you, Bobby. Okay, so I think that concludes our RAC meeting. We did say the top of the meeting, if anybody wants to know anything about canceled water rights. Jason, is that something that you would
Yeah, I
entertain that?
answer
So,
some questions.
so we'll want to close the rack, but if that's something that you have questions about, I'd say maybe kind of try to huddle up in this area, so we're not yelling over the whole room.
Laura has a comment.
Well, no,
yeah.
just, there was a request to get the PowerPoint presentation that was shared today out to the RAC, and I probably post that online, so I just wanted to follow up and.
Yeah, that is.
Materials will be posted.
We're posting online. Thanks, Laura. Okay. Thank you all very much. It's been a long day. Appreciate your effort and your attention.